Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for the debut of a brand new Skylanders Superchargers gameplay series here on the channel. We are talking today about the debut of none other than Skylanders Supercharged, a series I've very much been looking forward to because it's going to bring about a unique set of rules as we play through the game. So the usual rules still stands, where a element of the area pops up, I must switch out to a Skylander corresponding to that element, and I cannot switch out again until the element of the area has changed once more. But that's the only fundamental rule from all of my other series that remains, because when it comes to just about every other rule we're going to be following for this playthrough, things have been spiced up. So when it comes to our roster, you'll notice that we have a bunch of the classic characters. In fact, it is no coincidence that the 8 classical characters I've chosen are the same as the 8 characters who received Supercharger revamps in this game. That's because we start with their original forms for Series 1 versions, and then after every single chapter they get through successfully, we upgrade them. So a Series 1 Gilgrunt turns into a Series 2 Gilgrunt, and we work our way up through these upgrades to their Supercharger form, so that then that's when those characters, they become Supercharged. And so there's also going to be a score to this series which measures how successful our run through of the game was. A Series 1 character is worth 1 point, and their Supercharged form is worth 5 points, which means that every single Skylander except for Rollerball has at least 5 versions for us to upgrade from, starting away at Series 1 and working all the way up towards that Supercharger. Now for Jetpack and Rollerballs, they are the only exceptions where we have 2 Supercharger forms to get through. We've got to get them all the way Supercharged to their original Supercharger, but then we've got to get them 1 level extra with their legendary versions. But Jetpack and Rollerball are the only ones where we are going to be going all the way up to their legendary versions. All of the other characters were just aiming for their Supercharged form. Now Gilgrunt is quite self-explanatory. He has Series 1 through 4, which we get through during each upgrade stage. But then the others get a little bit more complex. So Trigger Happy, his 4th stage between Series 3 and his Supercharge, is going to be his elite form. The same goes for Eruptor and Terrafin. And Stealth as well, you can't forget about her. But then for Pop Fizz, his 2nd version isn't going to be his Series 2. Instead, he's going to upgrade to his Light Core. And that's pretty much how things go. Every other character besides Rollerball has 5 versions to get through. Even though we're doing Legendary Hurricane Jetpack, there's still going to be 4 previous versions of Jetpack to get through when it comes to all of his different upgrade levels. Now here's where things get interesting. If the current character who's on the Portal of Power is defeated in battle, they're not classed as dead. Instead, they are downgraded, not to the previous branch, but they are put all the way back to Series 1. And if the Series 1 version is defeated in battle, they cannot be used again throughout the rest of the episode. In the next episode, that Series 1 is reintroduced, but it will be reset, so it will lose all of its upgrades and all of its health from being level 20, because trust me, when you have these original characters, most of which are almost 10 years old at this point, they have a lot of upgrades and are certainly maxed out on their level. So this is a really interesting rule set I'm playing around with, and I'm actually bringing you this series 2 weeks before I originally planned for it, and that's because by bringing this series 2 weeks early, as this series is going to be introducing new episodes every single Tuesday, that means that by the time the 4th episode rolls around, it's going to be Halloween. And what better level is there to play for Halloween than Land of the Undead? And Land of the Undead is the 4th area in this game, because each episode we're going to tackle a new area, with the exception being Bandit Train, because that area is going to be combined with the very last area of the game, so that then for the finale, the 12th, episode of the series, it is going to be a combination of the Bandit Train and the Sky Eater. It's going to be one hell of a hype finale. Now, as for vehicle sections, we're only playing through the land vehicle sections. We don't need to worry about sea or sky, which is going to make this series so much more fun. And as for our vehicle choice, I felt like it would only be appropriate if we used Golden Hot Streak throughout the entire series, because it's Hot Streak but decked out in gold, which makes it automatically 10 million times better. But say, it's not only based on my October schedule, the fact that this series has been brought forward 2 weeks, but the entire schedule has been shifted over from what I originally promised back in our October Q&A. So we are quickly going to take another run through of that updated schedule, and then I'll be back to usher in the debut of this series. The schedule for October has changed from this to this. Last week didn't quite go according to plan, so all those videos have moved around for slots for October. The 2 vlogging episodes have been pushed back 1 week, as has the Clementine Book 2 review and the special #Film Fridays event that I had planned to celebrate my birthday. Everything else, however, has remained the same, including Imaginator Soul Seekers on every Wednesday and Saturday. I've even added an extra video for Monday, October 30th, which will be a top 10 that ties in with the major Skylanders project that premieres the Saturday beforehand on October 28th. The Skylanders Awards also premieres this month, but it's going to be on Thursday, October 26th, as opposed to the original plan, which was for premiere on Saturday, October 7th. This is a much more concrete and solid schedule, which I should have an easier job sticking to. That being said, the debut for Supercharged has been pushed forward by 2 weeks, so let's get into the rest of the debut episode without further ado. Okay, now that that's said and done already, the difficulty we're going to be tackling here is Nightmare Mode, because I want to have an insane challenge. Demolition Derby is where I'm most concerned. I'm assuming that a lot of characters are probably going to be reset during that portion of the playthrough, but we'll have to see. Now, without further ado, we have Hugo speaking to us, because the cutscenes are going to be skipped over. I've watched these cutscenes enough times, I'm sure you guys have as well, so naturally we're going to be pressing the best button video game, the skip button. But now Hugo has very kindly asked us for a land vehicle, so in that case it's going to be the Golden Hot Streak, as we talked about during the introduction to the series. Now, since we have Golden Hot Streak on the portal, I feel as though the only appropriate Skylander to begin this series with is going to be Trigger Happy. After all, he does say, no gold, no glory, and when it comes to the Golden Hot Streak, you can't get any more golden than that, so clearly that means it must be all of the glory. He even has a Spyro hat, so he's going to be honouring his Spyro's Adventure Starter Pack companion, even though Spyro himself cannot be in this game because someone thought it was a good idea to bring back Trigger Happy, Pop Fizz, over Spyro. Some idiot thought that was a good idea, and then they ruined Pop Fizz! Pop Fizz in this game is tragic. I'm not looking forward to supercharging Pop Fizz. As Pop Fizz gets to his supercharger form, I might just, have a little accident. We might have a little accident where Supercharged Pop Fizz is defeated in battle and I'm forced to reset back to his Series 1 form. Though we're not going to do that on purpose, because the whole idea is that I want to build up my score as high as possible. Obviously the highest score I can get is 40, and that is the score we are aiming for, which means that I'm going to need to have all of these Superchargers alive at the end, and in the case of Overall and Jetpack, that means we need to have their legendary Supercharged forms at the very end in order to garner 5 points for each of them. And as for Rollerball, since there's only 3 versions of her to go through, her regular Bone Bash form is worth 3 points rather than regular 2, as it would be technically for second character in her branch. There was an alter ego for Rollerball called Snowball, which looked really freaking sick. The alter egos from Lost Islands always did, and that is why it is a shame that that is not a variant, because in that case we could have introduced that version of Rollerball to the series for another, kind of upgrade chamber of hers, not a literal upgrade chamber in terms of mechanic of the upgrades in this game. But yeah, I think I prefer calling them branches. Trigger Happy branches from Series 1 to Series 2 to his Series 3, and then his Elite form, and the same can be said for Eruptor, Terrafin, and Stealth Elf. Gilgrunt being the only one with a Series 4, he goes from his Series 3 to his Series 4, rather than from his Series 3 to his Elite. Then obviously, Spyro's Adventure were the only ones who received Elites. So Pop Fizz is fortunate enough to have a Light Core, so that can be his branch after the Series 1. Then Jetpack obviously has the additional layer of the branch with his legendary form at the very end. I'm very much over-explaining this right now, but that really does hammer at home the concept of the series and why we should be pumped for it, because it is something incredibly unique. And it's going to be really challenging now that I'm on Nightmare mode, but because these Skylanders aren't ever killed off from the lock entirely, we can only ever lose access to them for one episode if their original form is killed off and then forced to reset in the next episode. So because no characters are permanently killed off, and because we make it to the end no matter what, so long as we don't lose all 8 Series 1s to the darkness, but even on Nightmare mode, I'm not going to be killed off 16 times would have to be in order for me to be unsuccessful against darkness. So in other words, we are going to be making it to the end of the series. The challenge is how many points can we have at the end, which is why I encourage all of you, the viewers during this premiere, yes, let's break the fourth wall, why don't we? I encourage all of you to play along with the series and see what kind of score you can amount to. We're going to make a competition out of this so that then when the final episode premieres, we can share in the comment section of that premiere just how well we've done. And I would love to also hear your predictions in the comment section as to how well I will do in this series. What do we guess my final score will be? Bearing in mind that at the very end I have to face the darkness. So, because he is a vehicle boss fight, it is very likely that at least a couple of my characters are going to be defeated. But luckily, even when a Supercharger is defeated, we can just simply switch back to the original Series 1. We don't need to worry about not being able to access that original Series 1. We can literally just, as soon as that Supercharger is defeated, take them off a portal, place the Series 1 in their wake. I don't know why I'm going out of my way for all the chests, since this isn't going to be a 100% playthrough. We know this already because we're only doing the land vehicle sections rather than doing the sea and the sky sections on top of that. It's going to be a really fast-paced series because this game is really fast-paced as soon as you take out the sea and sky sections. Trust me, this game is infinitely better without them. It's one of those pieces of content where you remove it and the game is somehow infinitely better. You know, imagine if all these open world games had like 50% less escort missions that really bogged down the pacing of the game. You know, everybody's least favourite type of side quest. In that case, those games would be infinitely better every time, every day of the week. I would prefer to have less of those missions. But that being said, there's a pinata up here and it looks really funny. As you can tell, this is a fresh global save, so I'm back to Portal Master Rank 1 and I have no collectibles in the chamber whatsoever. But that's because I haven't, when I'm recording this, preparing for the premiere, I'm yet to have completed the Supercharger Soulseeker series. So I don't want to be playing on my PlayStation 4 because then I'm going to be gathering collectibles rather than getting them for the Soulseeker series, even though I'm meant to be getting all of the collectibles exclusively for that series, so that then we can 100% the game from a fresh save during Soulseekers. So that's why I'm playing on my PlayStation 5 instead, with a brand new global save, also a brand new Spider-Man PlayStation 5 controller, which looks sick, by the way. I love how the buttons change from the black and the white from left to right. Anyway, Chapter 2, which means that Trigger Happy gets to go immediately from his Series 1 to his Series 2 as he upgrades a layer for getting through Chapter 1 successfully. Look at that. Aesthetically, he doesn't look like he's had that much of an improvement, but then, when you usher in the might of his wow pow, oh yes! Take that! Oh, no, that's how you know you're playing with power. Just a reference for NES, which seems almost kind of like a crime, given that I'm currently recording this series on a PlayStation. Even though PlayStation and Nintendo could have had a partnership, but instead Nintendo decided to back out and partner with Philips instead. I'm pretty sure Nintendo are still kicking themselves for that one. Because can you imagine if the PlayStation played Switch games, for example, or just Nintendo games in general, because of a partnership that Sony and Nintendo would possess? Instead, Nintendo wound up giving birth to their biggest competitor, that being the PlayStation, alongside Xbox as well, but, you know, Xbox was likely always going to be its own independent thing. I cannot drive, okay? I am either a drunk driver or just a really bad driver, period. That is why I drive in video games rather than in real life, because in real life there is no way that driving is going to end particularly well. But then again, in real life you also don't tend to find floating islands in the sky, so the realism in this game isn't particularly on point. Anyway, I want all of these gear bits. Gear bits are fantastic. Yeah, there we go. Let's just boost into the wall, why don't we? I really wish that this was one of those racing games where you run into a wall and it just mysteriously disappears. I was playing a racing game not too long ago where a hint popped up saying that if you race into a wall, the wall isn't going to disappear. I'm like, well, that's particularly useful to know. Who saw that coming? That's obviously knowledge that you're not going to get anywhere else now, is it? But say, I'm already having so much more fun knowing I don't need to slog through the sea and sky sections in this game. Die, 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 die. Thank you! Yes, as you can tell, because we have Golden Hot Streak, we therefore have all of the glory. As Trigger Happy puts it, and no gold and no glory. Now die, 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 die. Let's go. Kill him. Kill him with fire! But yeah, say if we were going to use a version of Hot Streak, we were at least going to use its superior version. Otherwise, I'm not really using Hot Streak in the first place, am I? If I'm not using the peak and the pinnacle of vehicular units in this game, then you might as well just not play with vehicles in this game to begin with. Oh, if only that were an option. If only all the vehicle sections were an option in this game, then I'm pretty sure it would be everybody's favourite Skylanders game. Obviously, that's not true in the slightest. Skylanders games are just all so fundamentally playable and fun that literally you could turn around to me and say any one of these 6 games is your favourite and I could instantly understand why.
Things are getting pretty unstable up here, Skylanders.
The only objective game which I think outranks all the others is the one I'm currently playing before you, because despite the vehicle controls being janky, the game does control very well. It has a really good physics engine. No wonder why they basically just copy and pasted it for Imaginators. It ain't broke, so don't fix it. Anyway, Earth, so that means we got to switch out for the might of Series 1 Terrafin, because here we don't need to worry about vehicles matching the corresponding element of the area, only the Skylanders. But because the chapter hasn't yet changed, then Terrafin is still at his base Series 1 form. It isn't until the next chapter where, if he gets through it successfully, he is upgraded to the next layer of his branch. But when we make it to the next chapter, it is the Skylander who's currently on the portal who gets to upgrade their branch. It is not whatever Skylander played through most of the chapter at hand. So in this case, Terrafin will be upgraded via his branch. No matter what, Trigger Happy will be unaffected and he will remain as a Series 2 until he, you know, accesses a new chapter, so to speak. So that means that when we get to Chapter 3 at the end of this vehicle section, Terrafin is going to be able to earn the upgrade to his Series 2 form, and then we will remain as Terrafin if the element of the area remains as Earth. Otherwise, we will switch out for whatever Skylander corresponds with the current element of the area. Oh, I just love explaining rules multiple times. After all, by repeating myself, I'm initiating an effect. That effect being to put emphasis on the very thing I'm repeating. It is hard to misinterpret rules when they are literally being shoved down one's throat right now. If I could reach through this camera right now, take these rules, which definitely exist in a physical form, because that's how my voice works. My voice is apparently physical. Can you not see my voice right now? That aura you see around me, that charm, is from my very physical voice. All jokes aside, those rules, if I could just reach out the camera right now and shove them down your throat, I totally would, even though that sounds like a very cruel thing to do. And last time I checked, I'm supposed to be a nice, wholesome YouTuber, but you know what? Wholesomeness is overrated. Especially since I am notorious for swearing quite often in my videos, and yet somehow I've gotten through 20 minutes of this video without a single swear having been said, which I think for me is some sort of new record. So we have our first Pulled Mouse rank up of the series. We get to gain experience. Alright, that's going to be useful when I'm pretty sure all these characters are level 20 already. Thanks for nothing, you useless game. That being said, we are now at Chapter 3, so it's time to upgrade Terrafin to his Series 2 form. The question is, how long are we going to be remaining as Terrafin if the element of the area changes and I need to swap out to a Skylander corresponding to said element. That being said, at least we get a little present whilst playing as Terrafin with the massive ass horn hat, but I'm going to switch that out because I could do with an armor buff. Water! Alright, seriously, Terrafin's screen time was short-lived because it's time for the might of Gilgrunt. Even the Series 1 is about to be absolutely busted. Plus, I love that combat helmet. For some reason, it suits Gilgrunt really well. Like, it has no right looking this good on his head, and yet here we are. Let's kill the barrels for looking at me funny. They had it coming. You see what I told you? Busted. This is Nightmare Mode, might I remind you, and Gilgrunt is still here making mincemeat out of these fools. Anyway, we could care less about what James Prong has to say. As per the norm, we're going to press the best button of the video game, the skip button, and since we still aren't concerned with 100%, we're not even going to bother with the Skylanders Overdrive matches. And an interesting thing about the name Skylanders Overdrive is that when Superchargers first got leaked and everybody thought it was fake, the original leaked name for it was Skylanders Overdrive. Obviously that wound up being the name of the Skylanders iteration instead. But I just found it so funny that when this game was leaked for the very first time, it was the first time in a while at least where a Skylanders leak actually turned out to be true. And yet that was the leak that everybody believed was fake. Everyone thought Spitfire was a fake Skylander, but then all of a sudden when the Series 2 Chopper gets leaked, oh yeah, this is legit! Let's kill him. Booyah, baby. And let's not forget that we can get all juiced up. That soda, we're going to call it. That soda gives us some sweet old buffs. Now, just like all of the aspects of the game, we're going to blaze through the live wire locks as well. No sparks needed. The quicker we go, the better, because at the end of the day, if we get through these chapters quickly, it means that our characters are going to be leveled up through their branches much quicker as well, which means that we can make it to their supercharger forms quicker. But we have to be ultra careful. There's a lot more risk when supercharger forms come about, given how if a supercharger form dies, we are reset to the Series 1 no matter what. In fact, it doesn't matter what level the Skylander is on their branch, they are reset to level 1 after they are defeated regardless, and they best not get defeated a second time, because otherwise it can't be used throughout the rest of the episode, and yada yada yada. This has been said already. Anyway, this Pinata, once again, obviously he didn't learn anything from his mate back in the jailbreak sequence, because he looks at me funny. I don't get how a pinata can be a he, but here we are. And I feel as though we've initiated Chapter 4 already, and I completely forgot about it. But in the edit, I will obviously on the setup, which I think is pretty cool. Let me know what you guys think of the video layout of the graphics on screen. But obviously, even if I fail to acknowledge that level up through the Skylanders' respective branch, obviously on the video setup it will be changed. So for Series 1 Gilgrunt's case, if he was requiring that of a upgrade along his branch, then on the UI right now you will see the portrait of his Series 2 form rather than his Series 1 form. There's a difference to be noticed there. It's weird for a Series 1 Eruptor to be using the Hot Streak, given that there is a supercharged version of Eruptor that has his own respective vehicle, yet this is the opposite of the burn cycle, the fact that it's a fire vehicle which is not the burn cycle, and it's not even a supercharged form of Eruptor anyway, so even if it was a burn cycle, the alternate fire land vehicle, it wouldn't even matter because regular Eruptor can't supercharge a burn cycle. Let's be honest. Eruptor with a burn cycle is stupid in the first place. I mean, the man doesn't even have hands. How is he supposed to drive? Ignite would have been so much more of a cooler supercharger in this game, and they were picking more bizarre characters as superchargers in this game because they chose Rollerball over Chop Chop. So it clearly wasn't, you know, for utmost classic 8 that they were picking, because otherwise Chop Chop would have been picked over Rollerball for being more classic and more iconic to a franchise than Rollerball could ever dream of.
Thank you, Skylander.
And this is coming from a guy who loves Rollerball, but her Bone Bash iteration is fantastic. It's not as good as the original, because the original was so good that the Supercharged version had a lot to live up to. Bone Bash Rollerball is my favourite non-Nintendo character in this game. So in terms of characters you can actually access on the PlayStation and Xbox versions, Bone Bash Rollerball is my favourite Supercharger. Even then, she doesn't live up to the original, so that should show you how good the original Rollerball is. Because Series 1 Eruptor ushered in the dawn of Chapter 5, that means that the Series 1 Eruptor managed to get upgraded to, as you can see before me right now, a Series 2 Eruptor. Without further ado, let's get him. onto the portal. Now, further rules stimulate that whenever an element of the area pops up, I must switch out to the Skylander corresponding to the element and can't switch out again until the element of the area changes once more. Now, there's next to my face cam the score. The score is increased by which version of a Skylander we've currently managed to make our way up to. So for the sake of Series 2 Eruptor, he is worth 2 points, as opposed to Series 1 Eruptor, who is worth only 1 point. We want to get as close to those 40 points as possible by the end of the series. Now, the vehicle sections, we only have to worry about the land vehicle sections, which is why we have Golden Hot Streak on the portal, because Golden Hot Streak is Hot Streak, but better in every conceivable way because it's decked out in gold. Everyone knows that gold automatically makes things 1,000 times better by default. So yes, as you can tell, most of Chapter 5 has been beaten already, which means that Eruptor is going to get to spawn into Cloud Breather's Crag as soon as Chapter 6 begins. Because Eruptor is ushering in the dawn of a new chapter, he'll get to upgrade to his next version even, which would be for Series 3 Eruptor. My apologies for starting on the way there. But the problem with this series is that when a Skylander is defeated in battle, they are not classed as dead, something far worse happens. They are downgraded to their Series 1 version. It doesn't matter which version of the Skylander they were during the moment of their defeat, they will be downgraded to their Series 1 no matter what. And then if the Series 1 is defeated in battle afterwards, then they are striked out of the current episode at hand, and then when they return in the next episode, they are reset. But it's not just the Series 1 that's reset. It's every single other character afterwards, so the Series 1, the Series 2, the Series 3, in Gilbert's case, the Series 4, and the Supercharger, every single version of that character will be reset, which is a really great motivator as to not get defeated with that Series 1 character, mind you. So those are pretty much rules and regulations. One thing I did neglect to mention in the previous episode was the banked score. So basically we get to add to the banked score whenever we usher in a new chapter with a Skylander who's already been supercharged. So for example, if a supercharged Deep Dive Gilgrunt makes it to the next chapter, there isn't a stage which we can go to after that, so those points will go to waste. That's why we can bank that score and then use those points at the very end of the series in order to upgrade our remaining characters. So say for example we make it to the end with a bank score of 1 and there is only one Skylander who haven't supercharged yet. We can use that 1 bank score in order to supercharge them and earn those 40 points. We are on Nightmare mode though, so the final vehicle boss of the game, that being the Darkness, is going to be a boss which is easier said than done when it comes to getting through it completely undefeated. Let's destroy these crates because they look to me funny. No other reason. I didn't realise that my Series 2 Eruptor wasn't yet at level 20. That was interesting. I'm pretty sure he's fully upgraded at least. If he wasn't before, he certainly will be in due time, given that he has 18,000 gold to boot. But yeah, in the previous episode, I also didn't even mention the fact that the background for the layout is the same as the current chapter we're playing through in the episode. So today, the background has changed to the Cloud Breather's Crag as opposed to the Rift into Skylands. It's interesting to change up the background based upon the current level we're playing through for the episode at hand, and the thumbnail background also changes to match that of the background of the layout. So this, so the thumbnail for this second episode reflects basically the state of my cast going into the episode. Ooh, Earth Element. That means we have the might of Series 2 Terrafin to look forward to. But as I've said before, Hugo rudely interrupted me. It's the background for this thumbnail that changes to that of the Cloud Breather's Crag, as well as our cast. So you'll see on the thumbnail that there was transparent renders of Series 2 Terrafin, Series 2 Trigger Happy, Series 2 Gilgrunt, and Series 2 Eruptor, because going into this episode, those were the versions of the characters that we managed to upgrade to, and those were that was the state of the cast at the end of the debut episode. I should go as far to say. Anyway, let's be opening this up. Get all my stuff on the side and get a very appropriate Soul Gem along the way, because we're getting the Soul Gem for Sharkshooter Terrafin, a character which we get to look forward to playing as later when we manage to get Terrafin Supercharged. So let's preview him and have a little teaser of what's to come. AKA the greatest version of Terrafin ever produced, because this version of Terrafin is actually fast-paced and fun to play as. This original Terrafin I have on the portal right now, sure, he's powerful, but he's no fun to play as because his moveset has no flow whatsoever. It makes him a very slow-paced and dull character in my opinion. Granted, my opinion is probably wrong because there is a large majority of this fan base that would disagree with that statement. Terrafin is a particularly beloved character, which is why he got brought back for a Supercharger form in this game in the first place. Wow, that witch picture cannot aim apparently. So let's take them all down. Boom! Get wrecked. That's what we have a belly flop for. Ow. That was painful, much pain. Let's try not to get defeated in the very second episode, even though for me that's definitely a strong possibility, given how I am very not good at these games. Okay, you guys have got to go now. You are annoying me, as they say. And boom! There you go, that's more like it. Ow. Never mind, that's not more like it at all because I took a lot of damage there. Luckily, there's this guy right here who can give us some advice and who did not just drop that food. Ooh, that was a very nutritious hot dog. I've not had a more nutritious hot dog in the history of Skylanders, which is a long and rich history, so that's really saying something. Anyway, this guy is going to continue to explain the puzzle as we just go on ahead and beat the puzzle without the need of his input. I mean, it's quite self-explanatory. Anyway, this is not 100% series, which is why we're not doing the Sea and Sky vehicle section, so we're not even going to bother doing the puzzles in this section either, involving the different battle gong symbols. There'll be no point because we have no need for the supercharger vaults here. But yes, I'm very much looking forward to this series, seeing what score I can acquire along the way. And those of you who are watching these episodes at home, feel free to play along and let me know what your score is. It would be really cool to make a little competitive series out of this to see who can garner the highest score. Maybe even record the series if you wanted to. It would be really great to have that alternate perspective. Plus, everybody's playthrough will be different because elements that pop up are based on absolute RNG. It's completely random which elements pop up and where. So everybody's playthrough is naturally going to be different because they're going to be playing different characters at different times. Like right now, for example, I'm playing as Terrafin, but in someone else's playthrough, maybe Tech will pop up, so they can play in Trigger Happy instead. Boom, let's take them out. Yeah, it's nice to be doing a series for once where when my characters are defeated, they don't stay dead. It's kind of bizarre not having that as a rule, because even in series outside of the Nuzlocke series, I still wind up having that rule in place. So this time around, I felt it would be nice to do something a little different. Without further ado though, let's pop into the Golden Hot Streak. Continue throughout the rest of the level, where after this vehicle section, I believe we usher in another brand new chapter, so whoever is on the portal at the time will be able to be leveled up, so to say. They'll be able to move along to their next version, getting ever so closer to that supercharger form where they can be. As the title implies, supercharged. I cannot drive. Apparently, a man who cannot drive is playing a driving video game. There is no greater combination of a game and a gamer in known history. It's like a horse rider who cannot ride, teaching horse riding lessons for a living. You know, it's like Flynn, for world's worst pilot being the pilot of the ship. Anyway, let's go on ahead and boost our way through here. I tell you what, all this booting does make me feel supercharged already. This game really does present you with so much power when you get through these vehicle sections, because they're so much fun, so much fast-paced. And they are also of the tech element right now, which means we get to switch out for the debut of Series 1 Trigger Happy. It's not even Series 1 Trigger Happy, I put the wrong one on the portal. We have to be placing onto the portal right now, none other than Series 2 Trigger Happy, because the tech element has popped up, which means that by the time this vehicle section is dealt with, we will likely be moving along to the Big Bang version of Trigger Happy. Get that Swap Force representation up in here, and that's important given that Swap Force, when this video goes live, will be celebrating its 10-year anniversary, a decade of being swappable, unstoppable. Yeah, that was just a plug to my own video. Why the hell not, right? Oh boy, I'm going all over the place. Apparently I can't control myself. So much about the vehicle sections being fun and fast-paced, like I said earlier. The lack of control right now is turning this into a more infuriating section than anything else. Anyway, let's kill some stuff, because they had it coming for looking at me funny. These are vehicles that don't even have, like, faces, and yet somehow they still found a way to look at me funny. That's kind of impressive, not gonna lie. Anyway, I still cannot drive. A man who cannot drive plays a driving video game. Let me just reorientate that for you. You know, in case it wasn't clear enough that I am playing a driving game right now. Even though, ironically enough, I cannot drive. Okay, let's take him out. That's a lot of explosions. We like to see it. Explosions are good. Explosions are fun. Michael Bay would approve of this right now. In fact, this is exactly the manner in which Michael Bay would direct this video game. Only that he'd make the explosions bigger. There'd also be an explosion for every point of contact, not just defeating enemies. You know, Michael Bay likes putting explosions within his explosions. Transformers movies, they feature explosionception, explosions within explosions. It's glorious, at least for explosion lovers like the director of those films. And there we go, that last fella who was hiding from us is finally as good as dead. Now we're going to get a massive frame rate drop as well as the gates opening up. These frame rate drops hardly ever happen on the PlayStation 4, so I'm feeling as though that's a result of me playing these PlayStation 4 games through my PlayStation 5. That being said, let's just stare down you, the viewer at home. I hope you're terrified, I hope you just squealed, I hope that someone walked into the room whilst you were squealing at my hard stare, and now you're embarrassed. That would be great. I don't know why that would be great, just would be great. So there's the Lens Star having been completed, and we are that much closer to Portal Master ranking up. But let's see, are we going to usher in the dawn of a new chapter? We are indeed, City Under Sea, which means that Trigger Happy gets to move along to his next version, the Big Bang version. Bang! And the universe was created, because everyone knows that the Big Bang isn't just a theory, that is the way it actually happened. They made a whole show around it. They made a whole show around it, which means that therefore the theory must be truth. That's how it works. Believe everything you read. Okay, so let's see, we have ourselves a hat. Yeah, it's like a hat really, but we're going to wear it because it gives me plus maximum health. And Trigger Happy, with the lack of a health bar he has right now, could really be doing with some extra health. Then again, pretty much anyone, no matter how high their health bar is, they could always do with more health. You know, more health isn't exactly something that I'm going to avoid. Having more health isn't exactly going to hurt us in any way. It can't do anything but help us, in fact. And speaking of stuff that can't do anything but help us, Series 2 Gilgrunt, it's time for some overpoweredness. I'm going to feel sorry for these enemies right now, and join me in feeling sorry for these enemies because they are about to face a whole new level of obliteration that they never before conceived as a possibility. Kill it! Kill it with water! Ha ha! There's only one thing superior to killing it with water and killing it with fire, and that's killing it with water. Get him! We have a wish stone! Sweet! Ow, that was pain. Not cool, man. Not cool. Yeah, take my wow power to the face, sucker! Okay, let's charge with wow power again. And boom! I mean, it would be even more efficient if there was two other enemies to take to the face the other anchors that I launched at them. But you know what? A 3-on-1 type dealio is a bit overkill, to say the least, and I am okay with that. Okay, let's kill these things right now. Grab some corn along the way, because that corn, just like the hot dog, was incredibly nutritious. But now I'm falling off the stage, which is just the last thing you want to do, because in Superchargers, you take fall damage. I actually quite like that. Makes it more intense approach and platforming. Anyway, let's grab the gingerbread and nullify all of the damage dealt to us by the fall we had earlier. It was a pretty nasty fall. We fell into water, and yet, as a fish, we took damage from that. Imagine being a fish and you die because you live in water. Well, I suppose as a fish you do die eventually anyway. And there are some very dangerous and freaky looking creatures down there in the water. You know, I wouldn't want to come face to face with some of the terrifying creatures of the sea depths. But luckily they are millions, well not millions, but they are hundreds upon hundreds of miles below me in the sea right now, so my chances of running into them in a day-to-day basis are particularly slim. To say those creatures of the sea are terrifying. So I suppose that maybe, yes, maybe a fish living in the water isn't the best thing, but it's not exactly what's killing it. Being alive is what's killing it. You start dying from the moment you were born. Let that sink in for a moment. Oh man, that is one real negative outlook on the world. What's the point in living? Because from the moment you start living, you start dying. So let's kill this barrier for looking at me funny. No reason. That's a really great way to light the moon, isn't it? You know, I drop an absolute A-bomb on you guys, and all of a sudden, barriers are looking to be funny. A very sharp contrast in tone that right there, but we all know that that's not going to be the title of the episode, because the title of the episode is going to draw emphasis upon the fact that a man who cannot drive is playing a driving video game. You can say that's an ironic statement, and I love myself a good sense of irony. Ooh, don't mind if we do. Yes, heal ourselves up and grab treasure along the way. Abso-freaking-lutely, baby. I mean, Gilgrunt, unlike my Trigger Happies from earlier, he is not yet fully maxed out in gold, so more gold the merrier. Okay, let's kill them. Sweet. Yeah, a lot of these characters, because so many of them are sold at this point, so many of them are maxed out. Probably the only reason that this version of Gilgrunt isn't maxed out is due to the fact that he probably bought something from Oryx Shop at one point in one of my other save files. Okay, now that's been reassembled. Boom! We be gonging it up. Yeah. Gong it off the hook? Oh my gosh, this guy is honey. Anyway, a little bit of quick maths for you all. So with our score, to get to maximum score, we need to upgrade 30 times, because that is 4 times for 7 characters, and 7 4s are 28. That's how multiplication tables work. And then there's 2 additional levels for Ruler Brawl, so 28 plus 2 makes it 30. So we have 52 chapters to get through 30 like upgrades, so to say. Anyway, Gilgrunt has now leveled himself up to his Anchors Away iteration for Series 3, so already Gilgrunt is halfway towards becoming Supercharged. Emphasis on the D right there. But say, that leaves us actually very little margin for error, because we can have 5 points and all of a sudden be brought all the way back down to 1 with one simple mistake if a Supercharger form gets defeated in battle. So already, that would leave us with 48 possible level ups and 30 to go. You know, in other words, it decreases our chances of it decreases our possibility of getting that 40, that perfect 40. My plan at the moment is basically just don't die, and my plan is also to obey rules, which means that it's time for the might, once again, of Series 2 Terrafin. This guy can't catch a break, you know, he's been playing a lot through this level, but he hasn't yet managed to level up past his Series 2 version, because when he had the opportunity to during the last vehicle section, instead we had to switch out the Trigger Happy mid-vehicle section, and he got the level up instead. Okay, let's take him out. Take him out, I say! Take him out! And then there's other poor fellas like Pop Fizz and Rollerball who haven't even had their debut yet. Kinda stinks for them. Wow, Cloudy Dragon just kind of came in and took everything out for us. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Kinda wish the Cloudy Dragon would do that more often. But now it's time for the best damn section of the whole video game. Because we get to drive along the back of a freaking dragon. I don't need to say anymore. I feel as though what I just said kind of speaks for itself. This is the best damn section of the video game. Why have they really spoiled the rest of the game after this point by putting the best part of the game during the very second chapter is beyond me. But yet here we are with the best damn part of the game. And can't you tell, I am loving it, to quote McDonald's, which is now in Loki Season 2 for some reason.
I'm not going anywhere until I get some apple pie.
Why the hell not, right? I mean, if there's anything that really just belongs in Loki Season 2, it is McDonald's. McDonald's and Loki, you know, like 2 peas in a pod. They are essential for one another's existence. Oh dear, that was jank. It might be the best part of the whole damn game, but that doesn't stop it from being particularly strange when it comes to the physics. But that being said, it looks like Terrafin is finally going to be getting that level up through his branch as we switch out, without further ado, to his knockout version. He has earned this right after having completed that previous chapter. On his lonesome too, because that entire chapter was nothing but one vehicle section, a land vehicle section though, so it's actually a much tolerable vehicle section. So long as it's not sea or sky, then the vehicle sections are okay in this game. That's pretty much how it goes. I don't make up rules, I just reinforce them. Anyway, let's be hitting that ignition key, because we're not too worried about about collecting all of the different sparks. So 1 will be sufficient, and it will leave us right on the edge of another Portal Master rank up. And those Portal Master rank ups are going to be useful for buffing up our characters. At the moment, all what we're really getting from the level ups is like increased gold and experience, which for characters like Terrafin, that really does go to waste. But later on in the game, we get buffs such as Earth Skylanders getting like a protective shield, and so that for Terrafin would be particularly useful. Now, whenever an element pops up that we don't have a corresponding character for, like Light and Dark, for example, because there are no Light and Dark representatives in this series, whenever that happens, I remain as the Skylander who's currently on the Portal of Power. So in this case, that's obviously going to be Terrafin. So clearly, Terrafin is our MVP for this level, because he has really been carrying the weight of this entire level on his shoulders thus far. But luckily, that means that when we complete Cloud Reaver's Crag, we get to upgrade Terrafin to his elite version. And that's going to be very useful when we go through vehicle sections, because we're going to have increased health. So yeah, more health from area is going to be very difficult to defeat an enemy, to defeat a Skylander, I should say, who has health as maxed out as what the elites do. Very difficult for the enemies indeed, and the harder we make it for the enemies, the more beneficial it is for us, obviously. Right now I'm just speaking absolute common sense, but you'd be surprised the number of people who seemingly lack common sense. Luckily none of my viewers, all of my viewers possess common sense, because they are watching the video right now. They are spending their time in the wisest, most way possible, so they are very smart. My viewers, very smart for picking to watch this video right now. Well done! Give yourself a pat on the back for being one of the smartest human beings on the planet for watching this video right now. But say, other folks who don't watch the videos, who have no common sense because they're not watching this video right now, they're doing something actually valuable with their time. Those people are fools, so they obviously need it being explained to them. And yes, I meet no end of people in real life who lack common sense. It's not even that they're stupid, they just don't have, they don't possess common sense. Not possessing common sense and being stupid are two very different things. At the end of the day, a character like Sheldon Cooper does not possess common sense, especially when it comes to social interaction. But the man is hella freaking smart. Ow. That was much pain. But luckily, my sharks are taking revenge for me. Yeah, get 'em! Hey! Stop that. You know that every time you hit me, my Doom Sharks are going to take it out on you, right? My mini sharks do not like it when Daddy Shark gets hit. And boom, baby. How do we do the wow power with this guy? So this button? Oh yeah, it's that button, alright. Got him! Okay, now we just have this final phase to go and Terrafin can finally make it to his elite form. Now, the main benefit of moving from Series 2 Terrafin to Series 3 Terrafin is that we get this awesome wow power right here. We get to continue with our Earthberry after we've done kind of like this attack, whatever you want to call it, feeding attack. Then again, pretty much everything with Terrafin has to do with feeding, because sharks feed a lot. Sharks need a lot of protein, what can I say? That's why they eat so many fish. Ow, that was painful, much pain. Luckily, the enemies have friendly fire on in this game, so that big guy there, that spinny guy, he's defeating all of the little guys. We love to see it, we do. We love to see it. Yes! Kill them! Kill all the other little guys! Kill them all! Ow, never mind, now I'm dying. That is not convenient. Again, would rather not die in the second episode, thank you very much, but, you know, I'm clearly asking too much, especially given that this is Terrafin right now, who is garbage. Where is his supercharged version when you need it? His supercharged version would be doing just fine right now, because he wouldn't be slow, and he could hit these guys from afar. Imagine how useful that would be. Oh wait, never mind, I found some food. Okay, we're fine again. I repeat, we are fine again. This is fine. This is what being fine looks like. It's like that meme of the guy where the entire house is burning around him. Everything is on fire. Literally everything that could be on fire is on fire. And yet there he is, sat in the middle. This is fine. Yeah, that's this entire situation, can't it? Boom, let's get him. I do love how he can do that wow power follow up with an earth burrow. It's one of the only things about this guy's moveset that does actually flow. Oh, and it also it stuns them for a bit, so it stuns them, and then you can bring in the earth burrow attack. So in other words, knockout Terrafin makes Terrafin a better Skylander, but even then, only by a minuscule fraction. But just like that, the Cloud Breather has been saved, and this episode already is coming to an end because this game is so fast-paced when you don't have sea and sky sections being a drag on the pacing all the time. I love this game right now. I love it so much when only land vehicle sections are included. The only good vehicle section in this game that isn't of the land variety is the sea section in Captain Cluck's Chicken HQ. And even then, that's just because half of that section you are on foot rather than in your vehicle. That's what makes it the best sea section, nothing else. That being said, all of this stuff, we're going to be enjoying that in the next episode, where we will also get to debut with Eon's Elite Terrafin rather than his knockout version, because we have ushered in a new chapter with knockout Terrafin, which has granted him the right to continue on to the next phase of his branch, which means Eon's Elite Terrafin. It really is as self-explanatory as that, but if you ever do forget rules, you can always check that out in the description. I just explain them again at the beginning of the video, because I'm a nice guy like that and I explain rules. Terrafin in the previous episode completed the previous chapter as knockout Terrafin. That means that as a reward for completing the chapter, Terrafin gets to move up to the next version of his chain, and that version is going to be, if I don't drop it that is, the Elite Terrafin. So without further ado, now that we have upgraded to the Elite Terrafin, it's time to place him onto that portal power back there. Oh, it's feeding tired, alright. And so we are working our way up those chains of these different versions of characters until they become supercharged. And a supercharged version of a character is worth 5 points, which is why when you multiply 5 by the 8 characters in our cast, we have a maximum possible score of 40. Our goal is to get as high a score as possible after having defeated the darkness. Now, as for the game's completion, I only need to worry about getting from the beginning of the game to the credit sequence at the very end. There's no need to worry about 100% completion in between, which means that there are no sky and sea sections to worry about in this gameplay series, which is going to make it the greatest Supercharged gameplay series on the face of the planet. I mean, you take out the content in this game, specifically for sea and the sky sections, and you make it an infinitely better game. Pretty shocking that, but here we are, where we are going to get to experience the best vehicle parts of the game here. For land vehicle sections, they are by far the superior vehicle sections in this game. But that being said, there is also the bank score. Now, whenever a Skylander who's already supercharged completes a chapter, we add 1 point to the bank score, and that bank score can be used to upgrade through the different versions of any character of our choice at any moment of our choice. So in other words, rather than because obviously when a Skylander is supercharged, they can't get past that state. That's already the highest they're at. So rather than that chapter reward going to waste on a Skylander who cannot go past their current state, who cannot be any more supercharged than they are already, instead of that point going to waste, it's instead added to the bank score, which can be used on any Skylander at any point in time. It really is simple as that. It's a great way to make sure that those points aren't going to waste whether supercharged characters complete chapters of their own. These guys have got to go, man. They look to be funny, so I think that's justification and reason enough as to committing murder against them. I murder thee. Now, as you can tell from the results of these vehicles right now, we are playing on Nightmare mode to make this infinitely more difficult. Luckily though, no matter what, Skylanders cannot be defeated, well, they can be defeated in battle, but they cannot be classed as dead. Instead, when a Skylander is defeated in battle, they are reset to the beginning of their respective chain. So no matter what version of the character we're playing as, they are reset back to their Series 1 iteration if they are defeated in battle. And then if that Series 1 is defeated in battle afterwards, their original version, so to say, if that's defeated in battle, then when it comes to the next episode, obviously the Skylander at hand can be brought back, but every single version of that character along their chain will be reset, not just the original. So if Series 1 Trick Happy is defeated in battle, he is not classed as dead. Instead, something far worse happens where Series 1, Series 2, Series 3, Elite, and Double Air Trigger Happy, they all get their process reset. It's a true travesty. But what's not so tragic is the fact that this is the first time I'm recording this series on my 4K television. Of course, the gameplay that's being recorded isn't being recorded in 4K, rather unfortunate that. The Skylanders games aren't even in 4K. But the television is huge and I can see every possible minute detail. This game looks glorious on that television behind me, even though I do have to kind of look up at it, which is why Facecam right now is mostly focused on my chin. But that's alright because my chin is my best feature, so it's actually lucky for you lot that you guys get to focus upon it. So yeah, I hope you'll continue to enjoy the cheap face cam as we skip over the unnecessary deep sleep by pressing the best button of the video game for skip button. So those are rules and regulations of the series. Despite the tragic start with the fact that we no longer are using golden hot streak and we're instead using regular hot streak in its place, despite that tragedy, something great happened, and it's not just my 4K television that we're celebrating in this episode. We are celebrating the return as well of Skylanders Lost Islands. This is insane. For those of you who got into Skylanders past 2015, you're not even going to know what Skylanders Lost Islands is. But it was a Skylanders mobile game, which was essentially a village builder with lots of different gameplay layers to it. But it was just a really great way for fans of Skylanders to celebrate a more portable Skylanders experience that wasn't on the 3DS, so to say. You could build up your village in very unique manners so that then your village was unique to you. You could unlock Skylanders and send them on adventures. It was just a really, really fun game that absorbed hours upon hours of my childhood. Some days I played Lost Islands more than I did play the actual games themselves. Lost Islands truly was the peak of what mobile Skylanders games had to offer. And now it's back! That is pretty awesome after it having been unavailable for years now, to be able to re-experience it on computers with emulators, specifically BlueStacks emulation. And then you can also download it on old versions of Androids, which is epic. It really goes to show how this community can come back together to revive things that we treasured so dearly in our childhood. Anyway, these things have got to go. I need to be punching them, man. I need to be punching them. So we have actually ushered in the dawn of a new chapter already, which means that Terrafin is going to be our first character to become Supercharged. That's where the series gets its namesake from, so you could bet I'm excited about having granted myself the opportunity to finally get Terrafin Supercharged, because this is by far his superior version that ever conceived for Passion. I mean, yes, the Elite Terrafin has a ridiculous health bar, and it deals absurd damage, but none of that can quite possibly stack up to projectiles. Oh yeah, now these enemies are going to be facing some absolute pure and utter death. And as we talked about in the previous episode, whenever Light and Dark pops up, because they do not have representatives within the cast corresponding with them, instead we remain as the current Skylander portable power for Light and Dark. Anyway, here we are. Let's help these folks out a little bit. Kind of get those clouds out of here, man. Get them out of here. Because the clouds remind me of the golden hot streak. This was the face I pulled at just about every single moment of the Telltale Walking Dead finale. That was one hell of a way to end that game. And I was very emotionally distraught, okay? I had to pause the game midway through that episode because I just couldn't handle the emotional trauma that the game was putting me through. And it's what resulted in one of the greatest endings of gaming history. Why else do you think I called the video dedicated to that episode one of the greatest endings in gaming history? You know, it was a very accurate title to that one. And after that, they just had to go and ruin the ending with 2 Clementine books, the second one of which I've been dreading reading, so I haven't read it yet. I do not want to tarnish my beloved character, because the character in those comics, despite her having the name Clementine on the cover and like in the illustrations, that is not Clementine. That is fucking Tangerine is who that is. Anyway, let's kill these folks. I bring you death and more death. Yes, let's get him. But one thing I was not expecting was to have a Skylander Supercharged so early into the series, which means that with a Supercharged character, we have gained access to the Supercharger gates, and we are absolutely going to take advantage because this is going to have treasure, experience, and more importantly, an elemental switch out. So thanks to that elemental switcher, which is going to activate any moment now, the corresponding style of the tech element is Trigger Happy. We've got Trigger Happy up to his Big Bang iteration, thanks to him completing the land vehicle section in Cloud Beaver's Crag. So that now, when we usher in the dawn of a new chapter, rather than that going to waste with Terrafin, we are going to be able to utilize it to bring Trigger Happy up to the next version in his chain, mind you. It's going to be great to see Trigger Happy be upgraded. Of course, it wouldn't have mattered had Supercharged Terrafin, specifically Sharpshooter Terrafin, that is the name he goes by after all. But yeah, it wouldn't have really mattered if Sharpshooter Terrafin had ushered in the new chapter, because rather than the point going to waste, it would have just been added to the bank score instead. But I'd rather save the bank score for later and have these Skylanders upgraded through their chambers as soon as possible, and that's much easier to do when we can access a Supercharged gate, get a shit ton of rewards along the way, and also get to upgrade Trigger Happy to his next version when we usher in the dawn of a new chapter, mind you. Yes, and we also get all this sweet buffed up tech ability! Boom! Baby, let's take them out. Simple as that, really. We're also going to grab the watermelon along the way, because it seems as though Double Dare Big Bang Trigger Happy took some damage. Not Double Dare Trigger Happy. The only thing those characters have in common is the fact that they're both Trigger Happys, and the fact that both of their names are alliterative. You know, gotta love ourselves some Big Bang and Double Dare. You know what would have been even better? A Big Bang Double Dare Trigger Happy. I know that's a bit of a mouthful, but boy, would I have loved to have seen that. A Big Bang Double Dare Trigger Happy would have been so much cooler than a Power Blue Double Dare Trigger Happy, which is, you know, it makes me suffer. Every fibre of my being suffers immensely knowing that Power Blue Double Dare Trigger Happy is a variant that exists, because the figurine looks awful. But it does at least offer a more common and cheaper fashion in which to acquire a Double Dare Trigger Happy. That's the only good thing about Power Blue Double Dare Trigger Happy, the fact that it's an easier way to get access to Double Dare Trigger Happy. It's like Jingle Bell's Chompy Mage. Jingle Bell's Chompy Mage kinda sucks, not gonna lie, but it does at least offer a cheaper and more accessible fashion in which to acquire a Chompy Mage. At least it's not like Wildstorm and Robo, where there's only one version of those characters. No, at least with Green Chompy Mage, you don't have to get the Green Chompy Mage with its absurd rarity and price tag attached. You can at least get the Jingle Bells Chompy Mage in replacement of it. But just like that, all roads lead to Ruin, where we get to switch out for Trigger Happy's next version in his chain, the Elite. Yeah, it's time to access for Elite members of the cast. We have Elite Trigger Happy to be enjoying, which means we're only one upgrade within Trigger Happy's chain away from him becoming Supercharged. So, depending on what the element of the area is going to be for the vehicles, it's going to be Earth, so that means that our time with Elite Trigger Happy is going to be very short-lived. Instead, we switch back to Sharpshooter Terrafin. And when we usher in the dawn of a new chapter, we're going to have to add one to our bank score, rather than Trigger Happy receiving another upgrade to get to his supercharged form. But that's the thing, we haven't even seen the debut of Pop Fizz and Roll Roll in this series as of just yet. And that's purely because we don't go through vehicle sections. The element of the area is based on the vehicles rather than the Skylanders. So for land vehicle sections, the only vehicles that received... Well, the only elements that received land vehicles were Earth, Fire, Tech, and Undead. So every single land vehicle section in the game is going to be one of those elements, which means that characters like Sharpshooter Terrafin here are going to be seen very commonly in this series. He is going to be commonplace, especially during the land vehicle sections, because Earth is one of the 4 elements that can be seen during said land vehicle sections, mind you. Let's kill some stuff! It looked at me funny, so it deserves murder. Let it be stated, let it be known that if something looks at you funny, kill it. It holds up in a court of law, I promise. If you tell everyone, if you tell the jury in a court of law that they were murdered because they looked at you funny, they will instantly understand and all of your crimes will be forgiven on the spot. Even the family of the victim will understand that it had to be done, okay? The person looked at you funny, that murder was justified. Hopefully what I'm saying here doesn't result in anyone being murdered, because I am very clearly joking. Do not go around murdering people, okay? It's kind of not cool. Don't do that. Let's murder these things. There you go. That's what we're talking about.
I am sending some very mixed messages this video. One moment, it's murder is okay. The next, no, not so much. And there is a massive frame rate dip. Thank you for nothing, you useless video game. That is what I get for playing this on a PlayStation 5. How dare I play inferior hardware? Well, how dare I use inferior software on superior hardware? The PlayStation 5 right now is just like Soundwave. It is superior, whereas everything else is inferior. At the end said, we have cutscenes where I get to press the video game for skip button and mayhem at the market. Already at chapter 13, we are adding to our banked score because Terrafin cannot be upgraded any further past his supercharged form. And now we're back to tech, which means that as soon as Trigger Happy completes this section, we're going to move along to his supercharged form, Double Dare Trigger Happy, where once again that version isn't going to be able to be upgraded past its current version. We're going to add so much to that bank score before we even put Pop Fizz onto the portal. And that's because elements in this game are chosen at random. So this section isn't always of the tech element. Sometimes it will be of the air element or of the undead element. And those, what element it picks isn't entirely random. It is based on what Skylanders you use most. So if you use tech Skylanders the most, then tech is more likely going to appear as the randomly generated element of the area. But of course, it is still random at the end of the day, so you will receive other elements. It's just that the chances of tech popping up if you play tech characters a lot are increased. It's still a random chance, but a greater random chance. Now hurry up and die already, you're being so rude! We have 2 wish stones to call our own, but I would prefer, you know, not play the same characters over and over again rather than wish stones. Seems as though Trigger Happy and Terrafin are the only characters the game wants us to play. Yeah, that's nice, Raina. I would really love to see the debut of Pop Fizz and Marvel already, but I'm clearly asking too much. But luckily, the next episode is going to be the Halloween special, where we tackle Land of the Undead. And Land of the Undead is commonplace in the vehicle sections, at least, for the undead element to pop up. So, at the bare minimum, we're guaranteed to see the debut of Rollerball in the next episode. Now die, you frickin' prick! Die already! Die some more! This isn't what death looks like. Oh wait, I have no WoW powers with this character. That's one thing I do miss about the Elites, not having WoW powers, but at least he was absurdly powerful, as you saw from the absolute obliteration of the enemies right there. Anyway, will you guys shut up and let me mesmerise the section already? We do have these lightning thingamabobs to be dealing with because we didn't take down the Storm Sequencer as part of the C section. Completing that C section would have made this section a little bit easier, not having to deal with the electric traps, but you know what? It was worth the sacrifice. Risking my Skylander's life for the sake of the electric traps, it is worth it because it meant that I didn't have to deal with the C-section. The C-section is awful, just like every other C-section of the video game. Without further ado, we're going to preview Deep Dive Gilgrunt as a little teaser of what's to come with Gilgrunt's chain of characters, mind you. We will eventually work our way through his chain to where he will become supercharged, and he will become that very same character you just saw being previewed before you. Pretty neat all that. Pretty neat indeed. Anyway, will you folks just die on me? That would be much appreciated. Okay, cool. Let's take out all of them. And we can even deal with the puzzle as we deal with the combat at hand. A very efficient means of dealing with this current section because we can complete both the puzzle and defeat the enemies all at once in one fell swoop. Boom! Let's take them out. There you go. That's more like it. Let's grab all this treasure and ring the bell because we're getting through this as fast as ASAP. It makes the series very fast-paced and fun because we're effectively speedrunning the game because we don't need to worry about 100% completion for once. Anyway, clear skies ahead means that we get to usher in the debut of Trigger Happy's Supercharged form. And already we have Supercharged, both Trigger Happy and Terrafin. And we are the 3rd episode in. This is turning quite successful so far. And we have a bank score, which we can use to upgrade the versions of certain characters at any point of our choosing. But we're best to save that bank score for the very end of the series, because it is inevitable that we're going to lose some characters to the Mighty Darkness. That is an inevitability, so the higher our bank score, the better, because then we're going to be able to upgrade the versions of characters who were defeated against Darkness. It will mean that our score at the very end, we have a stronger chance of attaining that perfect 40. Looks like we're going back to Earth again, because clearly we haven't seen enough of Sharkshot Terrapin in this episode already. This is just kind of like the Terrapin Shrine, this entire episode. If you could, like, make it into a physical, mannerism, then you could place it upon a shrine and call it the Terrapin Shrine. That's what this episode is. This episode in its entirety is the Terrapin Shrine. This is what a Terrapin Shrine looks like. And I don't even like Terrapins, so this kind of stinks. This is stinky right now. What's also stinky is that my vehicle has seen better days, so I have to be very careful here, because the last thing I want to do is all of my progress being reset of Terrapin. We only just supercharged him, okay? Let's not lose all that. I would hate that. I would hate it so much.
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
Okay, fine, let's drive through it, so long as you give me some spatters along the way. That would be much appreciated, dude. Would love to see that. We would love to see it. But instead they're attacking me, which I think is rude. How about you attack me less and heal me up more? How does that plan sound? I like that plan, actually. That's a good plan. Shield! I want the shield! Thank you, video game. I really needed that shield. Now, where are spanners when you really, really need them? This is what I get for losing Gold Hot Streak, okay? This is my punishment for using bleh, boring regular Hot Streak. Disgusting, man, disgusting. Okay, we've got to be careful of all of the lightning along the way, which is easier said than done because we are faster than lightning. Ooh, how nice! He's holding a ball in our honor. Anyway, let's hit the brakes and try to avoid these homing thingamabobs. Play this safe rather than sorry. Die! Die, you stinking balls of death that I do not like very much. Ow! Especially when you hit me. I like you even less now. That's really saying a lot because I didn't like you to begin with. Okay, kill him. Oh no, the shield! I missed the shield! This is a travesty, I'm telling you. Ow. That attack very much hurt. I'm in pain. Oh dear, where are the shields when you need them? Looks like every single ounce of my progress with Terrapin here is about to be reset right after we supercharge him as well. I mean, what the fuck was I supposed to do about that? Right after the jump where I had no sort of right or left movement whatsoever. So already, Terrapin gets reset to his Series 1 version. And boy golly, let's hope, boy gosh alley, let's hope that this guy doesn't get defeated in battle as well. Because that would mean every single version of Terrapin will be reset. At least this is a good example of what not to do. At least this is a good example of the punishments of being defeated in combat. In other words, you're welcome. I'm showing you what not to do. I'm proving the importance of pushing the be good at the video game button. How was I supposed to reach that spanner? This is tragic. Okay, here we go. Let's gather up all those gear bits. But already, just like that, our small margin of error has become even smaller because we have lost 4 points to this travesty. I need that shield so bad that I took a hit in the process of getting the shield. Was it worth it? Probably not. How am I supposed to get that spanner? The video game is just being selfish and unfair right now. I don't like this video game very much right now. I am not a big fan of the video game. Die! Die already! Do me a favour and... I didn't mean me! Couldn't even finish my sentence right there. So what we're going to do here is we are going to use Pop Fizz, because if we lost Pop Fizz here, we wouldn't lose anything on the scoreboard because we're already at Series 1 Pop Fizz. We can't go any lower than this. We can't lose any points for him being defeated in combat. It's a very strategic move. But I didn't realise he was only level 10. Well, at least resetting him wouldn't be too much of a loss. Video game, can you throw me a bone here, please? Oh, that's not a bone. I'll show you what a bone looks like. If you throw me a bone, this is what a bone looks like. Looks like we're finally having a debut of Pop Fizz and Rollerball. I did ask for Pop Fizz and Rollerball to be debuted in this series, so I suppose I'm getting what I asked for. It's as they say, careful what you wish for. But already, every version of Hot Fizz and every version of Terrafin have been reset. All because I have no way of regenerating my shield. Oh, speaking of shields. Oh, you gotta be joking! We still took damage to that. Oh, this is rubbish. Rubbish! Come on, let's try not to get World War reset too. That would be annoying. I wouldn't like that very much. In fact, I wouldn't like that at all. Now die! Ow! 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 Okay, this just keeps getting worse and worse, doesn't it? I mean, I wouldn't exactly call this a good situation that we're in. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure Jetpack is at its Series 1 version as well, as is Stealth Elf. So we're going to go to Series 1 Jetpack, and then we'll have to go all the way back down to Series 1 Stealth Elf, where neither of these characters can actually lose us any points because they're still at their base original versions. Anyway, let's see if this shield and this lack of health that Jetpack possesses is going to be enough to finally finish off Lord Stratosphere. Die, die, die! Oh, he didn't die. And I still can't grab those spanners. What lot of good are they up there? They're not helping anyone whilst they're up there. Now stop hitting me! It's rude! Stratosphere is not listening. If this was a lock right now, I would be so annoyed. It's a good thing we're not doing lock now, is it? These characters don't stay dead. And neither does Stratosphere, apparently. So it's time for Stealth Elf, our last, original base character left. It would be funny if I put on Eruptor and Trick Happy along the way as well, and Gilgrunt, because then they would also be reset to their original versions. Oh, that would be suffering. Suffering incarnate. This is what suffering looks like. I need shield! Okay, cool. I have the shield. It's not going to last very long. I'm going to break now. You see, the problem is that I stopped playing this safe. The moment I stopped playing this safe, I lost like every single character under the sun.
Coincidence? I think not!
Oh, crap. I didn't realise he had one orb left. And there's the lightning too, let's not forget. But he's gone! Finally, Stratosphere has been dealt with. And all I need to do is reset every darn version of Rollerball, Hot Fizz, Terrafin, and Jetpack. Every single version of them now has to be reset. And I need to get through Nightmare Mode with those characters having been reset. This series just became a whole lot harder, didn't it? But at least we got a Portalmaster rank up. At least we got a Portalmaster rank up. We're safe, okay? This buff is going to be so huge. I get increased gold, which actually is useful because I can get upgrades much more quickly with the gold gain. But here's the thing, these characters are being switched out and being upgraded so frequently that by the time I get enough gold to upgrade the character, I can't even get to Persephone in time to upgrade said character. So yeah, that buff gives us a whole lot of nothing. And yeah, here we are. That's our compensation for having half of our cast needed to be reset. We might have to reset half our cast, but hey, at least we get increased gold gain.
There's too many of them!
I'm dying inside. This episode was many things, and at least hilarious is one of them. You know, my failures, I hope you got a little kick out of them. Because I think they were funny. My absolute failure. I think it was fucking hilarious. Yeah, that was great, Mags, but can you do me a favour and shut up? Because Stealth Elf, now that she is ushered in the dawn of a new chapter, finally gets to be upgraded to her better self, her Series 2 self. This particular episode of Supercharged is for Halloween special. And naturally on Halloween, a bunch of people go around wearing masks. And this video is going to be no exception to that rule because I have a Halloween mask in the form of a Washbuckler Halloween costume. It's unfortunately the only Skylanders costume I own. So this is the mask I'm going to be wearing throughout the entirety of this episode, if I can even get it on with my headset in the way. There we go. Right when I thought I couldn't get any better looking. Now this is really difficult to see out of, so if the challenge wasn't hard enough before, it certainly is now, because if we flash back to what happened at the end of the previous Supercharged episode, a bunch of original characters were killed off against Lord Stratosphere's vehicle boss fight, which meant that every single version of Terrafin, Jetvac, Popfizz and Rollerball, every single version of them was reset. So as we go through their chains, even for Series 1s, the Series 2s, for Supercharger forms and everything, all of that data has been lost. It was a true travesty, and now I have a vehicle boss fight coming up, which is that much more harder than Lord Stratosphere, so I am fearful, as I should be, on Halloween night. And to make things even more spooky, we are going to zap all of the colour out of this video. So as I clap my hands, we are going to convert to black and white. And that reminds me of the Skylanders Superchargers Noir lock. This isn't quite as insane as a Noir lock, because when Skylanders are defeated in battle, they aren't classed as dead. We simply revert back to their original form, and then if their original form is also defeated in combat, then every single version of the Skylander in that chain is reset. But that being said, in the previous episode we ended it off with Series 1 Stealth Elf, so she was able to usher in the dawn of a brand new chapter, which meant that we were able to upgrade her to the next version of her character within the chain. So now, placing upon the portal will be none other than Series 2 Stealth Elf in all of her black and white glory. But that begs the question, what about the vehicle? Because that needs to be placed in the portal first in order for us to create a rift into Skylands, because Chaos cut off the portal network. That was part of the cutscene we missed in the very first episode, given that I was too busy pressing best button video game for skip button at the time. So, for the vehicle, as this is for Halloween special, I felt like it would only be appropriate to bring out an undead vehicle, because undead and Halloween correlate with one another perfectly. So our vehicle of choice is going to be none other than the Crypt Crusher in all of its glory. Without further ado, let's get that placed onto the portal, so that then the Series 2 Stealth Elf can be summoned in also. It's really difficult to speak with this thing. The mouthpiece is, really digging into me mouth over here. Let's place Stealth Elf onto the portal for a second time. Bingo! Because second time is the charm. So now, unfortunately, the moment that Terrafin became Supercharged was also the moment that you realise Stealth Elf has no upgrades to her name whatsoever. I don't even have the tertiary ability yet. This is just as bad as losing Series 1 Stealth Elf, the original, and then having to proceed to reset every version now in her chain. So let's hope that she doesn't die so easily, but luckily for us, the moment we usher in the dawn of a brand new chapter, we can switch out to the next version of Stealth Elf and her chain, and that's going to happen the moment we get to the next level. So in other words, so long as I don't find a way to somehow kill myself from the hub world, we will be fine. Man, this mask is really digging in. It is not designed for someone of my size, given that it is a kid's Halloween costume. That's where all of my commentary is getting messed up from the fact that it's currently digging into my cheek over here. Man, I'm going through some pain for you folks for this Halloween special, so don't never say I don't do nothing for you. I'm doing all of this purely out of the goodness of my heart. I'm also wearing Spider-Man on my chest here for the shirt, because Spider-Man has a costume of his own. He goes out fighting crime in pyjamas, but you know what? It serves his identity, keeps his loved ones safe. We're alright with that, especially when it results in a damn good video game. Marvel Spider-Man 2 recently came out, and it is amazing. I loved it. Every single second of the game, I was hooked. I can't even click my fingers, but that is still a great visual representation of just how engaging the story and the characters are in that game. So now we have some Grievals to be defeating. You guys, you folks, you've got to go, man. Luckily for us, Stealth Elf is still pretty busted. She's pretty busted no matter what, because this is Stealth Elf we're talking about here. The enemies, they really don't stand much of a chance. And get them some more. Yeah, so the combination of my TV being huge and the fact that I now have this mask concealing a bunch of my vision means that I can only see a small figment of the screen all at once. And so I've made this infinitely harder, this challenge, with Might of the Halloween mask. But you know what? I'm looking good right now, so we're going to stick with it. We're going to play this out and see how it goes. It's only going to be nothing but entertaining, I hope.
Ready to head out. You come back in 1
Oh no, not that! Anything but that. We best make sure we come back in one piece then. Don't want to be entering into Buzz now, do we? Oh, not this guy. Anything but this guy. This game would be infinitely better without this guy. It'd be like how it'd be infinitely better without Sky and C-sections, period. Imagine if they cut stuff out of this game, how much more better it would be. It's very rare that you would hear the statement, this game needs less content to be better. I remember when the length of Spider-Man 2 first got revealed that everybody was annoyed because it wasn't a 200-hour-long RPG mess. The game can be platinumed in about 30 hours. I know because I've done it. I got the platinum and I loved every moment of it, as I've talked about earlier. So, the game is short, and yet people were moaning about that. I don't care about a game being short, in fact, if anything, I prefer a game being short because I have both this YouTube channel as well as a full-time job. I have very little spare time left for anything else, so a game being short means that I can actually finish it for once. 200-hour-long RPGs really are not my thing. Not every game needs to be long. I do understand the mentality for value for money. At the end of the day, it's a £70 game, and so to beat a £70 game in 30 hours is kind of an insult. But even then, that equates, if you play a game for 30 hours after having paid £70 for it, that equates to around £2.50 an hour, something around that. And entertainment for literally any other industry does not offer that kind of value for money. We're going to hop to the land of the undead. Because if you take films, for example, if you go to a movie theatre, a ticket is going to cost you £10 for a 2-hour-long movie. That's £5 an hour, and that's double what value you're getting out of a game. That's the mentality I pour into it. I mean, I don't care how long the game is. I care that I enjoyed it along the way, and with Spider-Man 2, that certainly is what happened. And so, yeah, I think it goes to show how good Spider-Man 2 is if the criticisms fall down to the game being short. But then again, those were the criticisms before the game came out. When the game actually came out, I'm pretty sure people didn't mind as much. That being said, I was alluding to Stealth Elf, not having been dealing with a Series 2 version for very long, and this is what I meant. We're already at the next chapter, which means we get to bring in Ninja Stealth Elf in replacement. Hopefully this one is a little bit more upgraded and leveled up. She is not. This is not good. I am going to die, especially if I walk right into that sniper right there. The idea is to not get hit. I don't even have my tertiary ability. This is rough. And of course a dark element pops up, so I can't even switch out my Skylander right now. Well, the game stopped giving me dark. This is the third time dark has appeared, and I haven't even played as a dark character, so why the hell game is favouring dark right now as the randomly generated element of the area? I do not understand. I mean, we're in Land of the Undead, give me the Undead element! Oh, that would be much help though, because Roller Brawl, we have her original version, and, well, we're going to preview Big Brawl Pop Fist to have a taster of what's to come. The Big Brawl Pop Fist, he's been reset as the Series 1 Roller Brawl, so if the Undead element did pop up, then we'd be even worse off for the upgrade and the level cap. Luckily though, because Stealth Elf hasn't been defeated in battle, at least not her original hasn't been, so technically, per the rules, I can off camera go and get these characters upgraded, but I might not need to worry about that if obviously we make it to the next chapter. We can switch out for Stealth Elf's next version. We've got to not get sniped first though, and given my perspective on things right now, that is a task easier said than done. Okay, here we go, that sniper can't snipe. He's a sniper, no sniping. I kind of like that pun. That was a great pun. Obviously, Dora is a classic, so now it's Nightmare Fuel with a new Dora design that they've conjured. That new Dora design is Nightmare Fuel. It's on screen now for good reason. This is Halloween. Halloween is meant to terrify you, and that's exactly what the new Dora design does. The new Dora design terrifies anyone who sees it. You're welcome for the, themed Halloween treat. Let's not get hit by that guy as he spins, shall we? I almost got a bit too eager right now. I wanted to engage him in attack mode, but, you gotta be patient and let them finish spinning. They are invincible whilst they spin, and they can do nothing but damage you. You chompies, leave me alone, you hear? Okay, let's kill them. Killing them all. You can even see, where I have to move my face to keep up with the characters because my vision is so limited right now. As to what it is I can see, I can't see the entire screen. And it doesn't help that my cheek is in much pain. I'm going to take this mask off and there's going to be a massive line where this mask has been sitting on my face the entire time. Anyway, we're going to skip over Softboard's dialogue, even though Softboard does have the best dialogue in the game, let's be honest here. I love his energy, the energy that he brings. And now you're going down! Luckily it is much easier to avoid these snipes in this perspective over here. Still not got to get hit though. Once again, a task easy said and done. Yeah, get him out of here. And we level up a second time. Now that I'm quite alright with, given that a bunch of characters has been reset half of our cast's worth. It basically means that in Nightmare Mode, you certainly do level up quickly, okay? Nightmare Mode is very rewarding. That's one thing that Nightmare Mode got right in this game, how rewarding it is. It's a bloody nightmare to get through, especially given vehicle hitboxes, and the fact that vehicle hitboxes and tiny enemy attack hitboxes do not mix. But at least they got the reward system right. And here we go with the might of Crit Crusher, where tech has popped up, so finally we get rid of Series 2 Stealth Elf in exchange for Supercharged! Trigger Happy. His Double Dare iteration has been placed onto the portal, where when he ushers in the dawn of a brand new chapter, we get to add to the bank score, because that's what happens when we complete a chapter with a Skylander who's already been supercharged. Rather than points going to waste, we instead get to add to the bank score, and we can use that bank score whenever we like for whoever we want. Remind me as I cough a little. Oh dear, these folks are out to get me. Yeah, get him! Okay, here we go. Don't mind me just casually drifting the wrong way, no big deal. Let's get some of them. Now I'm hoping the Crit Crusher is going to be at least a bearable vehicle to use against Count Moneybone, because Count Moneybone, when you have close range vehicle attacks, it really does not mesh well with his, gravity defying tricks. Oh, let's get him. This guy thinks he can just casually stroll onto the road. Well, he can't. I showed them, so to get damaged in the process, and that is not good. If Cloud Kingdom taught us anything, it's that damage not good. I don't understand why that is a message exclusive for the Cloud Kingdom, and how that message was not perceived earlier is beyond me, and yet here we are, having finally taken in the message, I suppose. Yeah, because the bank score can be used at any time, if the Skylander ever gets really low on health, they're just going to pop them off the portal and use that bank score to go along to the next version of that character in their chain. It's going to be a great way to save the score in the nick of time, but it doesn't mean that I won't be able to use that bank score at the very end of the series, so if characters start dying off to the darkness, then I won't have a chance to bring them back to their superior versions of the chains. Now, it's all a strategy-based thing, but like I said earlier, with good timing, it can really save my score. So there's a lot more to the bank score than meets the eye when it comes to the strategy behind it, is what I'm going as far to say. The fact that I can use it any time for anyone, so I could hypothetically save a character from being completely reset if one of their versions gets low on health and needs, needs to be replaced from the portal, mind you. Man, this is taking us time to get over here. Just blow up the gate already, thank you! Okay, here we go. Let's gather up some of them sweet gear bits. Not that, they're all that useful because the Crit Crusher has been fully upgraded already. Here is Soft 4 again with more in his So Deep Studio that we are going to be skipping over. Press that skip button, get it out of here as the next chapter is ushered in. So, we add another point to the bank score because Trick Happy, he's been supercharged already. There is nowhere further he can go from here. But one character who can be upgraded through his later versions is Gil Grunt, as he's currently still stuck on his Anchors Away iteration. So we need to usher in a new chapter of this character in order to get to his Tide Away version. Anyway, we're not worried about 100%, so we aren't going to go out of our way for collectibles. We're just going to deal with the main route for the moment being, especially since the quicker I get through this level, the sooner I can take this mask off. I can savour myself from this pain in this Halloween special. Then again, for films appropriately titled Halloween, I'm sure that when Michael Myers goes around killing people, I'm sure that those people who he's murdering, I'm sure that they are in great pain also. Pain is a Halloween theme apparently. Oh, and watch out for these folks. As you can tell, a fully upgraded Gilgren is a lot better than an under-upgraded Stealth Elf. It is no comparison, in fact. Anyway, we gotta keep moving here, otherwise we're gonna fail on this timer. I'm not even certain that jumping with Gilgrunt is quicker, and yet here I am doing it anyway. Luckily, this is what I have a jetpack for, which is definitely quicker. You can see the comparison there, rather than jumping using the jetpack to get around. Okay, and boom goes the wall. There is a sky section right there, which we are just going to completely
Thank
ignore.
goodness you're here, Skylander.
Because I hate it. I hate it so much. Ooh, there's some jello there. Not that Gilgrunt even needs it, but jelly is delicious, so we're going to go ahead and eat some anyway. Halloween, another thing people do is they trick or treat. You know, they get sweets from random strangers, which certainly isn't a weird thing at all. Yeah, Halloween is filled with weird traditions, and trick or treating is kind of the top of that list. Just say they get free sweets from strangers, and jelly, it's a dessert, not necessarily a sweet, but it definitely has plenty of sugar in it to go around, so you can consider it a sweet in some regards. Okay, let's take down this fool right here. We're not even going to give him time for his preview to finish playing out. That is not how the upgrade is used. There you go, it's actually the circle button. But the problem here is that I can't aim with it seems. Okay. You guys really have got to go, man. Not cool. Sweet, there's one of them. Get the other one. Oh man, my knockback ability isn't knocking them back very well now, is it? What a tragic waste of a knockback ability. Okay, let's get him! Man, that was a really awkward WoW power to initiate, but in the end, it obliterated him, so we're okay with that. And here comes Softball again with more unnecessary deep suited. We're going to be pressing the best button of a video game for the skip button. Get that unnecessary deep stew out of here. Let's not kill Gilgrunt, that'd be tragic. Oh, good, because instead I can now kill Series 1 Terrapin. But he's been reset already, so what's going to happen to him if he gets defeated? Do we just reset him even more? How does that work exactly? How can you reset a character even more than them having already been reset? Yes, as you can tell, Series 1, no health to his name whatsoever. Let's be launching off again, but at the bare minimum, like I said earlier, there is literally no punishment for this character being killed off because we can't exactly reset him any more than he's already been reset, and we can't lose any points from it. This is a bit of a waste. The game is trying too hard for no good reason whatsoever. Game really wants to see me dead, and the game is going to get nothing from it. Nothing, I tell you. Okay, where did he go? Where did he go? I wanted to kill it. I'm pretty sure he died off screen now. I heard it in the right-hand corner of the screen because I'm now wearing a 3D wireless pulse headset. Ridiculously expensive PlayStation 5 accessory, but boy, was it worth it. I love this thing. This is definitely the best headset I've ever used for a console. It justifies the price because the technology inside of it, they just cram so much in there. It's amazing. It's sound handling as well. So pretty much everything outside of these walls, I'm not going to be hearing a single dime of it. Ooh, money, don't mind if we do. If we was playing Hot Streak right now, we could use the boost midway through this corkscrew and multiply those gear bits value. But unfortunately, we weren't using for Hot Streak, were we? So that kind of went to waste, you could go as far to say. Softball again? I can never seem to get rid of this guy. Anyway, this is a brand new chapter, Eon's Escape, where obviously we get to bring Terrapin to the next version of this chain, the Series 2 version, but I'm hoping, I am begging even, that the element of the area changes soon, so that then I don't have to go through it with a reset Series 2 Terrapin, because there is no way he is making it to the end. And when I asked for an elemental change, I did not mean of the light element. Once again, light and dark, they have no representatives in the cast, so whenever they pop up, I must remain as the Skylanders currently with portal power. In this case, it's Series 3 Terrapin with no upgrades, and he's not been leveled up yet. So, we only just got Series 3 Terrapin, and it's likely his chain is already going to be reset. We have to play this very safe. Luckily, that's what we have absurd hitboxes for. Yeah, take that, frickin' chompies. Now, Persephone is here to give us some upgrades, but we don't have enough money for no upgrades. Begs the question, where are upgrades when you really need them? And apparently the answer to that is nowhere to be found. Can I just skip these guys entirely? You know, take low risk and get high rewarded for it. That is name of game after all. Yes I can. I can just skip over them entirely. That is brilliant. I love that. Okay, here we go. Watch out for all the spikes. Yes, watch out for the spikes again. Make it to the end. Safe and sound. You could even go as far to say, that's strange, me being safe and sound for once. Because when does that ever happen? Can every single combat encounter in this chapter be skipped over? Let's find out. Gotta play this safe after all. Safe rather than sorry. And I'm taking very low risk and being highly rewarded for it right now. Exactly how like a challenge for a video game should be played, because at the end of the day you're more likely to succeed in a challenge when you're taking fewer risks, like I just did. And now we're going to get to improve our armour for the Crypt Crusher with the immediate spanner found right there, only to get defeated with Terrafin once more. I'm really sad though, Undead hasn't popped up as the element of the area not once in this episode, despite us playing through Land of the Undead. It's literally Undead is in the name, and Undead has still refused to pop up as an element. Die, 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 die. He's just not listening to me, is he? So rude. Luckily for us, our attacks attack him no matter where he's at. We can literally attack him whilst he's behind us, and our projectiles should just hone in on him. Very particularly useful at that. Anyway, let's get out of here. Let's get him! Oh, I love this. I love this so much. I love this. Okay, here come the lasers. Watch out for the lasers. That's not convenient. Just keep attacking him whilst we evade him. Actually, can we just do this throughout the whole fight? Just watch his health bar deplete. Because this is the easiest attack to dodge as well. So let's just keep doing this for the entire... Oh, no, 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 no! Here come those guys! I hate those guys! Those guys really, really rip your shields apart. These guys here were exactly what I was trying to avoid. These frickin' small-ass enemies with my large-ass vehicle hitbox.
He is weakening.
Oh, thanks for that, Eon. I never would have been able to realise that without your input. Ow! Let's just run away. Sounds like a plan to me. Okay, let's get out of here again. Just watch as the gravity planes shift once more, because why not, right? That's how physics work. Oh, I need the shield, I need it. Thank you video game. Okay, now let's get out of here before that attack hits us, because getting hit by attacks is very inconvenient actually. I don't much appreciate it. Oh no, not these guys again. I hate him so much. Hey, at least we're being effective and annoying. I'll take that. I'll take that any day of the week. No, these guys really need to get off my vehicle. Oh dear. Or you know, or alternatively, more of them could be spawned in. I suppose that also works. Not for me though. Definitely not for me. I can't emphasize this enough. But I really don't want to lose Terrafin a second time. I think Terrafin has suffered enough in this series already. As much as I don't like this character, I wouldn't wish this upon my own worst enemy. I wouldn't even wish this upon Wrecking Ball, this kind of treatment right now. But man, am I glad Wrecking Ball didn't get a Supercharger in this game, let's just say that much. No! They're killing me still! Oh wait, never mind, it doesn't matter that they're killing me still, because Count Moneybone is out here! How did I have an easier go of that fight than I did the fight against Lord Stratosphere? This makes zero sense, but we will take it! Oh, Nightmare Mode, Halloween, it all came together and meshed together in one hell of a special episode, this one. Unfortunately, there was a significant lack of undead in the Land of the Undead. But you know what, we'll take what we got. At the end of the day, we still got to play with Crypt Crusher in the land vehicle sections, which certainly felt like the longest damn sections of the entire level, if you were to ask me. That's where the pacing of the level kind of dragged a little. Everything else was spectacular, the gimmick was great. But that being said, Master Ian has some things to say before, obviously, the next chapter is ushered in, and we will earn the right at the beginning of the next episode to switch to the next version in Terrafin's Chain, the knockout version. Though he's not going to be quite knocking out enemies so easily without any upgrades now, is he? But that's just the difficulty of a challenge for you. But at least now, it's not like the previous episode, where at the beginning of this episode, we are pretty much in the same state that we were at the beginning of the second episode. We had 17 on the score. Really, the only thing that improved between episode to episode was the fact that we had one banked on score. But now we have two banked on score, and we must have a score of about 21 or 22. Obviously, I can't keep track of these during the live recording, so it's not until the editing where I find out what the score actually is. But it'll be somewhere in the 20s at least. That's spectacular. What's not so great for now, Eon, is that now I have to listen to this dialogue. I can't skip over it. This is a true travesty because, I can't use best button video game. I'm best video game buttonless. Yeah, that's when you know the joke is good, when you laugh at your own joke.
Eventually, we're going to run into something unpleasant.
Seems as though water, tech and earth are really the only elements that this game cares about right now, because those are the only elements that are popping up! Light and dark as well, even though I haven't placed a single light or dark figurine on the portal as of just yet. So I did mention earlier that the elements are randomly generated for the elements of the area of this game, but they are based slightly. You'll have a better chance at an element popping up for Skylanders that you use more frequently. So, case in point, these same elements, earth, tech and water, are just going to keep popping up over and over again. We're not going to see much magic, air and undead, because the game just obviously thinks that I care less about those elements because I haven't been using them at all. The only reason I haven't been using them though is because they haven't been randomly appearing. Yeah, you can see how that loop kind of screws itself over. It's just this never-ending loop of the same elements over and over again because you never have the opportunity to play other elements because they never pop up as the element of the area.
Associates from my old days, Skylander.
Oh dear. So he's a criminal, in other words. Shopford is basically saying he's a criminal. We're about to work for criminals. That's right, Skylanders are criminals themselves because they associate themselves with criminals. That's how criminality works. As for our Skylander who's going to be placed with portable power, at the end of the previous episode we upgraded to Knockout Terrafin, so he is the one who's going to be placed alongside Golden Hot Streak. Now I must admit, I attempted recording this video just now, but I didn't like how it turned out, so I decided to restart everything, which is why this 20th chapter is going to be a little lackluster, because we don't have the cutscenes to play through for a second time. We just need to speak with Flynn and get straight to Battle Royale Island, which will usher in the dawn of yet another brand new chapter. But Battle Royale Island is a level with a little trick where you can speak with a certain NPC and switch the current element of the area to any element you want. So when we're granted the chance to upgrade to Eon's Elite Terrafin, rather than placing Elite Terrafin onto the portal, we're going to place onto the portal whichever Skylander we want, and then just automatically change the element of the area to the same element corresponding to that Skylander by talking to that very same NPC I've been alluding to. Cast a Deadly Spell Slammer. That means that Elite Terrafin has now been the character that we get to upgrade to, but rather than placing him onto the portal power, instead we're going to be placing Double Dare Trick Happy. Because unlike half of our cast, he has not been reset yet, so he's going to be an absolute badass in this arena where all what matters is your level of combat expertise. And then on top of that, when he ushers in the dawn of a brand new chapter, we get to add to the bank score, and we want that bank score to be as high accumulative as possible. It's going to be really beneficial when we get to the end of the series, and we'll probably lose most of our cast to the darkness, so having that bank score means that we can upgrade whatever gets defeated in battle back to its former glory, as the Decepticons put it. Yeah, they will be back to their former glory once we use the bank score to upgrade all of the characters that we lose to the darkness fight. So a high bank score, the better, and the bank score can even be used to save Skylanders by upgrading them if they are about to be defeated in battle. So yes, the bank score definitely has some great strategic value to it, so we want to build that up as much as possible. We're going to open this chest up now because it's glorious. I mean, look at that fella right there. A Buzzwing hat. I mean, we're not going to wear it, but it's a pretty cool hat all the same. I like the fact that all of the new hats in this game are hats based on the vehicles that obviously we can acquire. So there's the Buzzwing hat, there's the Stealth Stinger cap, so on and so forth. They're just for life vehicles. Life vehicles of which we're not even going to be using because we are ignoring all of the sky and sea sections throughout the entirety of the game. We are only focused on the land vehicle sections. And as I said earlier, this is a purely combat arena-based level, so there isn't even any vehicle sections to worry about here. So we have ourselves a potion to wake up a fella and get going with this arena already. This is definitely going to be a shorter episode. But the fact that even this shorter episode I couldn't record until now, this has been a couple of days delayed. So that is my case in point as to just how busy I am. The proof is literally the fact that even a shorter episode such as this was not able to be released until Thursday. So let's go ahead and prove ourselves, shall we? Yeah, it is a shame I wasn't able to keep up with the October schedule, which is why from now on we're not going to be scheduling anything. And here we are, we have the return of the mighty Baron Von Shoshock. I'll tell you what, if yelling down a mic for 20 minutes straight doesn't prove my passion for this franchise, I don't know what does.
Everyone knows that being passionate about something just means yelling about it at the top of one's lungs. There's no other way to show passion. Anyone who says so otherwise is wrong. That's how things work. I don't make up rules. I just reinforce them. Now let's stop getting hit by stuff. I don't want to lose Double Edge Gappy, because then he goes all the way back to the Series 1 version. Oh boy, watch out for Shockwave. Shockwave no good. Unless it's a Decepticon, which we did reference earlier. We referenced the Decepticons earlier. Because their motivation throughout the Cybertron games is to, quote-unquote, return Cybertron to its former glory, because they see Autobots as inferior beings who are below them. You know, it's an interesting motivation for Decepticons, but at the end of the day, the Decepticons are cool, okay? Their personalities are all very distinctive, and their designs are much more memorable than that of the Autobots. I mean, Soundwave and Shockwave in particular are two incredibly memorable and intimidating Decepticons. The important part is intimidating because they are the villains, so they need to really live up to that name of antagonist. And boy, do the Waves nail it. Soundwave and Shockwave are my two favourite Decepticons, in case that isn't clear enough already. Now you guys really need to go down, but unfortunately they're a bit too busy being cowards not fighting me right now. I couldn't blame them though, I would be scared by my Double Edge Cappy also. I mean, look at this fella right here. A small gremlin fella with a runic helmet and two guns that are literally on fire! Yeah, I wouldn't want to fight that guy neither. Get him! Get him! Okay, watch out for the fire, or you know, alternatively we could just get hit by it. I suppose that's also a possibility. Why avoid it when instead we can just take it to the face like a champ? Luckily it's not going to matter much because we're going to get a shit ton of food right now. So much so in fact that I'm going to swear about it. I mean, it wouldn't be an Ignite the Fire video without some sort of swearing in one form or another. If only making up excuses and telling you that my life was busy was a form of swearing, because that would double my swearing output in all these videos. Because it seems as though every other video is either me swearing or me talking about how busy my life is. I need to find a new discussion topic. Let's shoot some sheep. There you go, that's a new discussion topic. Talking about how not satisfying it is to shoot these sheep right now. I actually feel sorry for these fellas. They are abusing Skylanders in many different fashions. There was a story scroll back in First Adventure literally dedicated to how the citizens of Skylanders abuse their sheep. It is heartbreaking. No wonder why they rose up and destroyed our... Well, no, they didn't destroy our Skylanders. They absolutely annihilated them in Dragon Temple. No wonder why they were so desperate for their revenge, for the way they were treated. And their evilness, their true evilness inside. Hugo warned us. We didn't listen. Dragon Temple is basically 5 years of karma, and I hate it. I hate it so much for sheep enemies. They are unbearable in Imaginators. I did not know that that secondary ability did that. Well, so much about having food to spare. So I have a new plan. Rather than relying on food, how about I just don't get hit? What? What an insane plan! Never would anyone else ever have come up with that kind of idea. Wow, you'll never see that kind of strategy anywhere else, I'm telling you. My strategy, don't die, unheard of. Okay, get 'em! Yeah, take my fire to the face. If I have guns that are on fire, I'm gonna take advantage of the fire guns. It would be unnatural not to now, right? Okay, here comes the big fella, the bristle stash fella. Boom! Ow. Yeah, once again, alternatively, rather than listening to my advice not getting hit, I could just get hit instead. Die, 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 die. I'm literally mashing as fast as one can mash. So, this, unless I am a computer, which I am not, it is physically impossible to smash harder than this right now. Okay, let's let him swing and leave himself vulnerable like the fool that he is. Then we're going to take out his little friend. How the ball and chains have changed. How they've changed! Man, they've ruined him. Ruined him, I tell you! Okay, watch out. There you go. I like how they've ruined Shameless US by going past the 7th season. Yes, I have been watching Shameless US as of recent. I probably should have started with the UK version, as that did come first. And being a British man, I do tend to like British things, so watching British Shameless would have made a lot more sense for me, but I decided instead to start with the US version. I just finished the 7th season,
And the 7th season finale feels like a full season finale. If they played their cards right, then that season 7 finale could have been the ending to the entire show, and it would have been really satisfying. It would have been a really good, emotional, heartfelt ending. But there's 4 more seasons for me to get through, and I have no idea whether the show's going to get worse or better, whether those 4 seasons were worth making or not. I'm sure I'll find out. Maybe not report on it, I'm not sure yet, we'll see. But now you all know that I am a dirty, rotten, shameless watcher. And you know what? Totally shameless activity to get into as well. No, it is part of the name after all, it being shameless and all that. Now let's finish him! He literally asked for it. He asked for me to finish him. So we're going to do this man a favour and we're going to do as he asked. You know, he wants murder committed against him. Let's do it. Let's commit murder. It's okay if a person asks for murder, you see. I'm joking, of course, that is not at all okay. They do say that, don't they? Very common saying that. People love to cheat. Then again, cheating and getting away with it is a little bit more fun than winning legitimately. Hell, cheating and losing but getting away with it is still more satisfying than cheating and winning. Ow, ow, ow! There's just something satisfying about doing something that you definitely should not be doing. Again, I should not really be encouraging this. I do not encourage this. I do not condone these activities. And yes, I'm 100% saying that just to cover my own ass. Speaking of covering my own ass, I should really stop letting it get hit by fireballs. There are fireballs on the screen. Okay, not anymore, there's not. Never mind, never mind. There's a life spellpunk and a fire spellpunk, aka my least favourite combination in the history of least favourite combinations, which is a long and rich history, so that is really saying something. But luckily, the food in this game is really fucking good, really nutritious, for no good reason whatsoever. I mean, look at this taco right here. Tacos in real life do not give you that much nutritional value. I love how he says he'll finish us in front of everyone when we are the ones who are actually winning. Like, dude, you're losing. Plus, it wasn't really much of a cheat, just swapping up location on us. All it did was take us a moment to adjust, and then, you know, we just kept with our usual badassery. I really, really wanted to burp right there, but, you know, it's one of those moments where you wanted to do it, but you just couldn't bring yourself to doing it. A bit like when you know you really want to sneeze, but you just don't sneeze, and you just have that feeling in your face the entire time. That feeling of absolute pure discomfort. Like, geez, buddy, if you're gonna sneeze, just do it already. Get it over with. I don't care if you sneeze, just do it. In the words of a mighty Shia LaBeouf, just do it! Okay, ow, ow. Okay, let's just absorb everything into our very being with a might of that secondary ability, why not? Boom! Fireworks for the win! Also cannon for the win, because cannon is fun, even though it's exactly the same as Turbocharged Donkey Kong, who also has cannon. I don't know why cannons were a sudden theme in the Skylanders Superchargers, but here we are, with multiple characters having cannon weapons. Okay, let's get him. There you go. I am starting to realise, the more and more I use it, just how garbage this cannon attack is. And yet here I am continuing to use it anyway. What is wrong with me? It is a garbage attack because it leaves you vulnerable for so long afterwards. Like, seriously, those cooldown frames and for length, just the amount of invulnerability this attack leaves you with. Like, look at that, I never would have took that hit usually. I only took that hit because of the stupid cooldown on this attack. And yet here I am, still proceeding to use it. I am not one for heeding my own advice. Perhaps I should heed my own advice, the best advice I could give, which is not to listen to my own advice. That seems to be the only advice I'm good at following, to not listen to my own advice. Okay, let's get him! Let's get him some more! Okay, I forget how long you can charge this for, but apparently it seems to deal more or less the exact same damage no matter how much I charge it up for. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him! Smash, 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 smash! Okay, here we go. Nightmare mode in this game is a fucking joke and I'm about to prove it! Because I don't die. I don't die, but boy was I close and I would have ate my words. Not that it would have even mattered if Double Dare Trigger Happy's help was reduced to 0, because that's what we have the safe above his name for. The safe is actually an extra life. So you see, I was just taunting death. I was bringing death this close to Trigger Happy, only to take him away.
don't mess around with death, folks. He is a bit of a badass, especially if we're talking about the Puss in Boots iteration, because Puss in Boots Last Wish is an awesome movie, which is really kept together with an awesome presence. That presence being death in and of itself. They personified death in that film, and it was spectacular. Anyway, speaking of things that are spectacular, we're going to press first button video game, the skip button. Cut this episode short a little bit early, but we did have a couple of real life updates to talk through, which basically meant me telling all of you how busy I've been. A bit like every other life update I've ever done on this channel. But yeah, YouTube is a passion and a hobby, not something that yet I can take on as kind of like a full lifetime support based thing. I don't earn enough revenue for this to be a full-time job, which is why I have an actual full-time job in place of YouTube. That's what gets the bills paid, not the YouTube money. I don't really do this for the YouTube money. You should never really start a YouTube channel for money. You should do it purely out for passion you feel towards something, for the sake of self-expressionism, because for people who do YouTube purely for money, you can see the lack of passion in their faces, man. You can see just how bored they are having a camera shoved in their face, but it is also a massive confidence boost. At the end of the day, YouTube is a really good boost for one's mental health, so long as you remember the first rule of the internet: never read the comment section. And that's what I'm going to do in this video. Your comments, I'm going to completely ignore them, because that's exactly the kind of thing I do. I'm joking, of course. I try to respond to as many comments as I like, so if you have thoughts of your own, leave them in the comment section below. I look forward to reading what you have to say. But that being said and done, this episode is going to come to an end. In the next episode, we aren't going to have a new character to have to worry about, because Double Dare Trick Happy here is already at the top of his chain. We've already added one to our banked score. So our bank score is that little bit higher as a result of this episode. Kind of a bizarre thing for me to be doing over here, and what's more bizarre is for me to be spending money on a legendary treasure I do not need. But you know what? Double Dare Trick Happy here, he has so much disposable income, he has nothing better to do with it than to buy like unnecessary trinkets. I mean, look at this hat right here. It is no comparison to my runic headgear. Obviously we're going to stick with the runes because they look awesome and they remind me of the world of Skylanders, because first of all, this hat is just majestically floating above Trick Happy's head. That is an expensive skystone. Boy, I knew Trick Happy had a lot of disposable income, but he doesn't quite have that much disposable income, mind you. We can at least afford a winged sapphire though. That's good and mighty. But say, the hat is literally levitating above him, and it has like these magical symbols on it, so it very much is a great expression of the magic found in Skylands. It's infinite, like spread of magic, you could say. But there's a flower fairy hat, which we are not going to be wearing, because again, these hats cannot hold a candle to the might of my runic headband. It is glorious, to say the least. I could say more, I'm just not, which is why the least is being said all the same. And we have came across a Chaos Diary, which we're going to skip entirely. That's right, I spent $490 on that just to skip it. That is my dedication to the best button video game, the skip button. If that doesn't emphasise my love for that button right now, I don't know what does. Because it is truly the utmost glorious button in gaming history. If this button right here didn't exist in the controller, the triangle button, this game would be so much worse for it. First of all, Skylanders wouldn't have tertiary attacks, that would be lame. And then you wouldn't be able to skip no cutscenes, that would be lame. Skipping cutscenes is the best part of the entire game, skipping stuff, which is also why skipping over the sea and sky sections of the game, which is exactly what we're going to be doing today. We're going to skip over those sections in their entirety and make the game infinitely better as a result. What won't ever become better over the course of time is my sistering. Sistering is only a natural part of the course. That's great, the biggest cash we've ever had in Skylanders, and we're going to be using it for a library. I'm okay with that. I'm extra okay with that because of what happens in the library. We're about to see what happens when we traverse the books in this library. It is a cursed library, so the books have some interesting properties behind them. Let's go on ahead. Enough of hinting at it. Let's go to the Spellpoint Library and find out firsthand what it is I mean. It is very convenient that we went first. We took the frontal position because our vehicle was able to, with the unique power of its rift engine, open up a rift to literally teleport through Skylands. And what do you know? Spellbook Library. This is just one long expanded level, so unfortunately, at the end of the Spellbook Library, we're only going to have either upgraded one Skylander for their branch, or if Double Dare Trigger Happy finishes the chapter again, we're going to add once more to the bank score. But you know what? I'd be okay with that, because the higher the bank score, the better, since we can use the bank score at the very end to upgrade our characters after the inevitable darkness tyranny, because darkness is no doubt going to kill off a bunch of our characters, and when a Skylander is defeated in combat, we revert back to their Series 1 version, losing all the points along the way, and our ambition for this series is to end the series with as many points as possible. Light is stronger here, so we're going to remain as Double Dare Trigger Happy, because we probably do not have any light or dark representatives. So whenever an element pops up that we do not have a Skylander corresponding to it, we shall remain as the Skylander at hand. But because when Skylanders are defeated their Series 1 versions, what happens instead is rather than being defeated in combat and never being used again throughout the rest of the series, instead, every single Skylander for that version is reset. This happened a couple of episodes back where half of our cast, their Series 1 versions, were defeated in battle. So what happened with them is that every single version of Jetpack, every single version of Pop Fizz, every single version of Royal Brawl, and every single version of Terrafin all got reset as a result of the Series 1 versions of each being defeated in battle. So either way, the punishments for losing a Skylander in battle for this series, a Skylander defeat has a far worse punishment attached to it than death. This is way worse than death. And speaking of how bad this punishment is, I should really stop taking full damage, because that is how I'd wind up being defeated in combat. And given that this is a character who's made it all the way to their Supercharged version, the last thing we want to be doing is losing them and reverting all the way back to Series 1 Trigger Happy. Well, that is going to give us banana and nullify the damage, and I'm going to completely, horribly mistime that jump. That was not my fault. The platform literally moved at the last possible second, so we took a huge degree of full damage right there. Not even banana could heavily nullify that. We have to watch out for those projectiles, or, you know, alternatively, we could just walk straight into them. I suppose that could also happen. And we are running out of health just like that. That is very inconvenient. Okay, let's take out the life swap, because by taking that out, we're going to get some food, and it's going to be very convenient indeed. Luckily, this version will work just like Super Mario. We can jump on the enemies to defeat them. Unfortunately, that food I was ever so looking forward to, it fell into the abyss. It's gone now. It's gone forever. This is rather tragic. But luckily, the banana came in to save our asses and made up for losing for grapes? Never mind, we found them! This was not, in fact, a bottomless pit. Instead, it would appear as though before was below us the whole time. It's like that one scene from Encanto all over again. But now, the Encanto references out of the way, we have Lava Lance Eruptor's Soul Gem, which we're absolutely going to be previewing, because I want a taste of that Lava Lance Eruptor power. When we eventually get Eruptor all the way through his little chamber, all the way through his different versions, this is what it's going to like. This is what it's going to look like even when he becomes Supercharged. Anyway, we're going to collect all of that money, because I desperately need that money after having spent it all on things that I did not need. I mean, that is true. If Persephone accepted something else for upgrades, then I wouldn't need all of this money for upgrades now, would I? That was painful. That is why I need upgrades. There's lots of pain going around right now. I want the melon. I somehow jumped over the melon. But yes, that is what makes this whole library so epic. The fact that whenever we enter into a book, it changes up the gameplay entirely. We go into a 2D plane where platforming is prioritised over combat, and the graphics are absolutely gorgeous. This is the most scenic Skylanders level, hands down, because the soul-shaded colour palette is so sharp and contrasting. It is so pleasing to the eye and really draws you in to the storytelling. Plus, the voice actor brings so much charisma to his role, including that part right there, you heard it. The voice cracks, some professional voice acting at work. Yeah, that's great there, Callie. There's another book which we're just going to entirely ignore because it's a Sky section, and I hate Sky sections. Yeah, how about no? Maybe I shouldn't. Also no. No, I will not. Oh wait, there is Flynn over here who's actually excited about a book for once. So Flynn's excited about the book, and the book has to have something awesome to offer. After all, Flynn does not get easily excited by books, we know this by now. We have ourselves yet another hat. Another hat, which to no one's surprise, pales in comparison to the might of a runic helmet. Why did they even make more hats? Like, seriously, they peaked with the runic helmet. Surely they knew that they weren't going to make anything nearly as awesome as that, following it up. So there was just no point making new ones, knowing that they could only go downhill from there. There being the runic hat. Either way, let's explore this book without further ado. This is the last time in the level where we actually play through one of these sections that isn't a vehicle-based section, because the final section of the level, that's mandatory, is a vehicle section, unfortunately. But it is one of the better ones the entirety of the game has to offer. That is convenient. The current element of the area is the same as the Skylander portal. Trigger Happy is already corresponding with the current element of the area, the element of the area being tech, and there's some food here to heal us up from the health we've lost already. That is also convenient. There's much convenience going on right now on screen, even though it seems like another episode where we're going to be playing as Double Dare Trick Happy, some more Double Dare Trick Happy, and nothing more than simply just Double Dare Trick Happy. The game just seems to love Double Dare Trick Happy. I couldn't blame it, but we know the game loves him so much because of the fact that these elemental areas, they're generated by random. It's completely random as to what the element of the area is going to be. So the game has chosen tech at random. But that randomness also comes with a little asterisk to where elements that you use more commonly throughout the game are more likely to pop up. Since I've used Double Dare Trick Happy a lot throughout the playthrough, it means that the game thinks I like Tech Element a lot, so it means Tech Element is more likely to pop up. It's weird though, because Light and Dark seem to keep popping up, even though I haven't placed onto the portal a single Light or Dark character in this entire playthrough. So yeah, clearly that system for the randomly generated element of the areas, clearly that system isn't doing its job correctly. It had one job and it's failing it miserably. Though, to be honest, I prefer doing this out job in the first place, rather than picking elements that are used commonly throughout the playthrough. I would like random elements to actually be generated at random. Yeah, there are other sections in this level that we could access, such as the Supercharged gate and obviously the combat challenge, but those are risky. And the whole idea of this series is to take as few risks as possible. At the end of the day, we want that score to be as high as possible at the end, and that is accomplished by avoiding our characters being defeated and taking minimal risks. Oh good, he does take full damage. I was wondering if the Swapple was going to die from falling then, and he did, so now I'm happy. Enemy deaths, they bring me absolute pure happiness. There is nothing in life that makes me happier than murdering enemies in cold blood. Okay, here we go. We have projectiles now, and projectiles in a 2D plane. 2D planes and projectiles, I should say, they do not mix. Okay, give me food. That's not what giving me food looks like. There you go, that's more like it. They gave me food. In fact, I got 2 banana bunches from that. Those are some delicious bananas right there. Okay, let's take out this fire spell punk before it takes me out, even though it got awful close. Yeah, playing this in other mode is certainly an additional layer to the challenge, shall we go as far to say. But, you know, who needs to worry about challenge when we have bananas that, just like Watermelon Chunk from earlier, apparently just going to jump straight over it. Man, Swapple Library is particularly short when you just go through the mandatory section. This is like Balboa Island all over again. But this series is very fast paced due to how much we're actually removing. Including, like I said earlier, the utilisation of the best video game of the skip button, which we just did right now. I don't know how it could possibly be waiting for the players to skip when there are no other players in the site, but here we are. So now let's push this further out of the way. I need to make some extra time to get some more ads in this video because I'm all about that money. That's the only reason I do YouTube, to get that money. Obviously, that is not a very sincere sounding statement because that statement could be further from the truth. I have a full-time job for the sake of the money. YouTube is here for the fact that I love it and nothing more. I love doing it. Here we are, something I love doing, including hitting the switches. That's something I love even more than making YouTube videos, and that's saying a lot given how much I love YouTube videos, but specifically making them and watching them. Anything to do with YouTube, really. So let's block that off. And then I want that final spark. I don't know why I want it, it's completely unnecessary. I suppose I am unintentionally panning out runtime for this video. At first this just started as, you know, a means of getting the Supercharger, like, chest.
But none of this is mandatory. We're only bothered in this playthrough going through all of the mandatory stuff. So getting all of the sparks, all of the supercharger chests, all of this is just completely for the sake of me having fun whilst doing it. Because at the end of the day, these spark puzzles are the best ones we've had throughout the entirety of the franchise. I like the mechanics behind them. I like the floatiness. It's something unique and inspired. And it's particularly fast-paced too. You know, like the games of Skystones here, they're actually quite tough. We're not going to be conducting this game of Skystones because we haven't actually done the tutorial for Skystones yet, and I can't be asked to sit through that. That is just going to take time. It's going to take minutes of my life that I can't get back. So whilst I will go out of my way to collect all of the sparks, I will not go out of my way to do the conduct the Skystones tutorial. But the case in point about Skystones for this game around is that they put a lot of hard work and effort into it. The stones themselves are all very unique and have different abilities, which really shake up a battle, because there's been no end of times in Skylanders Overdrive where I've been losing horribly, but I've brought it back with some well-placed stones, so to say. And the game is quite a marathon, you know. Your opponent starts off either with 20 health compared to your 30 on either medium or easy difficulties. On hard, it's 30 to 30, and on that mode, it's 30 to 40. So to reduce your opponent from 40 health to 0, it takes a long time and it demands actual strategy. You can't just play your stones willy-nilly and win with ease like you can in Trap Team. To be fair, this game did a lot to step up from Trap Team. It's a more ambitious game, that's for sure. The creativity isn't quite as strong as Trap Team's, and the level design certainly isn't as strong neither, but when it comes to just the Porsche's game processors, the graphics are phenomenal, the voice acting is really passionate and charismatic, and now I'm extra happy by the fact that fire has been brought out, so we can switch out instead to Lava Blast Rupture as the fire Skylander corresponding to the current element of the area. It means that when we finally beat the Spark Up Library and Shrimp Dawn of a new chapter, we can upgrade our current version of the Rupture rather than continuing to add to the bank score build their trick happy. I think, to be honest, either fate, either reward would have been great, but this was our fate. This was for a reward we were fated to receive, it seems. Let's say this game, it's really underrated amongst the Skylanders fan base. Those who rank it as the worst Skylanders game are just, you know, wrong on every conceivable level, because that's how opinions work. I don't make up rules, I just reinforce them. Unless it is the rules of the Supercharged series in and of itself. Apparently I do make up those rules, given that this is an original series. But you know what, we've mentioned that already, and the only reason I would have to say these things over and over again is to create an effect. That effect being to put emphasis on everything I'm repeating. So now that what I've said has been emphasized, we can move on, and we can avoid this laser. I have a laser of my own which I like to hit the opponent with. I don't like it, however, when it happens against me. I'm a bit of a hypocrite that way. You know, I enjoy murdering enemies, but then when the enemies murder me, you know, that does not put a smile on my face. Shattered Islands? This whole level is like a reference back to Spyro's adventure. First of all, we get the story of how the Core of Light vanquished the darkness from Skylanders in the first place. Then we also get the fact that we have a direct reference to the very first level in Skylanders, the very first level introducing us to the franchise, Shattered Islands. That is, if you started your adventure with Spyro's Adventure, like I did, over 10 years ago. Man, Skylanders has been in my life for more than half my life. That is insane. And now that laser is hitting me. So rude, stop it! Let me hit you with my laser and then not take any punishment for it. Sounds fair to me. Yeah, let's get him. Epic. So epic in fact that I'm going to mash that skip button as fast as ASAP. We got very little stars right there, very few stars, barely any supercharger chests, and you know what? I do not care. This right here, that's the number of fucks I give. It took me 19 minutes to say a swear this episode. What a peculiar situation for an Ignite the Fire video of all things. I'm not stoned like an absolute trucker for once.
Whoa, that looked like a pretty hard landing. You'd better go check on Tessa.
Nah, she's fine. We get to start this chapter with the next version in his chain, and that version is going to be his elite, which looks all shiny and golden. it's glorious how nice this figurine looks with its nice little gleam behind it. And speaking of gleam, as we place it onto the Portal of Power, today I'm going to be repping not the Spider-Man 2 PlayStation 5 controller like I usually do. Instead, we're going to be repping the Cobalt Blue. I keep wanting to say anodized blue, but that's for something completely different altogether. Or it's a different colour of all of the PlayStation 5 controllers. Either way, this is not anodized blue, this is Cobalt Blue, but it gleams, it shines, it's glorious. The camera is not picking up the true prestigious feeling of this controller. It is my favourite PlayStation 5 controller to date. I even got the Cobalt Blue console faceplates to match it, so needless to say, my PlayStation 5 setup, it is glorious. But enough beating around the bush, let us, without further ado, speak with Tess. We've got to make sure she's okay after that fall.
Yeah, I'd say your squawk and feather mattress could use a little flying lesson from old Captain Flint.
Yeah, I think the Squawk and Feather mattress, the last thing they want is a flying lesson from Captain Flynn. Anyway, she's fine. Let's move on already. Let's press the best button in the game for the skip button. Well, I would if I could, but apparently the game said no. And here I was thinking that if a Skylander was reset because their Series 1 version was defeated in battle, here I was thinking that was tragic. And that can't even hold a candle to being unable to skip the cutscenes right now. Despite Flynn's glorious tale that begun with an enchilada, all of that is terrible when it comes down to the lack of press the best button video game for the skip button. At least now I have access to the best button video game again. I can use the triangle button and, you know, barf out 3 lava balls at once, it seems. Now that I've done it twice, you're never going to see it ever again because that attack is not nearly as good as the other two that also exist. Yeah, that was great, but once again I would love to skip over all this unnecessary deep stew that Eon is spewing at us by pressing best button video game, but that is clearly asking for too much. Like I said earlier, it is a tragedy even grander than that of a Series 1 Skylander being defeated in every single version of that Skylander being reset. I'd rather that than be unable to skip the cutscenes by pressing best button video game. I love the best button video game that much. That's how good the best button video game is. Well, speaking of good video game buttons, I would really like to find the Be Good video game button right now. That would be a very convenient button to find because Guard for the Glades is a level harder to get through than you would originally conceive when it comes to getting through it deathless, purely because it is very easy to get defeated by the land vehicle sections. There are 3 of them in this level, and they bombard you with enemies that have tiny hitboxes, whereas their attacks, on the other hand, have huge hitboxes that make it very easy for the vehicles to get hit in the process without them attacking the enemies back. It's hard to attack the enemies, it's very easy on the other hand to get attacked. And it's the opposite of annihilating enemies, and I do not much appreciate it, because here's the thing, as always, I am quite alright with committing murder myself, but when it's committed against me, that is not cool, video game. Not cool.
Oh man, not Whiskers!
I'll take Whiskers over Flynn's fine any day of the week. Let's just give Whiskers the wheel of Shark Finn's ship, and I'm sure Whiskers will make a better driver. But that being said and done, we are ready to head out. As you can tell, I have new curtains. These are a lot darker and actually absorb light a lot better, so light doesn't seep through them. And it's a lot better for my lighted operation right now. Obviously, the only light I have is an upper headlight. I could really be doing with a fill light in front of me, because that's where the disparity in light comes from whenever the game enters a black screen. Obviously, the light coming from my TV in front of me dissipates, so that fill light is on and off again depending on whether my TV is on with the gameplay or whether it fades to black for... well, it's basically for loading screens. Loading screens are just that good on the PlayStation 4 version of Superchargers. Tech has popped up, so that means it's time for a little bit Double Dare Trigger Happy, because clearly we haven't seen enough of this character already. The video game just loves this character, what could it say? And as you can tell, now my fill light is incredibly bright, because for TV lighting is significantly brighter than usual. You can see it all in the gameplay, you know, pretty much. It's a great way to make sure that my commentary and gameplay is all synced up. You need to die. That's more like it. He's out of here. You see, Double Dare Trigger Happy is convenient right now because he is fully upgraded and he is overpowered as well as fun to play. So he's basically the whole package when it comes to a Skylander. He's for original Trigger Happy, but better. because you still have the fun of the button mashing and the crazy personality, as you can tell from Jackary's one-liner right now. You have all of that bundled with a better variety of attacks, so it's not just button mashing this time around, but you have additional lives like the vault above Trigger Happy's name. And you also have a better design here, because it's not as basic as the original Trigger Happy. Though granted, the original Trigger Happy, the whole point of the design is its simplicity. He was designed to be basically the perfect starter character. He was designed to be the perfect starter character for Spyro's Adventure. But man, I'm getting myself all sorts of tongue-tied today. So here it comes, the one and only Sea Vehicle section we're going to be playing throughout the entirety of this playthrough. But magic has popped up as our current element of the area, and as per rules we must switch out to the Skylander corresponding to the current element of the area, which means that finally Pop Fizz is gonna get some screen time. And you know what, if he dies it won't be the end of the world, because he's already had to have been reset due to the tragedy that happened with frickin' you know who, Lord Stratosphere. I don't like Lord Stratosphere, I don't like him very much, but like how I'm not a big fan of this section right now because these guys are killing me and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I need the spanner is what I need. Or wrench, you know, whatever you want to call it. What I don't need, however, is to be stuck here in the corner. That's a nuisance. And now, the good thing about Trigger Happy, as I was alluding to earlier, is that his Series 1 version has already been defeated before, so every single version of the character has been reset. So, what am I going to do if this character dies again? Just reset him even further than he's already been reset? Oh my lord, I would lose out on the 16 treasure I just collected if I had to reset him again. Imagine that, having to reset a reset character. Oh, never mind, now it would actually be a tragic loss because I've gone and some treasure with this character which can be used for upgrades. Not that I plan on staying with this character for long, because no doubt he will be upgraded to his next version very, very quickly, should we obviously complete a chapter as this character. Okay, those are some very pleasant frogs right now. I really like it when frogs give me treasures, much appreciated. I also love wrenches too. Wrenches I'm a big fan of, and gear bits, just pretty much anything that benefits me in any fashion whatsoever I'm a fan of. Now that guy we're just going to ignore. We're going to take no risk and get highly rewarded for it. That is the name of the game after all. The name of the game is not Skylanders Superchargers. It is take low risk and get highly rewarded for it. A bit of an odd title for a video game, but here we are. We are in the dawn of odd video game titles, let's not forget. Now we get to place onto the portal our usual vehicle companion, the Golden Hot Streak. It's like Hot Streak, but better in every conceivable way, for one reason and one reason alone. It is gold! Everyone knows that by decking something in gold, it automatically makes it 6 million times better. That's how it works. And makeup rules, I just reinforce them. Okay, sure, it's a convenient thing that this vehicle is very highly upgraded right now, otherwise I'd be having a much harder time with these fellas. I'm already having a hard enough time with these fellas, given that the fact that I literally cannot drive. Like, legally, I cannot drive. I have no driver's license, and yet here I am playing a driving game. Okay, here we are. Get him! Just shoot right through him, why not? I mean, that's gotta hurt, right? I wouldn't like a golden vehicle dashing through me at several thousand miles per hour. Something that dashes so fast that you can't even really see it coming. Okay, let's grab the wrench. Much needed wrench. Target the enemy, thank you very much. There we go. Let's weave back and forth and then kill these guys some more. There we go. Also double our damage, because you can't go wrong with double damage. Yeah, there we go. But this vehicle section is far from finished, and we still have 2 more land vehicle sections after this. The vehicle sections is where my worries lie in this level, and the earth element has been stronger for a while now. I haven't even noticed. Okay, my apologies about the cut there, but as I was saying, it's time to switch out without further ado to Elon's late Terrafin, as he is of the earth element, the same as the current corresponding element of the area, so to say. Yes, let's destroy stuff. I much like destroying stuff. Like I said earlier, anything that benefits me, I much like. This is benefiting me right now. It's benefiting my need for destruction. Because Skylanders, they are heroes. This is what heroes do. Heroes go into other people's gardens and destroy stuff. They also choose to miss wrenches. Oh yeah, and I also encourage people without driver's license to drive.
Because that's what heroes do.
They are terrible role models, these Skylanders, man, and yet here we are calling them heroes. They are no heroes. Oh, but, you know, those bugs are getting squashed at least. That's pretty cool. Nah, I'd rather you not collect me. I'm good, thanks. You know, very kind offer that, but we're still good, you know? Get out of there, man! I don't want to get stomped! Not for foot! Anything but for foot! Oh, I did I? I mean, I think I was already in pretty much trouble given how terrifying these creatures are, but luckily they've been squashed right now. And my question is there a wrench back here that I can take advantage of? Well, that invincibility would have been far more useful 5 seconds ago now, wouldn't it? Bang. Something's better than nothing, even though the invincibility basically did nothing. And that is a new chapter, which means it is time for Terrafin to become supercharged. Boy, have I been looking forward to this. Finally, Terrafin is good. I repeat, Terrafin is actually good. Well, he would be even better if he actually had any upgrades. And the problem is that Dark has appeared once more. And we don't have any Dark representatives. So whenever we don't have a representative of current element of the area, we have to remain as the Skylander we're currently playing as. So in this case, that Shock Trip Terrafin, which is really damn annoying because he has no upgrades. Curse this video game, man. It keeps popping up time and time again with the same 3 elements: light, dark, and tech. And only one of those actually has a corresponding character for the playthrough. No wonder why we're seeing so much Double Dare Trick happy. I mean, I don't mind tech popping up so much, but I wish light and dark popped up much less, because then, you know, maybe air or magic or undead could pop up for once. I mean, undead didn't even appear in Land of the Undead, for Pete's sake. The game is just really biased against every other element right now. Every other element that isn't like dark or tech kind of stinks. Like video game. If you're going to have a system where the current element of the area is generated at random, and how about you generate my element of the area at random? What it's doing right now, whatever it is not random. Random my ass. Oh, that was a fun little rant right there. Ranting is fun, what can I say? That's why people love videos critiquing stuff so much, especially when they're critiquing something that's bad, because you know already that, you know going into a video, that whoever's critiquing something that's so abundantly bad, I almost said bland, and like a combination of bland and bad, but half of the time when something is bad, it's because it's bland, it's flavourless, it possesses no heart or soul. But speaking of heart and soul, Bone Bash Brawl! I would really like to get to this character eventually, but the game said no. Okay, Undead is not popping up. Yes, as I was saying earlier, it's fun to rant, or it's fun to watch rants, because at the end of the day, human beings, they thrive off of negativity, so watching all of that, it just stimulates stuff in the brain that creates satisfaction, I suppose. Plus, it makes us feel less worse about our own problems, knowing that other people have problems of their own, with even if it's problems with a movie. Like, if a movie comes out and is bad, all of a sudden, the bad things we do don't seem so bad by comparison. That being said, sink or swim. That is one way to not fail. This is a good attack. At least I hope it is, now that I've gone and bought it without even reading what the attack does. The rockets do more damage, so I suppose it is a good attack. You can't go wrong with more damage. Now let's grab some more treasure, because treasure is a good thing. And there is a life vehicle section, but as always we are ignoring all of the other vehicle sections like the plague. These guys have got to go. Actually, can I just skip these guys entirely? That would be a way better choice, because then I can't be attacked and dying. I'm taking low risk and getting high rewarded for it. We love to see it, we do. Now let's burrow under and finish the job. I mean, it would be even better if this was treasure we're talking about here, for the sake of Shock Trip Terrafin getting upgrades, but clearly that was asking too much. So let's continue to bounce, at least from now on. Whenever Shock Trip Terrafin completes a chapter, we can add to the bank score, and having a bank score as high as possible is very important for the sake of either saving a Skylander who's about to be defeated, or for utilising the back score at the very end of the series after we defeated the darkness in order to upgrade our characters back to their former glory, because trust me, losing characters to the darkness, it is, as Thanos once said, inevitable.
I am inevitable.
Now let's gobble that up, see what these enemies have to offer, and then we'll have that food lying in wait. Not that it's going to matter, because I'm pretty sure this character is going to die in one hit anyway. We are playing nightmare mode, which is making it that much more of a nightmare to complete this challenge. I think this is another section that we can just completely skip over in its entirety by the looks of it. So let's kill this guy, get a level up, and then we're going to get out of here. Unfortunately though, this guy seems to be taking his time. It would be great if I had an elemental buff right now from the earth element, but instead Dark just had to show up. It couldn't help itself. So instead, I am buffless, and this stinks. This is stinky right now. I don't like how much this stinks. Then again, nobody likes the stinky smell. Our noses are practically engineered to avoid said monstrosities, I suppose we could go as far to say. It's like our taste buds. Our taste buds are engineered. They are designed to protect us from things that taste bad or hurtful, harmful, you know. In other words, if something tastes like poison, that's probably because it is poison, because poison has a distinctive poisonous taste. I wouldn't know because I've never ate poison myself. But the point is, as things that do harm to your body taste bad, that's how you know. Or sometimes things do just taste bad, period, even if it's supposed to be good for you. Like licorice. Licorice is apparently one of the better sweets when it comes to your health. I think it helps gut health or something like that. I'm not entirely sure about the benefits of licorice. The point is that it's supposed to benefit your body, and yet it tastes horrendous. Licorice is the worst thing my taste buds have ever came into contact with, and I do not mean that in any exaggeratory manner. I hate licorice with a burning passion. It is disgusting. How can you possibly call that a sweet? Okay, it is not tasty, and it's certainly not sweet. If you like licorice, there is something wrong with you. Specifically with taste buds. Your taste buds don't work correctly because you like licorice. You should go test your taste buds right now, make sure they're working correctly by tasting licorice and understanding how disgusting it tastes. Obviously, everything I'm saying is truthful, and your taste buds are absolutely wrong if you like licorice. Because taste buds can do that, taste buds can be wrong. But say, here I am ranting about taste buds being kind of like a defensive system to protect you against hurtful things, and yet there are just certain things that you don't like the taste of. As simple as that. Like, those things do no harm, but you just don't like their taste. Some people don't like certain foods for texture, but really, texture to me isn't too important. Taste should always come as number one. Even presentation, like a food can look absolutely disgusting, but because I have generally been raised to try new foods, I will literally try anything. I don't care what's in it, as long as it literally doesn't poison me. Like, I will try anything, no matter the presentation. I don't care if it's presented like absolute shit. If it tastes good, I'm gonna eat it. Okay, let's kill it. Let's kill the queen! You can tell it's a queen because it's got a crown on. Very convenient. Thanks for doing that, Bug. Thanks for highlighting your queenness. Get out of here, okay? Stop trying to kill me. Well, now it's not going to be trying to do anything because it's dead. It can't do anything whilst it's dead. That kind of like is how being dead works. So here we are. Almost done with the second land vehicle section of the level, where we're going to usher in the dawn of yet another brand new chapter, and we're going to add to the bank score. Shopstrip Finn has already been supercharged. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Light, don't do that. Come on, literally. Any other element would have been fine. Any other element. But nope. Video game just had to go with light. It couldn't help itself. Wow, we have already got ourselves level 3. That's what happens when you play Nightmare mode with a low-level character. This is what happens. Ow, that attacked me and it was very inconvenient. The whole idea of me being over here is so that you don't hurt me.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Fuck. Okay, looks like we now have to pick a different character. Because now Terrafin has gone all the way back to a Series 1 version, but because the license pops up, I can pick whichever element I like. But seriously, fuck the light element and its constant appearance in this series. If the light element didn't pop up for like the quintillionth time, then we wouldn't have lost all of this progress on Sharkshot Terrafin. Now he's back to a Series 1 version, which again we don't have to necessarily switch out to, for the light element is stronger here. So instead, we're going to go back to the Skylander who begun this level, Elite Eruptor. Because if there's anything I need right now, it is a shit ton of damage. All at once. Get out of here, man. You see, this upgrade is instant. You can notice the difference. But man, that really stinks. I very much did not want to lose Sharkshot Terrafin, but clearly the game didn't care about what I wanted, because it didn't give me a nice element to begin with, which is the first point of proof that the game doesn't care about what I want, and then it killed Sharkshot Terrafin on me. The game has become that much harder due to the fact that I had to reset these characters. But luckily though, despite going back to Series 1 Terrafin, because his Series 1 Terrafin form was never defeated in battle, luckily, for progress I've made and these characters already gets to stay. But man, how many times does Terrafin have to be defeated, bro? Okay, my apologies about the cut right there. I cannot remember what it was I was rambling about, so we're just going to continue on with Elite Eruptor without further ado. The damage these enemies are doing against me, no matter how big it is not enough. This is the might of Elite Eruptor for you. I am loving this right now. But yeah, for bare minimum, when I make my way back through Terrafin's, like, version list, when I make my way back through it, at least the progress we have made on the characters gets to stay, because the Series 1 version was never defeated. Not sure if me having said that already is in the video or not. Obviously, I won't know any of that until the editing, so I could just be repeating myself, but hey, repetition does have a decent effect. That effect being to put emphasis on the very thing I am repeating. So it's worth repeating in that manner, repeating all the stuff I am repeating. Now, what did we unlock? We got ourselves a Soul Gem of Supershot Stealth Elf. So without further ado, let's preview what we have waiting for us when we supercharge this character.
Supershot Stealth Elf.
Yep, that preview is not good because the character is not good. So what do we have waiting for us when we eventually get Stealth Elf Supercharged? What we have is not Supershot Stealth Elf. Instead, we have Super Shit Stealth Elf, as I prefer to call her, because that is a far more accurate name for the character. But say it is nice going on his power trip after having had a Sharkshot Terrafin with a major lack of upgrades and a combat section that I could have just skipped over, but I didn't. Mistakes were made. Such as, for example, not having my remote handy when my TV is about to power down, which is why I had to make that cut in the first place. Okay, let's be drifting, because that means we will garner more gear bits for the road. Let's say we already had a very small margin for error before we lost Sharkshot Terrafin. I will turn around for it. Where's the reverse button? I don't care that this is the wrong way, okay? I need that wrench. Well, it seems as though the game doesn't care about me getting my wrench. We can only go merely but one way, because this is apparently point A to point B. Tech Skylanders are stronger here, so we're going back to Double Air Trick Happy to continue adding to the bank score. Something that we could have been doing if Sharkshot Terrafin wasn't defeated. But unfortunately, Sharkshot Terrafin being not defeated, that was asking for too much. So we're back here in the final physical section of the game. And once again, everything I was rambling about, I can't remember what it was I was even rambling about. Ah! Because I was too busy being distracted by trying to go backwards and picking up that wrench. Ow. Oh shit! Last thing we need to do is lose Double Air Trick Happy here as well.
Damage aura.
Don't you dare stop me! Don't you dare hit me! Again! You can do anything but hit me. Again. Can you stomp him, please? Stomp him. That's not what stomping him looks like. I literally can't even get hit by this guy. And my range with this vehicle is not good. Go on, stomp him. What are you waiting for, you stupid boot? This boot has been very inconvenient. Stomp already, boot. Thank you. Okay, where is a wrench? There you go. That was a very much needed wrench. I am very distracted right now. My commentary is not on par. Usually this is a video that I would just delete, but I am too deep. I'm too deep into this episode now. Okay, here we go. I've dug myself a hole, and now, and now I have to sleep in it. Is that how the saying goes? It is now, because I said so. What is it? No, actually, it's I've made myself a bed, and now I gotta sleep in it. Okay, here we go. Let's get them all. You see, terrible commentary, or at least commentary that isn't on par, would be fine if you had on par gameplay, but apparently in this episode I have neither, and once again, that wrench is absolutely useless if it's all the way up there. Like, seriously game, what do you expect me to do with a wrench that's all the way up there? That ain't no use to nobody. Okay, here we go, just gonna keep going in circles and hope that nothing hits me. So much about hoping that nothing hits me, because I've been hit by something. Man, that is a lot of projectiles heading my way, and it doesn't help when I'm stuck in the corner. Okay, that's more like it. This time the wrench isn't suspended in the midair, and luckily for me, Trickhappy didn't die because he had the vault, which is his second life. Never have I ever been happier to have a second life in my entire life. Okay, here we go. Let's get them all. Every last one of them. Especially when they give me wrenches. Ooh, yes! We're back up to a fully upgraded, or at least fully armoured vehicle. Thank goodness for that convenientness, which is definitely a word. And if it wasn't, it is now because I said so. Get out of the way of the boot! Not the boot! Anything but the boot! Okay, here we go. Ah, not these fellas again! I hate these fellas. I hate him so much! Now stomp! Stomp already. Thank you. At least I took out one of them. Yeah, get over here! Get over here! Get over here! Oh, they were too slow. Stomp! Stomp! Yes, 2 for price of 1. Apparently me yelling stomp up the screen resulted in the screen stomping. Convenient that. Perhaps I should yell at the screen more often. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. Did it work? We're about to find out. Okay, here we go. Get him. Get him! Get out of the way. Why can't he just get stomped? Am I asking for too much? The answer to that is yes. Yes, I am, apparently. Stomp! What? That missed? I want to call bogus. I want a refund on that hitbox. There you are. That's more like it. Okay, we got through this level of only one loss, and the loss wasn't even to the land vehicle section, so why I feared the land vehicle sections in the first place, I don't yet understand myself. It was a needless string of fear. So now my bank score and my cast is whatever the setup says it is. I don't keep track of them whilst I'm recording these videos. It's very hard to do so whilst I'm busy recording, so a lot of things I have to fix in the edit for this particular episode I have to fix. Obviously, for several cuts I've made.
This still isn't right.
Yeah, I know, Chaos. It isn't right. It's annoying when things don't go right. It's annoying when things don't go my way. I want things to go my way, but I'm clearly asking too much. This whole episode, I have clearly just been asking too much.
Okay, that's enough flattery, Hugo. He's just a writer, not someone famous. Listen, Pom-Pom.
Yeah, writers are famous people.
We need, so spill it.
Yeah, you know how since they see dead people, I see famous people. I mean, not really. But yeah, I do. Just not really. Have I ever met a famous person? No. But I have. Just that I haven't. What is the correct answer? The correct answer is whatever would be correct. Would you find this, what I'm saying right now, confusing? Yes, most probably you would. But in another way, it's not confusing at all. Okay, I'm going to stop with that bit right now. The bit was funny the first time, but then I continued to repeat the bit 4 other times. But I suppose that does have an effect being to put emphasis on everything I'm repeating. Even though, how do you emphasize comedy? Do you just do the same comedic thing louder each time? Yes. That's exactly what comedy is. You should follow my advice to the letter. Second best damn NPC of the entire franchise has finally swooped in. Let's go, Gumshanks, let's go! When a Skylander is defeated, they have a far worse fate. But what is their fate? Well, you have to find out by reading? Yes, there's the description down there with words in it. You read them. I know that this is hard to comprehend, especially since we're all gamers here, and gamers don't read. Except for when there's subtitles, which is why, for me, it is impossible for me to play a game without subtitles. Playing games without subtitles to me comes unnaturally. I prefer having subtitles in games because it feels like an extra layer of interactivity. And that's what makes games worth playing over, you know, it's what makes it an experience other than that of film. At the end of the day, games can be considered too similar to film. Once you strip away the interactivity, that's essentially all what a game is, a movie. So, when watching movies, I don't care for subtitles, obviously, unless the movie is in a different language, because I want to know what the dialogue is meant to be, which is why I would have English subtitles so I could understand the movie and its dialogue. But outside of that, I don't usually watch movies with subtitles. I leave my subtitles exclusively for games, as that is where I can get an extra level of interactivity with the game by not only playing it, but also reading it too. Okay, here we go with Mastery on. I was silent right there for no good reason whatsoever, I suppose, for once I wanted to think before I spoke. A very peculiar situation we find myself in, because I hardly ever think before I speak, which is why half of the things I say are nonsensical. Which is definitely a word. 1000%. Because if it wasn't, you know what it is now? It certainly is a word. And you know why? Because I said so. The Colossal Colonel? Specifically with the KKKs for the sake of alliteration? It's like a Black Klansman all over again. It's not Black Klansman though, it's Black Klansman for the KKK. So that being said, let's talk to Flynn and move on from talking about all of these supremacist cults. Yeah, the KKK is not really something to be talked about in conjunction to Skylanders, because, you know, they are for two very different audiences. But here we are, talking about the two of them in one video anyway, or at least playing Skylanders, and mentioning the KKK. What can I say though, it was a good movie, I enjoyed Black Klansman, it was one of my favourite films of the year it came out actually. Especially since Adam Driver's in the movie, and Adam Driver is an instant win. Unless we're talking about 65. I have no idea how they screwed up Pooch in 65. It is Adam Driver fighting dinosaurs with a sci-fi gun, and they somehow screwed it up. That takes a special type of talent to mess that up. Scooter? Hello, fellow Scooter. Man, I feel like one of those boomers right now from a meme.
How do you do, fellow kids?
But that being said, life has popped up, so it's time for the might of, I believe, we're at Ninja Stealth, who has very few upgrades, so it's time for her to no doubt die in the same vein as Sharpshooter Terrapin. But luckily I can at least tack stuff beforehand. Yes, I'm at level 5 with 1000 treasure. Isn't that particularly great? Luckily for us, we can use this chicken... Not this chicken feed. We can use this shrinky growy thingy-McBob to obviously grow those nuts, they look like to me, or acorns. Either way, we can grow them and make them squash the enemies under the weight of their own weaponry. That is particularly useful, and we can also use it on the chicken feed to obviously shrink and grow all of that stuff, so that then that chicken can be extra nutritious chicken, because apparently chicken, when it's bigger, is automatically more healthy for you. Yeah, that's how food works. But let's preview, without further ado, Hurricane Jetpack. We have this to look forward to. That is if the air element ever pops up in this series, which so far the game has proven that it does not care for the air element, or the undead element, or the magic element. Pretty much any element outside of Earth, life and tech just never pops up. so far, the randomness of the generated element of the area hasn't been very random, or at least it certainly hasn't felt that way. But at least now, with the might of that Supercharger vault, we have some more treasure. Ninja Stealth Elf help her out with her upgrades, as she doesn't yet even possess her acrobatic flip. This has just made Nightmare Mode that much more of a nightmare to complete. It's just, once again, as the old saying goes, rather inconvenient. A very famous saying that, because people say things are rather inconvenient all of the time, so clearly everybody is familiar with the quote. Actually, it would be better for them to go slower, because Stealth Elf is so agile, she can very easily outmaneuver it. Boom! Take my combination tool for first.
Skylander.
And here we go again. How are you not dead yet? Then again, this is Nightmare Mode, so it not being dead does not surprise me. But me leveling up all the way to level 9, now that is a welcome surprise. That I much appreciate. So how about we continue leveling up Stealth Elf and do that even more. Okay, here we go. Let's squash them under the weight of their own weapon again. And boom! Consider it squashed. Let's make you slow again. That's the thing, you can either have like powerful, slow attacks to dodge, or faster, weaker attacks to dodge. Yeah, it's quite clever how this level works and its mechanics, as everything can be shrink and grown to your own comfort, so that then you can play it in whichever style you choose it to be. There we go, it's dead. And I am all the way up to level 11. If I was playing Skylanders Adventure, I'd already be maxed out on my level count, but my upgrades, on the other hand, are not looking so strong. Yeah, then again, in Skylanders Adventure, to level up to level 10, it was actually a lot of effort, whereas in this game, as you saw right there, leveling up from level 5 to level 11, the only requirements is to beat that chapter, where now, here in Running Afoul, we get to switch out for the Elite Stealth Elf, who hopefully has more upgrades. So all of that leveling up and treasure gathering for Ninja Stealth Elf to garner some upgrades for her, all of that turned unnecessary in the end. Either way, here's a spark clock. We're just going to go straight for the ignition key, because why bother with everything else when we're not concerning ourselves with 100%. We literally only came after the vault to get some more treasure. Not that this version of Stealth Elf even needs it, because in sharp contrast to her ninja form, it looks like this one is actually fully upgraded already. So here we go with a Sunrunner spiked helmet. Pretty neat, but we're going to ignore it for now as the fire element pops up, so we change from one elite to the other. Unfortunately, because Elite Eruptor didn't make it to the very end of the chapter in the previous episode, we remain as Elite Eruptor. I'm okay with that, even though I do prefer Lava Bath Eruptor, especially on a gameplay standpoint, because he's so fast-paced. Very bizarre thing for me to be saying about an Eruptor, but here we are. But say, we did play him in the previous episode, but you have to complete a chapter in order to move on to the next version of the character, and completing a chapter is one thing that Elite Eruptor never did. Either way, those massive hens right there, we could shrink and grow them if we completed the sea vehicle section, but as always, we aren't bothering with those. We're just going to race through the levels, so to say. This game is designed to be fast-paced, so by literally speeding through it, we are having that fast-paced nature. Okay, I prefer these guys being big, because then they don't have any invincibility against us. Ow. Even though they can attack us quite easily. Ow, that was very inconvenient. Get you and your bloody invincibility out of here, bro. Nobody likes invincible enemies, literally no one. But I will take that chicken, which again was extremely nutritious. It gave us over 1800 health because it was bigger. Like, here's the thing, when we grow these objects, we're not actually, I'm trying to think of how the science works here. So when we're growing something, actually their mass remains the same, so we're still garnering the same amount of nutrition as we would from them being smaller. Like, the meat isn't exactly grown with it. So it being more nutritional for a Skylander makes no sense. Just because it's bigger doesn't mean that there are more to it. We are scaling stuff up, but we're not necessarily multiplying its values. There is some scientific term behind what I'm saying, and I do know what it is I'm saying. I'm just not very good at explaining what it is I'm saying, but trust me, it all results in the same thing. When you grow an object, it doesn't change its mass. You're simply just making it bigger. You're not making it more weighty. Okay, and here we go. All of the confusing science out of the way. Let us worry about all this gear bit goodness. Is why Thanos wanted to wipe out half of the population in Avengers Infinity War. This was his motivation. Rather than doubling all the resources, instead of we just have more reasons to breed, and so then for increased population would use up the resources just as fast as we were using them already, and obviously the resources in the universe are a finite amount. So Thanos had to half the population to encourage us to use less resources, and he couldn't just make the resources bigger neither, because I've already explained about what making something bigger does. It simply just increases in size. It doesn't multiply what's within it. It doesn't multiply the nutritional value within it. And if anything, it kind of just spreads the nutritional value out of it. So you imagine a chicken this big with a concentration of nutrients. By making it this big, those nutrients are just concentrated further around it. It's like how concentration works in the spread of particles. Like, for example, the best example is juice. A strong juice will have particles very, very close together, and so you'll taste more of a strength, whereas a more tamer juice, one that's less concentrated, will obviously have its particles a lot more spread out, and it won't have as stronger a taste. But here's the thing, so let me know in the comment section below whether you prefer your juice concentrated or whether you prefer it weaker. I personally prefer my juice concentrated, because when juice is weak, it is basically just coloured water, and if I'm gonna have juice, I'm gonna have juice for the sake of having juice. It's got to be concentrated, man, otherwise I'd rather just have water. What's the point in having juice if it's just gonna wind up being coloured water, right? Okay, here we go. Let's get you into the hole right there. Enough of this talk about juice and science that frantically makes no sense. But then again, I did not know that you got a mod from that. You learn something new every day, such as, for example, all of the science I've been spouting in front of you. All those of you who didn't know the science, you know it now because of me. You're welcome. But the science is confusing, and that's how you know it's sound science. The more confusing it is, the more correct the science is. Okay, here we go. Let's get that in there. No, don't you dare hit the bouncers! You're going in the complete opposite direction to what I intend, and it is rather annoying. Do not do that. No. Bad chicken. Or hen. Or rooster. Whatever you are, you're not being convenient, that's for certain. Okay, we finally got it into the chute, so we can finish with this land vehicle section. The second to last land vehicle section of the level. It's not like Galaxy Glades, where we have vehicle section after vehicle section after vehicle section. They are far fewer and far between in this chapter, where we have obviously Portalmaster ranked up, and we've also ushered in the dawn of a brand new chapter. So finally we have Supercharged Eruptor. It's about time. It is for glory of the anodized, not the anodized, the cobalt blue. I don't know why I keep wanting to say anodized. That's for a completely different colour on the PlayStation 5 controllers. But that being said, since we're playing as a fire element currently, it seems only appropriate to utilise the buff for the fire elemental characters. And now, speaking of fire, we finally have Eruptor Supercharged. As I said earlier, it's about time we got here. Ooh, I want the treasure. Treasure sounds good to me. Yay! Let's go, treasure, let's go. Oh wait, when I said that Eruptor is fast-paced, falling off the edge, specifically, that is what I meant. Yeah, luckily this is what I have the dash attack for. That makes me way more fast-paced, and I could also go for that food right there, please and thank you. We can even add a dash to our dash using the dash ability mid-dash. Yeah, talk about dashing right there. Magic already? This was a quick switch out, so it's time without further ado for the might of Series 1 Pop Fizz. A character we haven't actually seen conduct any combat since his debut in episode 3. Okay, so with this one we got to kind of time it like it's a game of pinball. Let's launch it up. There we go. That actually worked. What a pleasant surprise. Oh yeah, let's destroy that stuff because it looks to be funny no other reason. Okay, I definitely have enough treasure for an upgrade, but that's not particularly useful right now given that Persephone is nowhere to be seen. Oh, hi fellas. Bye fellas. Thank goodness for my magic buff, otherwise I would be truly screwed right now if not for my magic buff. Ow. That was painful. Can I level up again? Oh! As you shall receive, I suppose. Thank you much, video game. Thank you much indeed. Oh no, that's tragic, but I really wanted to bring my family here and give them, you know, my employee discount. That's what we do at McDonald's all the time. My sister works at McDonald's, so we take advantage of her discount all the time. Ooh, that was convenient. Time to level up. Deal some good damage to this fella back here. Now you really need to die! Oh, that didn't work. That's a shame. I would initiate beast mode, but he really seems way too close to comfort at the moment. Okay, there we go. Never mind. I changed my mind. Here we are with beast mode. What could possibly go wrong? Yes! We got him out of here, man. And we leveled up too. That is freaking glorious. Take him out. Take him out too because I feel like it, no reason. And we leveled up again for good measure. Get out of the way of the attack right now. At least it's not Imaginators, because in Imaginators, these attacks would have actually landed before the animation had begun. It's like for rat enemies and Imaginators all over again, where they deal damage to you before the hammers even hit your character. Like, the animation hasn't even finished playing out yet, and apparently the damage has already been dealt to your Skylander. It makes zero sense, it is beyond infuriating, and yet we play Skylanders Imaginators anyway. It is a video game that I guarantee most of the audience probably have played, unless you're looking to get the Switch version. Because in which case, if you're looking exclusively to get the Switch version of Imaginators, good luck with that. You're gonna need it. But look, I mean, as well as a lot of money. That's why you need good luck, because it costs a lot of money. Food, don't mind if we do. Now here we are with the final land vehicle section of the game, or at least of the episode. Now all I need to do is not die. A feat easier said than done, apparently. Get in the chute! Got him! Are we actually going to be able to upgrade to like all Pop-Fizz after this? Are we actually going to finally make it to the next version of this character? Now that I've said that, I've definitely jinxed myself, haven't I? Why would I say that? I really shouldn't have said that, and yet here I am, having said it anyway, because I'm an idiot! Okay, I once put my wallet in the washing machine. My friends ask me why did I do that, and I tell them I'm an idiot. Luckily, because my friends are so close and so friendly with me, they said that explains a lot of things. It's like, thanks for the vote of confidence, folks. That's all. Get it? I said folks, that's all. It's like the Yoda version of Looney Tunes. Now get him to shoot! Shoot him! Yes! We were somehow able to get that. We'll take it. Though I still can't drive. And being able to drive will be very convenient in a driving-based video game. Tessa, what does it look like I'm doing? Yeah, sure thing, big boss man. Oh, man, that wrench isn't very useful now, is it? Nah, I'm good, thanks. I'm good with just, you know, plain old regular size. No, that's the wrong chute. Get him the correct chute. Thank you, hen. What do you mean? Okay, never mind. No, thank you. No, thank you. You're useless. Ow. Don't die! I really want to finally get this character to his Lycor version. That would be nice. Get the wrench! That was too close to comfort. Okay, go on. Get in there.
Thank you, bird. That's a convenient bird. Why am I saying bird like that? Because it was funny in Suicide Squad, so obviously it's funny here.
Bird.
And there's a castle kernel. Ooh. Ah, but Tuna's gone. It's ruined. Video is ruined now that Tuna's gone. That's how it works. The Tuna was just that good. Anyway, let's press the best button video game. That's going to make up for the lack of a Tuna right now by pressing the best button video game for skip button. It's a really damn good button, that button. And luckily, this episode, I managed to find a be good at video game button. Not a single defeat. And that is what we're talking about. So granted, that is because most of the gameplay was dealt with elite characters. Not going to toot my own horn that heavily when I use the most overpowered characters in the history of Skylanders. But yet still, here I am being completely defeatless. This is great, Hugo. Another thing to kick off this episode in absolute raw epicness is the might of the Glumshanks and Hugo tag team. This is one legendary NPC gathering. I love me a bit of this right now, even though on the setup it's not there. That's where my TV is in real life, in my proximity, but the gameplay on the setup is going to be in one of the corners. I always forget how things get flipped on the selfie cam, so it's best that I don't start pointing to things, because the next thing you know I'm pointing to the complete opposite end of the screen I meant to. Anyway, we have accumulated 6 wish stones over the course of this series, so we're going to utilise every single one of them here. We might as well, because who knows what kind of benefits we could reap. But first things first, we got to speak with these guys a little bit more. And you know what? I might be matched for best button in a video game. I regret dare even conceiving of pressing the best button in a video game. Who would dare skip over the dialogue of the grand and mighty Glumshanks? His dialogue, it is unskippable for a good reason, because he is too epic and he deserves so much better than his dialogue just to be skipped. Are you going to let me, like, throw stuff into Wishing Well? It's not going to let me jump into Wishing Well. This Wishing Well is indestructible, and I can't even wish in a Wishing Well. What's the point of a well that's meant for wishing that I can't wish into? Oh, there we go. That's more like it. We got ourselves an epic hat. And I want that armor buff. That armor buff is going to be the difference between this guy being defeated or not. Mark my words. That's going to be the hat that seals our successful fate in this series. Wow. Double Dare Trick Happy, because we haven't seen enough of him in the series already. Let's go on ahead and preview him as well. I mean, to be fair, he looks good. And that's because he is. This is an accurate Soldier preview in the fact that it makes him look good, and he is already good. Another Winged Sapphire. That's going to be useful for getting these upgrades back for all these characters that have been reset, because already 50% of our cast has been reset due to the tragedy that took place during the 3rd episode against Lord Stratosphere, whom I hate. I hate him a lot. But this candy cane hat, not only does it suit Pop Fizz quite well, it's got lots of buffs attached to it, so now Pop Fizz with a hat like that can become the new Willy Wonka, and by the time this episode goes live, it won't be long until Wonka hits theatres, so that's some convenient timing right there. Why would you want to go and watch that one guy from June play Willy Wonka when instead we could watch the far superior version of the movie where Pop Fizz plays Willy Wonka? And yes, that actor, I simply refer to him as that guy from June. So it's June Part 2 was supposed to come out a few weeks ago, at least as of the recording of this. Again, by the time it goes live, it would have been even more weeks ago that was meant to come out. But it got delayed due to the ongoing actors' strike, and it is so annoying because I really would have liked to have watched that this year. With June Part 2 being taken off the slate, really the only film that stuck in November was for Marvels. Not a good film at that, so cinema lovers really haven't had much to feast upon this holiday season, except for obviously that Thanksgiving horror film. There was plenty to feast on with that, given that it kind of revolved around the theme of Thanksgiving, where you have feasts and family gatherings. You know, it's a time of year to be thankful for what you have. At least that's what I know of the holiday. I've never celebrated the holiday, as I'm not an American myself. I love every opportunity I have to point out just how British I am. Anyway, we have a new chapter here, so that means it's time for the might of Super Gold Pop Fizz. Well, looks like all of those buffs are no longer going to be taken advantage of, because we're no longer wearing the glorious Wonka hat. But you know what, it's fine, this guy's still pretty powerful.
Especially when we have beast mode. Oh, come at me, come at me, come at me. I dare you, I dare you, I dare you. You fools. Okay, let's get out of here before these guys can take advantage of my vulnerable state with my lack of beast mode, or at least my vulnerable state when I shift back to regular form, that is. Why would you guys just die? You're being so rude right now. Man, these guys have too much health. I look forward to becoming a titan and dealing stupid damage to these foolish human... Well, I wouldn't even call them foolish human fools. They're foolish, trollish fools is what they are. That would be a far more accurate insult. Then again, if they are trolls, I suppose calling them human is insulting in and of itself. Also offensive. I'm being offensive towards trolls. I'm being trollophobic. But then again, on the internet, as the saying goes, you can't say anything without offending someone. So you can't live your whole life being afraid to offend people. You just got to really, like, try your hardest. Really, it is about saying face, and what I mean by that is modifying behaviour to behave appropriately around different groups of people who are offended by different things. I'm not saying change your personality in and of itself, you know, still be yourself around people, but just know where the boundaries are and adjust those accordingly. That's really the best thing you can do. There is no such thing as doing something that pleases everyone. No matter what you do, you're offending someone in some way. So you can't, you know, live your life feeling regretful and just trying your hardest to appease everyone. It don't work that way, yo. So yeah, I was being very trollophobic right now. My apologies to all the trolls I offended. But you know, it had to be said. By you know, offending the trolls, everyone else who didn't take offence to that statement, they didn't take offence to that statement. In fact, perhaps they might even enjoy the joke had they not taken offence to it. So there we go, you see. That day and age where, you know... And it's not exactly like I'm saying that is a bad thing. I think it's good that we're becoming sensitised to things and that people are open about how you should behave around them. Series 1 Terrafin time, because he got reset back to his Series 1 version due to the events that took place in the previous episode. It was rather tragic, actually. And he's at level 1. That is not very convenient. I don't much appreciate that. I do appreciate the pizza, though. But yeah, that's pretty much my spiel for the day. You don't need to worry about me preaching past this point. Preaching is only fun for the preachers. And anyone else who finds it fun for that matter. And here we are with the mighty Golden Hot Streak. Yeah, let's just move on already. Hopefully Golden Hot Streak doesn't offend anyone. Maybe it does. If you're offended by Golden Hot Streak, let me know and I will modify my behaviour around you. Let me know in the comment section below. That being said, we also have a Trigger Happy to switch out for. If you are offended by Trigger Happy, once again, let me know in the comment section and I will modify my behaviour around you specifically. No one else. Everyone else will have to deal with Trigger Happy still. But if you're offended by Trigger Happy, you specifically, I will do my hardest in the future to not offend so easily. And now the comment section is just going to be filled to the brim with people who are offended by both Double Dare Trick Happy or the Golden Hot Streak, or worse of all, you're offended by them both, and this is the most offensive combination in the history of offensive combinations. You truly, if that is the case, could not get much worse than what's on screen right now. So, shield your eyes! Okay, this is not family friendly no more. Okay, this is something that we need to protect any form of innocence against. So children, close your eyes! Look away! It's Golden Hot Streak and Double Dare Trick Happy. Look away for your own good. Anyway, there's a sky section right there. That we should legitimately look away from because that offends me. I'm heavily offended by sky sections. Why are you shooting toward the sky section here, Double Dare Trick Happy? Now I'm the one who's offended by Double Dare Trick Happy. It's no longer the commenters, it is yours truly. But first things first, I've got to take out the Terror Shark with a silent P. Why does it have a silent P? I don't know, just go with it. Ah, fella. I want to say bye, fella, but you're still around, and that's annoying. Stop being around so I can say bar fella. I prefer bar fella over ha fella. Okay, take my guns, take them to the face. Boom, baby. Wow, we create a huge ass explosion by using our cannon into the ring of fire. I did not know Trick Happy could do that until the Soldiering preview earlier. That Soldiering preview was useful. It showed me an ability that I was completely unaware of with Double Dare Trick Happy. And there goes the stuttering already. That was fast. We got here quick, like. I like how I can suspend myself in midair whilst I fire off. This is a great way to avoid taking damage. Now, boom! Fire! Explosion! Oh boy, he's gonna Earth Burrow, I guess. He's just like Terrafin. That's why they call him the Terror Shark with a silent P. You know, rather than Terrafin, Terror Shark. I think Terrafin should have a silent P. I think Terrafin would work really well that way. I think the silent P would power him up and make him all of a sudden into a good Skylander. I would like Terrafin infinitely more if he had a silent P. That silent P was just that much of a quality shift for me. It's that important that Terrafin should have had a silent P. Where is the silent P? Let me know, Toys for Bob. What happened to Terrafin's silent P? Was it lost in development or something? Like, what did you do with it? Where is it hidden? In the archival vault or whatnot? Terrafin really couldn't have done with that silent P. In fact, he would have been so much more stronger with that silent P. It's unbelievable. And he would have been much more fast-paced too, which is basically my problem with the character in the first place. If he was much more fast-paced, I would like him a lot more. That silent P would have fixed that problem by making him more fast-paced, because that's just what silent Ps do. Like, look at how fast-paced this boss fight is. This boss fight is as awesome as it is, due solely to the fact that Terror Shark has a silent P. If not for that silent P, this boss fight would suck! It would suck so bad, and I'd hate it, but I don't hate it because of the silent P. I cannot emphasize this enough. I'm putting enough emphasis on it as I possibly can by repeating myself. After all, repetition does have an effect, that effect being to put emphasis on the very thing you are repeating. Boom! Let's destroy it all, everything. I had it come in for looking at me funny. I didn't even know that sandcastles could look at you funny, and yet here we are. Now we shoot everything in sight, because that satisfies me. And here we go with a vehicle section again, because apparently we haven't had enough vehicle sections already. Now this time, let's try to take a little less damage. I like that plan. Taking damage offends me. Woo, but we get to switch back to the Earth element, so it's back to Series 1 Terrafin. Or should I say, per-Terrafin? Because, you know, it's Terrafin with a silent P, with a P, it's no longer silent. We have per-Terrafin. And we're going to have to change his nickname too. This cannot stand. We aren't worried about the hot streak, because what we want instead is, can we even nickname characters in Superchargers is the question, because obviously we don't need to reset him again, even though he's already pretty close to being reset. What's a reset character having been reset going to do, exactly? So there's stats we can check out, but none of these allow me to change my nickname. At least we have buffed up elemental power, so that's pretty cool. For those of you who really want to check out Terrafin stats, there you go. But just like that, I can't actually find a way to change Terrafin's nickname. This is annoying! They say you learn something new every day. Well, today I learned something new and I don't like it. I learned that apparently you can't nickname characters in Superchargers. Did they seriously stop you from nicknaming characters from Trap Team onwards? And in Imaginators, you can nickname your Imaginators themselves. You create names from scratch. So why can't you nickname Senseis? What's wrong with nicknaming Sensei exactly? There goes my nose, or literally like you saw that with face cam. Caught in 4K Ultra HD. Ow. Which my TV could actually process it with. So now that I have a 4K TV. Yay. That was a very powerful invisible wall. It just halted all of my momentum. Momentum? What momentum? Anyway, if I were to do this C-section right here, I would gain an advantage in the boss fight. And since I'm about to switch to Series 2 Terrafin, who's been reset, I need every advantage I can get. So for once, we're actually going to take up the opportunity from a C-section with the Spring Ahead Dive Bomber once again, like we did in one of the previous episodes, specifically for Gad the Glades episode. So I suppose that when I said that in the episode it would be the first and last C-section we'd ever see in this playthrough, I suppose when I said that, I was lying.
So that was a fucking lie.
Anyway, not lying. There are no lions in sight. In fact, there were no lions harming the filming of this YouTube video. There was Sassy Hair Flipstone. Here we go with the might of ignition! It's about as close to igniting the fire as we get in this game. Unless, you know, we actually ignite fires. But apart from that, as close as we get to igniting fires. It's an ignition key after all. The key to ignition. And we got ourselves a Skystone, which is clearly, most obviously, it's abundantly crystal clear that this is the best damn Skystones in the game. Obviously, we're going to add it to our deck, even though we aren't playing any game of Skystones, but we're going to add it to our deck anyway. Now our deck is infinitely better because we have the might of the greatest NPC, the greatest Skystone, the greatest anything ever, the greatest of the greats, Glumshanks! Yeah, you truly don't get any greater than that. I cannot emphasize this enough. No matter how much repetition we go through right here, there is not enough emphasis placed upon the absolute raw, untamed awesomeness of Glumshanks.
You're intruding on my personal reflection time, you barnacle.
Oh my gosh, I don't care, Beachcomber, to be frank and honest with you. I don't care. This is the number of fucks I give. Which is 0, by the way, not 3. I know I had 3 fingers up, but the number is these 2 fingers here, the 0 part of the expression. I don't give 3 fucks, I give 0 fucks. Oh dear! Actually no, this is fine. I really wish when you held down on the left joystick that you could actually, like, dive quicker. That would have been a cool mechanic, but unfortunately the developers said no, they just had to make these sections as slow paced as possible, so there is no speeding up mechanic. Ow! I should get out of here. This is not cool. Avoid for snails of doom. They really want to kill me, apparently. Even though, because obviously we're grown due to the effects of the Colossal Kernel, wouldn't that make those snails, like, huge? Ow. There's some very painful yet huge snails. Like, those would be bigger than giants huge, pretty much. Stay away from me! Stay away! Well, you know, you can just die. I'm okay with that as well. Ooh! I need that! I need it! Thank you, Wrench. The only problem with this is that now I'm going to go into the Beachcomber boss fight with 1 HP. And we've lost Sharkshot Terrafin once already. I don't need to be reset to the Series 1 Terrafin again. You know, it's happened to me once, so fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me thrice, I don't even want to know where the trail of shame leads there. You know, it's nowhere good, so how's about I don't go full on everyone thrice? How's about I don't lose Terrafin 3 times in a row? That would be good, that would be nice. And speaking of nice things, I do much like that shield right there, that shield, much appreciated. So yeah, just got to get through the Beachcomber boss fight with no hits whatsoever, and with an almost completely reset Series 2 Terrafin. He has no upgrades and he's level 1. Yeah, no pressure. Stop taking damage, you idiot!
What the selfie is your problem?
No! So much about all of this. So much about not resetting Terrafin back to his Series 1 iteration. Clearly, that was asking too much. So what we're going to do instead here is we're going to switch to Anchors Away Gilgren. I was completely ignoring the fact that there might have been an element of the area this whole time, which would have meant that I didn't even need to be playing with Series 2 Terrafin this whole time. I'm going to take a guess that it was of the water variation. Oh no, Earth was still stronger here, so I have no idea why. I have no idea why, because usually in vehicle sections the elements of the area are for vehicles rather than characters, so in sea sections there's often water or magic that shows up because they're the elements that the sea vehicles possess. But you know what? I've switched over Anchors Away Gilgren now. I can't be asked to switch back to Series 1 Terrafin, even though the Earth element is still stronger here, so I basically have no choice in the math. The rules are rules at the end of the day, so it's time to go back to Series 1 Terrafin. And you know what? If he dies, he dies! There we go, let's punch him! At least now we have the Earth Elemental buff. But yeah, say, having to reset the characters again after all this wouldn't be too big a deal. Oh, and of course there's food here, not that it matters much. I mean, then again, even if I got to Beach Coma boss fight right now, Series 2 Terrafin would have died, given how much damage I just took, and I could take 0 damage. And, you know, how much damage I just took. It is more than 0 damage. Oh, you're gonna do that, is ya? You're gonna do that. Oh, this was a big mistake here, Beach Coma. Big, huge mistake, as they say in Arrested Development.
I made a huge mistake.
But now that joke all out of the way, let's get him! Boom! Take my combo to the face. Now I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna run away. Oh, no, she's not doing it again. Now she needs a rest, and that's convenient for us because we can punch her, and we can punch her, and we can punch her again. Man! Such enthralling gameplay. Now I see why people love Terrafin so much. He's so much fun. He's so fast-paced. I can't even say that with a straight face. I couldn't even say it with a straight voice. Can voices be straight? I don't know, whatever it was. It was very clearly sarcastic. I hate this character. I hate him so much! But not as much as Wrecking Ball. I'll take Terrafin over Wrecking Ball any day of the week. Boom! Belly flop. That was so bad, so slow, so lame. Just pretty much every objective for lame is for... It's scratching the surface of Terrafin's lameness. And again, he would be so much better if he just had a silent P. I couldn't even nickname him though. I wanted to nickname him, but Superchargers said no. Get out of here, Beach Coma. Get out of here. Or, you know, not. I suppose not. I suppose not is in order. Get over here, man. Get back over here. Okay, here we go. Let's play some... I want to say hopscotch. I mean, obviously hopscotch is for hopping with a scotch. I don't understand what it is about those numbers in that specific arrangement that make it Scotch, but here we are, because it's clear that the board isn't named Hop. I mean, that's what the hopping part is for. Well, no, it's more like a jump rope, that. Even though jump ropes don't spin in quarters, they obviously spin in circles, something in which you have to do 100 times in Mario Odyssey for the sake of the moon, and I hate it. I also hate how slow Terrafin is right now. He is unable to get to a Dreamcatcher in time to actually attack her. If that doesn't prove how lame this character is, I don't know what does, because this character, he is lame. I can't emphasize this enough. Why won't you die? I'm asking you nicely, very nicely. This is as nicely as I ask. Okay, here we go. This time, let's do it with a little bit more speed. I like that plan. I like that plan a lot. Okay, where's she going to spawn? She's going to spawn all the way over there. Of course she is. Get out of here. Thank you. And now I'm at least going to level up Series 1 Terrafin. Give me the grandiose, sweet experience. Okay, Titan Apocalypse. Obviously that means we get to switch to Series 2 Terrafin, but as he's been defeated in battle, we can't actually switch to him. So obviously we change him on the display and the background, so our score has increased, our Terrafin version has been upgraded. But as we can't physically place him onto the portal with him having been defeated, instead we're going to first of all place the Golden Hot Streak onto the portal in anticipation of the land vehicle section. And then as for Skylander itself, since it can't be off the Earth element because Series 2 Terrafin is defeated, it can be of whichever element I please. And in this case, I please Rollerball, because we really need to get her powered up already. She is still on her Series 1 iteration. You can say the same for Jetpack, but Jetpack is lame, unlike Rollerball, who is not lame. Really? Really, video game? Oh, I couldn't have chosen a funnier element. Right as I was saying that I didn't want to play as Jetpack because he is lame. Right as I said that, the air element pops up. You can't make this stuff up, I'm telling you. Looks like I have no choice in the matter. I'm going to have to play as Jetpack anyway, because clearly, not only is the game listening to me, the game is directly going against what I want. I've said before, the game doesn't care about what I want. That has never been more clear than right in this moment. Now give me some treasure. I much need it. And food too. Food would also be good. But luckily that's what this huge ass burger shack is here for. This huge ass burger shack is here to feed me. No reason. Oh man, you really can't make this stuff up, can't you? Well, at least now Series 1 Jetpack is going to become very highly leveled before we usher on the dawn of a new chapter and we just switch out for its next version anyway. That will be the hype of the next episode for you, because for now, the one and only time where air is going to pop up, with perfect timing, mind you, we're here with Jetpack. We have to take down all of this shit. Why won't you die? Die, you suckers! Die! Please and thank you. Well, at least we got a wrench, and I'm also noticing now that I've grabbed a wrench that tech is stronger here. So we're not playing as Raw Brawl. We're not even playing as Jetpack. Instead, same old, to no one's surprise, we're playing as fucking Double Dare Trick Happy again, because the game can't seem to get enough of him. Anyway, let's kill some sandcastles. Let's take out my anger and frustration on them. I mean, Trick Happy is quite alright with this right now. He literally just said, I am. Hashtag me too. I also am. Funny that, how I also am. But that's because we all are. I am, and you are too. Okay, here we are. I realised that what I just said right there probably makes zero sense whatsoever. It made sense in my head, but you guys aren't in my head right now, so that making as much sense to you as it did to me is not likely. I don't much care, we're going to stick with the commentary anyway. As you can see, my frizzle hair is really coming in clutch this episode for all of the charisma that's just oozing out of it. I'm milking it dry for the sake of my personality. Thank goodness for long hair, because if I had short hair, I definitely would have run out of awesome personality traits by now. Because that's my personality, just yelling at a camera for half an hour straight. But really, who would want anything else, right? Especially when what I'm yelling at the camera specifically is absolutely nonsensical. Now die! That's hitting me, that's not what death looks like. At least not for you, anyway. No, I really need his fella to die some more. That would be cool. That would be the opposite of lame, pretty much. Die. Or, you know, you could also attack me some more. I suppose that's an alternative. Ow. You really got to stop this, man. I don't like you very much. Boom! And explosion time! Oh, I love the explosion. I love it so much. I don't like, on the other hand, getting hit. Where's some food when you really need it? Okay, let's move, because that was the mistake I made last time, not moving. Not moving, very foolish. Why would I do that to myself? I'm literally bringing death upon myself, upon my own door. No, I'm good, Thundertoe. I'm good, man. Ow. Well, thank God for the vaults. Ooh, that's a big boy explosion. I like that. Ow. Not cool, bro. Tessa, can you toss me some food? You got some snacks somewhere in luggage. I'm sure you definitely have luggage with you on Whiskers. Whiskers just looks like the kind of bird that can carry around extra luggage. I mean, then again, it can carry around Flynn, and given all the enchiladas that Flynn eats, I'm pretty sure he's not the lightest fella. Therefore, I'm sure Whiskers is quite strong in actuality. I really need you to die right now, Thundertoe. That would be cool of you, if you were to do this just one thing for me. Really cool, actually. I would very much like you for it. Do you want to be liked by me? Obviously not. No, he does not, is the answer to that. No, he does not. That hurt a lot, actually. I mashed my button so hard. Oh boy, now there's projectiles. Then again, it's only fair. After all, I've been projectile hitting him from afar, so it's only fair that he gets to do the same now, right? What goes around comes around. Die. Thank you. Double Dare Trick Happy survives another day. Boy, this character is basically just unkillable at this point. The plot armor for Trick Happy is so damn thick. Oh, hey, you can say that again. A kablam.
Now, Eye of the Ancients, that is what I want for a Portal of Power. As well as Sparklers, because Trigger Happy is all about that sparkle life. And Monstrous Isles has been completed for the first time ever with a C-star to boot. Well done, me and Ian. I'm going to give myself a pat and back for that. Eon is clearly condoning it. But yeah, it's time to press first button in the game. First skip button. Even though it means we miss out on Glumshanks' sacrifice, which is the utmost emotional moment in Skylanders history. So to save myself from absolutely breaking down, I have no choice but to skip the cutscene. The cutscene, it is too upsetting for me. Okay, my heart cannot handle it. It'll be like Telltale's Walking Dead Valley all over again, except for the fact that it is 10 times more emotional. Clementine's death ain't got nothing on Glumshanks' death. Gee, spoilers much. But yeah, if I had to choose between Glumshanks' death or Clementine's death, Glumshanks is definitely the most emotional. 100%. I just cry so much, especially at both of those instances. I'm already an emotional wreck, so when something comes in that's absolutely wrecking emotionally, it is going to turn my emotional wreck into an even deeper emotional wreck. That's how it goes. Yeah, Buzz, that would be great, but we can only do that once you shut up!
I suppose Buzz is making sense. There ain't no time to worry about the Coral Light or old Glummy. We need to get this ship back in a ship.
Oh no, she did! There's always time to look out for old Glummy.
See if you can get the #1 engine going again.
Glummy was my #1 engine. Today, we are going to be tackling Ride Apocalypse Demolition Derby because we gotta save our boy Glummy. In my previous episode, we skipped over a sacrifice because my heart just wasn't able to take it. But we did have Trigger Happy on the portal at the time, so when we ushered in the dawn of a new chapter, we added once again to our bank score. And that's likely going to happen again because the game seems to have an obsession with this character. Okay, we can't move on from Double Dare Trigger Happy ever. Speaking of moving on, I did not move on and away from this shirt. I'm wearing the same shirt as the previous episode because I'm recording this in the same session as the previous episode. I know, right? It's about time I started getting around to recording this series in bulk, but for once, I have the time to do so. In the past, I only ever had like 30-minute chunks to record one episode at a time, but now, on the other hand, things are looking bright.
I tell you what, Flynn. What Glumshanks did to
yeah, that's great, Sharpfin. It did take real guts, but luckily for us, his death, his sacrifice, it isn't truthful. Our character is coming back, but we gotta save him beforehand. We gotta save him from the clutches of his captor. It's like Fear the Walking Dead all over again, a series of which I finally watched the last episode of. And I hate Fear the Walking Dead in the fact that characters don't stay dead! Okay, the show has so much teleportation and resurrection, especially in the final season. Like in the final season, characters are all over the country. Like the mainline Walking Dead show does a great job with its locations because characters don't really teleport too frequently. The only occasions is when sometimes characters will shift suddenly between communities, and the communities are pretty far spread. So it would be quite the travel, like to get from Hilltop to Alexandria, for example, on horseback, it is quite the distance. They even put it out in the 9th season, and yet characters are still teleporting between these communities. But Fear the Walking Dead does the worst job with it, because apparently Morgan can walk from an island outside of Texas all the way to King County, which is outside Atlanta, and he can do that in a matter of hours. Trust me, I don't even know American geography, but you cannot walk that in a couple of hours. In Last of Us, it takes Joel and Ellie about 3 months to make it from Pittsburgh to Jackson, which granted is most of the country, so even that, like 3 months during the apocalypse to get across most of America, that is impressive. Okay, let's shoot these things. Yeah! Just say, I really don't know my American geography because, surprise, surprise, I've never lived in America, and looks like we're sticking with Double Dare Trigger Happy because whilst the area isn't tech, it is dark, and we have no representatives corresponding with Dark Element.
so we have no choice but to stick with the Skylanders currently with Portal of Power. But yes, that's how America goes. Apparently, in accordance to Walking Dead, you are capable of teleporting around the whole of the states, because that's the only explanation as to how characters get where they get to in the time that they do. This is Splat Soul Gem. Splat is lame for the sake of the series because we cannot get her supercharged. She has no previous versions, therefore we can't work her way through any versions of her character for the sake of her becoming unsupercharged to supercharged. You know, Trick Happy. It took him some time, but he went from lame old Series 1 Trick Happy, I'm joking, Series 1 Trick Happy is not lame, but he went from Series 1 Trick Happy to becoming Supercharged. You cannot go through the process of one into the other if you have no previous versions, and that's why Splat and all of the other original characters are not in this series, and that's why we're not previewing their Soul Gems. No need to be reminded of something that we can't even access in this series, but we can access in this series on the other hand. A little bit of Lava Lance Eruptor, who's also been supercharged. He's the only other character outside of Double Air Trick Happy who's been supercharged. So what we're going to do to even things out, make this series of land sections a little easier on ourselves, is we are going to switch our vehicle section each round. It seems a lot more fair to do it that way, since these are, you know, glorified boss fights, and we usually switch Skylanders between bosses, so why can't we switch vehicles also? So in this first round, we're going to use the Golden Hot Streak. In the second round, we're going to use E3 Hot Streak. And in the final round, we're going to use Dark Hot Streak. It's going to be a Hot Streak tag team. Die, 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 die. Or don't. You know, I suppose you can do whatever you want. You are grown-ass, whatever you are. You can make your own decisions. Yes, die from my spikes. My spikes, they are spiky and they hurt. They hurt because they're sharp and they're being rammed into you at very high speeds. That is very much what pain looks like. That's what pain sounds like. No! No, not for vehicle chompies. Anything for vehicle chompies. These guys' hitboxes are so insane and stupid. I hate it. I hate it like a lot. I'm gonna hate it a little less if I have some invincibility. Oh boy, did I need this. I needed this so bad. Yes, take my spikes to the face. Wow, that invincibility did not last long. I really don't want to lose all of my progress on the eruptors right now. So we are going to play this like an absolute coward and just keep a distance. Yeah, that's it. Follow me, follow me, follow me. Okay. Yeah, that was uncool. Dang it! I'm too close to death! This is not cool! Where's a wrench when you really sort of need it? And better range too. Better range would be great. Why are there so many of them? Why does the video game hate me? All of these questions, man, but they were not made for answering. They are what they call rhetorical questions in the business. Got him! Oh no, not freaking discount Treadonauts, anything but discount Treadonauts. I need the wrench so bad, but the Treadonauts seem to be defending it.
What a great play by the Skylander!
Get over there! Woo! We got there eventually.
The rookie sensation is becoming a crowd favorite. Here comes a shower of appreciation.
Ooh, yay!
Enjoy it while it lasts, Skylander.
I'm enjoying it. This is what enjoying it looks like. We've got our ups back up to full health. We've improved our shields. We're going to save that. Actually, no, we haven't fully upgraded our shields, so we're going to grab that wrench. We're going to grab both wrenches. I didn't realise the second wrench was there, otherwise I would have saved it. But my momentum was too busy driving me straight into it. Now that is not a Dread Roller. That is a Troll and Thunder video game. You got the name wrong. Bad video game. Bad. What do you get the name wrong for? That's a bit silly of you, don't you think? Yes! Let's get the damage increase! At least now we've got the damage increase as well as the fire elemental buff. That's quite satisfying indeed. I like that. I like it a lot. I'd like it even more right now though if I weren't taking so much damage.
Let's keep this fight interesting.
No! Don't do that! That would be bad. Bad for me at least. Don't do that. No! Not the freaking chompy machine thingies. I hate the freaking chompy machine thingies. In case it isn't clear enough already, I really hate them. I would hate them a bit less if, you know, one of them had a wrench for me. Please and thank you. Oh, shit! Get the food! Eruptor! Just stop driving God knows where and get the sodded food. Thank you. That's some good looking food. It'll be even better if it was wrenches, but we will take the food remotely in. Why do your exploding thingamabobs have to explode? Can't they just not explode? Am I asking for too much? Oh, who am I kidding? I'm obviously asking for too much. Ow. That was much pain. Now I need food again. Got him! Yes! 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 I am so glad that I get to switch vehicles between boss fights. Otherwise I would be so screwed and it would be so ridiculously unfair. That's the way of balancing things out, I suppose. You know, if the game is going to buff itself up and make it too strong for me to handle, then I also deserve to have a counter buff of my own. That being actually using portal power for its purpose, switching out what's on the portal. I mean, I shouldn't really flex. That was way too close to call multiple times. It wasn't exactly, you know, a skillful thrashing now, was it? There was many things, but skillful thrashing, not one of them. So, let's switch out our vehicle for the E3 hot streak. I have no idea if this is fully upgraded or not, so if it isn't, I suppose, you know, I'm going to have to make my bed and sleep in it. Okay, what we're going to do here is we are going to check that out and see if there are any upgrades that this thing could be doing with. Luckily, it showed us anything that needed upgraded, so it is to a max, so luckily we aren't missing out on any power buffs with the hot streak right now. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to access this vault because I feel like it. Yep, you heard it first here, folks. Okay, let's pop through here and grab myself that there. I was thinking of Bob, which is descriptive enough as is. We're going to stick with that all the same. Okay, wait for it. Wait for it, go for it. Boom. And boom. The quickest thing to do here is just fall off instantly. We get reset and get to hit that ignition key. What's even the point in that top left hand corner of a puzzle if you can just cheese it as easily as that? Like, why not, like what most games do, have it respawn at the last place where you were actually on the thingy still? You know, we fell off on the bottom left-hand corner thing where the spark was, so why not just put us back there if we fall off? You know, actually punish us for our mistakes, rather than what is, at the moment, a reward because we get to do the puzzle much quicker, we speed run through it. Anyway, enough of complaining about spark puzzles. We have the second and utmost terrifying round of Demolition Derby. If you ever were to switch to the dark element, now is the time, but obviously that is asking for too much, so why even ask for it in the first place? Waste of breath. No! No! Not Turbo Teeth! Anything but Turbo Teeth! At least I get the buff from the fire element. I will take that as a bare minimum. Yes, I can see that Pandagast. Yes, I can also see that Pandagast. Invincibility! I need it!
When you ride on the edge, you gotta expect some turbulence. Cost of admission, people. Our riders are taking the brunt of the damage from the debris, but they're still in there punching. Go, go, go!
Oh dear, I need help. I need so much help. At this rate, not only am I going to lose level on Disruptor like I just did, for example, but we now have to go back to his Series 1 version, and you know what that means when he gets an inf to be defeated? Every single version of Eruptor is about to get reset. I can't watch this. Actually, I have to watch this, because then I'm going to go from maybe dying to I'm definitely going to die. No! One hit! One hit is all it took! One singular hit! That is wrong on so many levels. But luckily for me, I have one character who's made it to their elite form. I need the health, okay? I need it! Though I'm not sure how much the health was going to help. Yeah, look at that! I've already lost half my health! Vehicle sections are so stupid! And I hate them. Like a lot, in fact. Why did that attack me? There was no need for that to attack me. That attack me was just rude. Whee! She died on me. Stealth Elf Gone did die on me. But luckily for us, even though she's been reset to a Series 1 version, just like we did with Terrafin, we don't have to necessarily pick the Series 1 version of Stealth Elf, as the fire element is stronger here and we have no Eruptor to switch out to. We can switch out to whichever character we please. So we're going to go Double Dead Trick Happy because he has a 2-life system, so even if he loses his first life, we can rely on second life. Please, please, I'm begging you, do not kill this man. This man must live. He must. No, I don't think I can neither. Where am I? I couldn't even see where I was from there, but somehow, by some miracle, Double Dead Trick Happy is fine, and he still has his second life. Or does he? Because I don't see a vault above his name, so he might not. This is unclear. Yeah, that was great. I'm going to press this button in the game, the skip button, get this guy's deep stew out of here. Either way, let's switch out for the Might of the Dark Hot Streak, get a few buffs from that because the Dark Hot Streak is absolutely ridiculous, especially with my customization right there. You've never seen a more glorious Dark Hot Streak. I basically guarantee it. Your customized Dark Hot Streak cannot hold a candle to my customized Dark Hot Streak. Half of that is because the customized design is awesome, and the other half is just because it's mine, and when it's mine, it becomes more awesome by default. A bit like how when you do something out in gold, it becomes more awesome by default. That's like it, but with me. I'm not cocky nor arrogant at all. I couldn't impossibly imagine where you get that impression from. Yeah, the attack from Mechasaurus was pretty rude, actually. I didn't much appreciate it. Whee! That was quite the jettison right there. All I want is for double damage buff. Am I really asking for that much? Wow, I really cannot get that double damage buff to save me life. What I can get, however, is the damage and aura. Okay, now let's get the shield regen. There you go. Even though it's a healing elixir, but you know what? We take shield regen. Die, 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 die. I think that's what I hear for crowd chanting. That's not me chanting it, that's for crowd. Die, 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 die. You gotta listen for crowd, man. You gotta be for crowd pleasing act after all. Who are you if you aren't a crowd pleaser now, alright? I mean, that's exactly what Barbie and Oppenheimer were. They were crowd pleasing movies. Look how much money they made as a result. Only Christopher Nolan could make a historical drama and make that much money off of a historical drama. Only Christopher Nolan. Oh, I will. But first up, I want some invincibility! Get him. Get him. Continue to get him. Notice how when there's only one boss fight and not 6 million other smaller enemies to have to deal with, notice how much easier it becomes. Okay, I'm just going to kind of double tap that. Ow, ow,
Ow. Never mind about easy. I take it back. I'm sorry, video game. I'm sorry. I have insulted you, and I am sorry. Oh, thank goodness for the vault. Now die, please. Okay, looks like we're going around the other side here. Yes! Woo! Okay, we might have lost Lava Lanceruptor. We might have now proceeded to have the need to reset every single Eruptor along his chain. But at least that Trigger Happy didn't die because he is unkillable. We take victories, small victories. We take victories when they come. I really should have switched out for Elite Stealth Elf. Then again, we might have lost Double Dare Trigger Happy, which would have been a much bigger loss than Elite Stealth Elf, because Elite Stealth Elf we lost 3 points for. Double Dare Trigger Happy would have been 4. So now the only characters who are past their Series 1 iterations, I believe, are Terrafin, Gilgrunt, and Eruptor, and Popfist too, because he got up to his Light Core by some miracle. Either way, we are going to cut this series really tight here at the end. We are it is a very small margin of error we have left if we want to get that perfect 40. Mere mortals. Well, that's a good thing. I'm no mere mortal now, isn't it? We only have 2 more episodes to go, and the penultimate episode is going to be preparation for the final episode, where the finale is going to be part of the 12 Days of Skylanders, the second day of Skylanders specifically. So the finale is going to be one hell of a celebration. It's going to come out on Boxing Day. At least that's something that we celebrate here in the UK. It's effectively a bank holiday right after Christmas Day. It's a way to kind of rest and recuperate after the madness of a Christmas holiday. Because if there's one thing Christmas is notorious for, it is tiring us out. If you make Christmas dinner, trust me, you deserve the right to enjoy Boxing Day, because making Christmas dinner is one hectic task. We are going to get rid of that magnet right now, because this section is particularly painful with the magnet having been applied to our vehicle. Anyway, that being said, let's avoid the mines and then switch out for none other than the very same character we were just talking about as Fire Stronger here. And the final rule of the series is that whenever an element of the area pops up, I must switch out to the sky to correspond to that element. Cannot switch out again until the element of the area changes once more. So it is time for Series 1 Eruptor to give it its all. Video game, I did not give you permission to turn on my stinking magnet. Okay, so let's take these fellas out. Luckily I get a nice buff from the vehicle being of the fire element. Die, 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 die. That's what we're talking about, baby. They didn't just die, they died in a ring of fire. In a ring of fire. Now I should be careful with my singing right now, because it's just too damn good that I might get copyright struck for it. But yes, Ring of Fire was one of the songs that I was considering for my new intro at one point, but in the end, there just wasn't really a small clip I could take from it that could be used in a small 30-second chunk. At least with the song that I used in the end from Metallica called Fight Fire with Fire, there was a perfect chunk that I could use to kind of, you know, transition for music so that then it had a smooth run for 20 seconds straight, and on top of that it also had a rhythm to it to where cuts could be made. So overall, Fighting Fire with Fire was a better track than Ring of Fire, because Ring of Fire just didn't have what I was looking for when it came to the rhythm and the timing, for the sake of the intro. The new intro, that is. The old intro, obviously, with Billy Joel as a classic. We didn't start the fire. Once again, though, I'm going to be cautious of my singing before it winds up becoming too good and I get copyrighted for it. Why are these enemies respawning, and why did I not grab the freaking grabber when I went to go grab it? I have many questions. I demand a refund on all of the current exchanges that has led me to this moment. After all, my health has now seen better days, and I am not a big fan of these odds. But as Han Solo once said, never tell me the odds. So let's get this statue reattached, and then we can get ourselves out of here and do our magnet without further ado, and somehow avoid that attack. Don't ask me how I was able to dodge that. It was definitely a pure accident, as dodging stuff like that is actually rather skillful, and me being skillful at these games is an anomaly. But I suppose we'll take what we've got
as we approach a puzzle utilizing magnets. Why not, right? Here we go with a rank up. We ranked up to numero 8, where we have either Bane of Trolls or Bane of the Undead, where we're going to be choosing Trolls because neither of these are particularly useful for the levels that are coming up, but I'd still rather take out the Trolls as they are the bane of my existence. A very common phrase in this channel at the moment, that bane of my existence. But what can I say? It's a good phrase. If it ain't broke, then keep using it over and over again. That's how the saying goes. And if it wasn't, well, it is now, because I said so. Now that being said, I could really do with, first of all, the ushering in of a brand new chapter. That's awesome. Let's switch out for Series 2 Eruptor without further ado as we get to move along to the next version of Eruptor in his chamber. We get to move from a reset Eruptor to yet another reset Eruptor. How fantastic. But now with the utilization of Repulsion, I can get rid of all the nasties with much more ease. Now let's also take out this Vineyard to see what it has for us. It has some experience, let's go. Whoa, that was a quick way to get myself all the way up to level 12 if I was playing Spells Adventure right now. This character would already be maxed out in terms of its level cap. Anyway, let's use our power of repulsion to get these doors out of the way, because those doors, they are repulsive. Get them away from me. They are so incredibly ugly that I don't want them anywhere near my vicinity. How terrible the game thinking that it can put doors in my way like that, ones that look as despicable as they did. The game, it insults me with the presence of such repulsive doors. But that being said, we're going to utilize our magnet right now for this Supercharged gate to ensure that all of the treasure is attracted to us. We can't have that being ricocheted off the edge, because it's no good to us off the edge now, is it? We need it for upgrades, not you know, for it to be jettisoned straight into the never-ending abyss. Now I'm gonna have to be very careful here, because I do not want to fall in. That door is acting weird on me right now, and I do not like it. But yes, because we take full damage in this game, falling in will not be ideal, given how little health I have already. But luckily, that's what I have the power of attraction for, and in this case, I have the power of repulsion. Water, thank goodness, it couldn't have came with any better timing, because now it means I get to move along from a Series 2 Eruptor who's not so upgraded, to instead taking his place a Series 3 Gilgren, in sharp contrast, who is in fact fully upgraded. So that's why I say this could not have come at a better time. Let's freaking go! And let's also be obviously attracting all the treasure to us, because that would be fantastic. But what we don't need to do, however, is that the Supercharger Vault, obviously we got it for Eruptor earlier because he wanted the treasure for his upgrades, but since Gilgren here is completely maxed out in every category conceivable, instead we're just going to bypass it to save ourselves some time, because after all, this game is at its most fast-paced when you're just blazing through these levels, and that's when it's the most fun, when the game is fast-paced. After all, it is designed to be a fast-paced game, as we do have vehicles to traverse the Skylands now. It'd be a bit of a waste to have vehicles and not make the game more fast-paced. So in other words, by taking away content in this game, it makes it better. We're going to avoid the content that we don't need to engage with, make the game a better game for it. This is not 100% serious, but I have to remind you, we're not tackling any sea sections or sky sections. We're instead just going to stick to the pure base game that we need to get through in order to get from the start of the game to the very end of the game, where at the end of the game, what score we have, it shall be final! That's obviously after we utilise all of our banked points that we have acquired along the way, because there's no way that Trigger Happy is going to have that much screen time in this series and have nothing to say for it. So I don't even know why I bothered walking up there, to be honest. Could have just bypassed it entirely, which seems to be my favourite activity right now, bypassing stuff. So why I didn't just continue with that is beyond me. Yes, you did, man. Okay, let's bring him straight into the ledge. Let's go. Okay, let's take out some more fools with the utilisation of the bottomless pit down there. That is a good almighty pit. I am liking that pit. And I was about to say boom there, but apparently I didn't charge it up for long enough. And now that I have charged up long enough, there are no enemies of which to commit murder against with this anchor. What a waste of an anchor. This is tragic. Not quite as tragic as, you know, what happened in the previous episode with all of the losses that we endured, but tragic all of the same. Now my question is, when are we going to get Gilgrunt upgraded to his next version? I mean, at the end of the day, this character has had a lot of screen time, much like Trick Happy, but still, he remains here with his deep dive version. Rather annoying. And what's also annoying is the dogs barking in the background. You may or may not hear that picking up on the camera. It is unclear to me. I'll know in the editing whether you hear the dogs or not. But I hear the dogs. I hear my mum and my grandmother yelling at the dogs for the barking. I hear all of that. But whether the camera's picking up is currently unknown to me. The mic in this phone is good because obviously I pick up my voice based on my proximity to the camera right now, given that I'm close enough to the camera for the mic to pick up said voice of mine. Dogs on the other hand, just because they can be heard doesn't necessarily mean the mic's picking them up because they are far enough away in proximity. We might just be in the safe zone. Anyway, we're going to grab ourselves a mod, and then, after that mod is said and done, we have a Terrapin to push out for, because he is corresponding with the current element of the area, an element being of the Earth element. Even though, let's take a good long look at the shark right now, and let's all admit to ourselves that a shark in the Earth element is rather unfitting. He should have been a water Skylander. Hashtag Terrapin should have been a water Skylander. Everyone's complaining about Gravegobber switching over to the water element. I'm complaining about Terrapin not being the right element to begin with. Okay, here we go. Let's just press the brake button. Why not? Because apparently I have forgotten in the last 30 seconds what all the controls are. So I'm pressing brake when I meant to press drift, because drift is the X, not the square or the triangle or any other button that is not the X. The X is purely drift, and that's about it, really. Obviously, the triangle is the tertiary or the secondary attack, and then the circle, which is one I got confused with earlier. The circle is the one that allows us to brake. Rather convenient when I need to stop. After all, that is what brake is designed to do. But at the moment, I don't need to stop, so the utilization of the circle button is that of completely unnecessary in nature. A bit like, you know, Deep Stew throughout this entire franchise. It is all incredibly unnecessary. And the circle button isn't even the best button in the video game, so why do I even bother pressing it? We all know what the best button in the video game is, that being the skip button, the triangle. The triangle is the best PlayStation button. You heard it first here, folks, from my very compelling evidence and point of view. Okay, we really need to get this over here. Bingo! We hit all the chimes, that's what we're talking about. And now let's jettison ourselves to the end of this Land of Vehicular section, where we're going to usher in the dawn of yet another brand new chapter. So it's time to move on to knock out Terrapin, the next version within Terrapin's chain, mind you. So yes, I would love to be knocking out enemies right now, but as the task is said and done, when Knockout Terrapin is at a very low treasure and level count. And here we are with the Dark Element appearing once again. Despite the fact that I haven't once placed a Dark Scar onto Portal Power, the game seems to want to keep randomly generating the Dark Element as the element of the area. I'm saying Undead here because Undead has not appeared once as the element of the area throughout this entire series, at least not once that I can remember. And it is very tragic because Undead is my favourite element of this entire cast right now, because Rollerball is involved, and Rollerball is superior. All these other characters, they are, as Soundwave once said, inferior. When Soundwave said that, he wasn't talking about Autobots and Decepticons, he was talking about Rollerball and every other Skylander. Because here is the level of every other Skylander, and here is the level of Rollerball. Anyone who thinks she's one of my top 10 favourite Skylanders, which she is, if you were to make a statement online that Rollerball is one of my top 10 favourite Skylanders, that statement would be a fact, because she is. And in fact, Rollerball being one of the best Skylanders is fact in of itself. It is not an opinion of mine. After all, my opinion is fact. That's how it goes. My opinion is the universal fact. If you disagree with me, you're wrong. That's how opinions work. I could really be doing with some food right now. That's why we got ourselves out of that situation as fast as possible, because Knockout Terrapin, in the midst of all my rambling, was about to be defeated in combat, which is the last thing we want. After all, I have a very little margin for error. I want to get a score as high as possible for the end of this series, which is going to involve my characters, hopefully, not being defeated in combat. You know, the less death, the better, generally speaking. Less death is good. Less death is very good. So, once again, let's be jettisoning ourselves off and bypassing this combat entirely because we don't need to engage. We're going to take low risk and get high rewarded for it. Yeah, here we go. Name of the game, to take low risk and get highly rewarded for it. In fact, it's not even low risk, it's no risk whatsoever because we didn't engage in combat. In fact, we don't need to engage in combat here, neither. None of this level is actually necessary combat, I believe. This entire level can be bypassed should you choose to play the game in that manner. Yes, give me all the sweet treasure. We love to see it, we do. We love to see it. Anyway, what we also love to see is something hidden back here, which I believe certainly should have been a Supercharger vault because this is a really sneaky and hidden spot, but instead of what they hide there is a wish stone and a gem, or it could be a gem either. So it's all that work, all that effort, and you're not really rewarded for it. Not only making the traversal, but also finding it in the first place. None of that is rewarded, despite, you know, how rewarding it feels to find the secret, because it is so hidden, which is why it should be Supercharger Vault. You know, really increase the satisfaction of a reward of finding that. I reckon for reward, well, I reckon the challenge would have justified for a reward, given how hidden the area is. Why am I spending so long talking about a singular secret area, which is very secret in this game, and yet not that rewarding? Why am I spending so long rambling about that? Hey, I got a pad out for runtime somehow, right? I'm of course joking. These YouTube videos are not made for the purpose of monetization. In fact, the only purpose of monetization service on this channel still is to fund the giveaways. I have a very exciting giveaway coming up, which obviously you guys will get to see for the debut of 12 Days of Skylands, which is going to begin on Monday, which means that the finale for the very next episode is going to be a part of the 12 Days of Skylands. It's going to be the second day. So that's going to make the episode extra special. Not only is it going to be the finale to the series, but it's going to be part of the 12 Days of Skylands. If that hasn't got you excited, frankly, I don't know what will. It's gotten me excited. Can't you tell from how giddy I am? The pure excitement. This is the face of an excited man right now. So let's hop into our vehicle and conclude this episode without further ado, because this episode has to be over in order for the next episode to begin. That is how episodes work, after all. Oh dear, I am dying. I repeat, I am dying. Luckily, this is what I have the power of repulsion for. Thank you, repulsion. I'm glad that I am so repulsive to these enemies right now. I've never been so glad to be this repulsive before. Die, 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 die. Thank you. Can one of you be so kind as to leave behind a wrench? No, no, you cannot. That's annoying and stupid and annoying. You know, just all of the above. Ow. Well, so much about not getting defeated in combat and already thinning our very slight margin for error. Clearly, not dying in nightmare mode was fucking asking for too much. So let's get this piece of garbage off a portal right now. And in fact, we're not going to get him off a portal. We're going to see the open window right there. We're going to throw him out of it. And we're going to replace him with super gold pop fizz. We really need to make our way through different versions of this character. And hopefully, he's not going to die. Though that is asking for a lot, I must admit.
10 seconds later.
I really should have foreseen that coming. Oh, the joys of reset characters on Nightmare Mode. But that being said, now that I have truly screwed over my chances at a good score in this series, I'm just going to do what anyone should do when in doubt, and that is switch out the double dare trick happening. Why I didn't just do this in the first place, it is beyond me. But now if he dies, I'm going to be extra annoyed. Not just annoyed, I'm going to be annoyed with a little extra on top. But that's what Trick Happy has a second life for. Will you guys just like die? Okay, there's the wrench I was looking for. Jeez, that took its time to show up now, didn't it? But yes, there is, our chances of getting that 40 score are basically 0 now. Right when you thought all of the losses we had so far in this series were enough, you thought wrong. Nightmare Mode still had another couple of tricks up its sleeve when it came to mercilessly killing off my characters, or, you know, defeating them, so to say. Now get these into the correct slots. Bingo! And bongo! Ooh, there we go. That is 3 for 3. Yeah, normally I don't have many problems with Mystical Vault. In fact, I believe in the Noir Log we didn't even have any defeats. But we also weren't switching out for characters that were level 1 every single time. I seriously thought the Super Gold Pop Fizz would have been alright, so that then we could go to his next version, which would have been his Fizzy Frenzy version. But apparently, going through Pop Fizz's chain of characters, that was asking too much. Like a lot of things in this series, it was asking too much. It was not asking too much on the other hand. It is press and best mini game. Let's skip button. Let's get this out of here as fast as ASAP, because I want to end this episode, okay? I want to get this tragedy out of here. I want to get it off my screen. This is awful. Every variety of awful. It's not even awful, because there's one step above that. It is awful. This is an awful time to lose all my characters. But hey, we still have Double Dare Trick Happy at least, and so long as Double Dare Trick Happy is alright, the enemies are screwed. It's like Star Wars, you know. In Star Wars, so long as R2-D2 is alive, the bad guys, they are screwed. It doesn't matter how many of the good guys die, so long as R2-D2 is around, the good guys are gonna win. R2-D2 is just too overpowered, the enemy, the bad guys can't handle it. Okay, time to defend more of the academy. Just all of you folks really need to go right now. And we boom, cannon fire. Yeah, time to actually make use of an attack which normally is of no use. And boom, yeah, that's what we're talking about. Oh, what do you know? Even Buzz is really into it right now. That's what he's talking about. Yeah, there we go. Explosions for the win. Yeah, explosions for the win. Because, you know, explosions are pretty much always a win. As are Ring of Fires. We were singing Ring of Fire earlier after all. So Ring of Fire is a very appropriate theme for this episode, I suppose. Which may or may not be called Ring of Fire. It might be called for Awful Ring of Fire. To bring together the whole awfulness of this episode. And contrast it directly with the gloriousness of a Ring of Fire. The Ring of Fire. I love how deep the vocals are in that song. That's what makes it so memorable. In this finale, we're going to try our darndest to lose as few characters as possible. What we have to kick things off is Bandit Train, and after Bandit Train we are going to make our way to the Sky Eater. But to traverse through the Sky Eater, we're not going to be using our regular Golden Hot Streak, because I have something far superior in mind. Now, it took me hours to get this sorted. Well, not hours, I exaggerate, but in this game there is a customizable option for your vehicles. Every single one of them can get customized, including this here burn cycle. So as we place them onto the portal, we are going to find out that the burn cycle has been Christmasified. It's looking very jolly with its red light up scheme and its green colour palette. It looks almost like a Christmas tree. Since when does the magic element ever appear? For one time it chooses to appear as on the Bandit Train, where Series 1 Pop Fizz is reset based on the tragedies from Episode 3. So pretty much what happened in Episode 3, the punishment, the consequences to my actions, is rolling over into this episode, where Pop Fizz is going to have a really tough time with a Bandit Train, because this is a purely combat-orientated level, which is tough when your characters are fully maxed out. And here I am with a character that has been reset. But say, when it came to customizing the burn cycle, to actually acquire the correct parts, I had to open up so many of those chests that it took me quite a long while in order to get the parts that I wanted, and even then I still never got the Christmas neon lights. The neon lights that are being utilised for the burn cycle are actually the chaos lights, because they are red and look quite good when combined with the green deco that you do get for the holiday colours, which those holiday colours took me far too long to actually get from those chests. And it doesn't even bother me that I had to pay gear bits to get them all. What bothered me is the fact that opening up each chest took ages, because you had to mash the primary attack button like you was opening a chest. So doing that constantly got very repetitive and tedious. Okay, here we go. And there's also a microtransaction type deal, so you can actually pay for those chests using real money rather than using gear bits. So rather than grinding out gear bits, you can pay real money to hasten the customization options by getting obviously those micro chests, but it was completely random what you got, and most of the time I got duplicates, so if I had actually paid real life money for those, it would have felt like an absolute waste of my hard-earned cash. What I find funny is that the shop is still open for those, so you can still buy those from the PlayStation Store as a microtransaction, and yet in Imaginators, to get the Imaginite chest, those microtransactions have been shut down and you can no longer buy them from a PlayStation Store. So the older Skylanders game still has its microtransaction system available in the store for both PlayStation and Xbox. Bit weird that way. What's not so weird is what just happened with Pop Fizz having been killed off, because that's what's suspected. So now, with the current element of the era being magic, and me having no access to the magic element because for Series 1 Pop Fizz has been defeated in battle, instead I can use whichever character I want, and in that case is gonna be a little bit of Angus Waygilgrunt, because in the previous episode he proved his worth and got through the Mystical Vault quite confidently indeed. But say, this is an extra special episode because it's not only the finale to this entire series, but we also get to enjoy a little bit of the Christmas jumper as we are currently experiencing the second day of Skylands. I keep pressing the wrong button to do that, man. It's the circle button, isn't it? Yes, it is. That is a really awkward button layout, because my fingers effectively have to do that. What an awkward button layout indeed. Oh, and as you can tell, I'm now back to representing the Ragnarok controller rather than the anodized blue colour scheme, or the cobalt blue. I constantly forget what is the correct name of the colour, but either name for colour works, because at the end of the day it's kind of like a shiny metallic blue, so either cobalt or anodized works quite nicely in that context. Now let's platform. Platforming often requires you to land smack bam on the form that you are platting. In this case, the form just kind of eluded me because I wasn't able to successfully platform. Are you kidding me? I take the damage and I get reset. Now that's just rude, video game. I should probably stop taking fall damage now. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? So let's hop on this and head backwards where we can get a Supercharger Vault. It's not particularly useful for getting us healed up, but hey, at least we get treasure, right? We might be screwed, but we get treasure. Treasure which isn't even useful because my character's maxed out. We do not want to wear the hat. I think my fruit hat here, or whatever the fuck that hat is, either way, I might not know what the hat is, but it is superior all the same.
You're heading into a tunnel.
Superior!
Take advantage of the darkness to sneak those sneaky pirates.
Man, that anchor really does take a very long time to charge up, longer than you'd expect, which is why I keep going to charge it up, and then I keep failing to charge it up fully, because I keep thinking there is a shorter charge up than it actually is. Okay, let's switch out for grenades. I do not want to take damage to them, but I will take the key, please and thank you. That's glorious. That key, oh, well, not the key even. I will take the key, but the food, I will also take this food, just save my life. And he just took an anchor to the face. I hope it hurt. I mean, it probably did. Anchors are heavy. And I'm firing projectile, you know, at several tens of miles per hour. Maybe even hundreds of miles per hour. So an anchor being fired at you at that kind of speed, that would hurt.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
No blood, guts and gore, I'm afraid, as, you know, glorious as that would be, as fitting as that would be, you know, blood, guts and gore. That's exactly what I think of when I think of the Skylanders franchise. You know, the game is notorious for how violent it gets.
Okay, this video is about to get violent if I keep fucking miserably failing the platforming like this. Okay, I need to get over there. I need the bounce pad. The bounce pad is what I need because I need to get over to that pinata and heal myself up. There you go, that's better. Give me sweet, glorious food. I don't even care about the money, it's the food I was after. And now all I need to do is continue with my bad platforming spree. How was that remotely fair? I was still moving away from the cannonball, which didn't even make contact with me. These cannonball hitboxes, they are ridiculous. How can it hit me if I am still moving? Still moving is exactly what dodging and attack looks like. Where's the Spider-Man dodging ability when you need it? Because in Spider-Man 2, I'm pretty certain that the button I used for most in that game was the dodge button. You can't really get through that game without dodging. Anyone who tries would wind up miserably failing, I'm afraid, unless you played on one of the lighter difficulties, that is. Because someone on YouTube did that as a very specific challenge. They went through the game without utilising the dodge button, and boy, did that look like a painful experience. I do not envy him going through Spider-Man without the incorporation of a key mechanic, mind you. The game is designed around you utilising the dodge. Okay, squeeze? No. Squeeze in there. Squeeze in there, you little gremlin fella! Thank you. And I'm just ricocheting all over the place. I am not good at video game. Not at all. Anyway, now we can head over here to hit that button. Or, you know, I can instead just continue to ricochet all over the place and continue to prove just how not good at the video game I am. There we go, that's more like it. Now give me the spark, I think I've earned it. And what we're going to do now is we're going to ignite the engine. Why sing it in that tone? Because I felt like it, no other reason. And truly, why would one even need another reason? If you feel like doing something, and so long as it's not going to hurt nobody, you should go on ahead and do it. And I don't just mean physically, of course. You know, you can hurt people in more ways than just punching them in the face, which is definitely something you should do. If just because you feel like punching someone doesn't mean you should punch someone. But after all, that's how law's committed. You know, one day someone just woke up and felt like they wanted to rob a bank, so went ahead and robbed the bank. And you know, that's very much a crime. I hope they were caught for that crime. Not that, you know, bank robberies are really a thing nowadays. I mean, given that pretty much all money is digital these days, you go to rob a bank and the likelihood of them having actual physical cash is slim. Okay. I pressed the jump button, video game. So why, when I push the jump button, do you not jump? And also, that cannonball hit was a load of bullshit. Ah! Go! Go, Gilbert! Go! Go faster! Go faster! Seriously! We need to be speed right now. We are speed, fast, quick and quick. Okay, where's some much needed food? I'm asking you nicely here, video game. I'm asking you nicely. Boom! Take my anchor to the face, sucker. He's a sucker and he knows it. Take my anchor! Or not. No, I suppose you could just avoid it in its entirety. With its lack of accuracy. Its lack of accuracy is rather annoying indeed. Get out of my way! I don't want to get hit by that because that hit would very much kill me. And I do not want to be killed. Murder is not cool, okay? Like I said earlier, committing crimes overall is a very not cool thing to do. And murder is what a crime would look like. Crime is quite possibly the capital crime you can commit, which is why you get capital punishment for it. And, you know, I'd bloody well hope so. That's what justice looks like. You know, someone close to me got murdered. I'd want some form of justice for that. And here we are talking about murder in a Skylanders video, because those two things, like blood, guts and gore, you know, they just really mesh together with absolute perfection. You know, what's the first thing I think of when I think of Skylanders? The murder. That is what.
Okay, there we go. When I press the jump button, this time the game actually jumps. It is a miracle. It is a Christmas miracle on Boxing Day. A Christmas miracle on Boxing Day. Okay, I would like a refund on that exchange. No! No! Bandit Train is so stupid. So it looks like in the very episode after Pop Fizz got reset, it looks like Gil Grunt also gone and got himself reset to his Series 1 version. So now we're gonna do what we tend to do in situations like these, and that is switch out the Double Dare Trick Happy. Obviously, if the game doesn't know it's Boxing Day, if the game knew, it'll probably be cutting me a little bit of slack. But yeah, that hitbox was absolutely rubbish because either I had to fall and take the fall damage, or I had to get hit in the face by a cannon. Because the cannonball hitbox is so dumb and stupid that it takes up the entire fucking platform. So how am I supposed to stay on the platform and avoid it, wait for the other platform to jump on, when the cannonball is going to hit me with its large hitbox? There is literally no way, no fashion in which I could have avoided being defeated there. There was nothing that could have been done. And unfortunately now I'm dealing with the consequences of an action that is beyond my control. The game thinks it's funny. I personally don't think that was very funny. I mean, hit me with a cannonball after I'd already well run past the point at which the cannonball was meant to hit. Then the cannonball hits me anyway and sends me back down below. Thank goodness there was a platform there, or a ledge. You know, whatever you want to fucking call it, it was there. I'm grateful, because otherwise, boy, would I have been ticked off by the fact that I would have took full damage as well as the cannonball damage. Luckily though, with all that damage, Double Dare Trick Happy still would have been defeated because of his second life. It's rather convenient that second life has literally been our only saving grace throughout the entirety of this series. A series which has been overly tough, and now I hate Superchargers. This was meant to be a series that would make me fall in love with Superchargers again, given that I wouldn't have to tackle the horrendous sea and sky sections, and I must admit that part of the series has been fantastic. But everything else about the series, on the other hand, this is what pain looks like. I can't believe that what Superchargers gave me for Christmas this year was an ass kicking. Obviously I've been bad this year. You know, obviously I'm on Santa's naughty list. Because this is worse than receiving a bunch of coal. I'd rather be receiving a bunch of coal right now. Boom! And let's create big explosion. Ooh, and food. Don't mind if I do. Got some sprinkles right there, look like. I had no idea that sprinkles had that much nutritional value to them, but here we are. And hey, those are sweets, but it's okay to eat sweets for breakfast on Christmas Day. It is the one day of the year where eating sweets for breakfast is okay. Back in Boxing Day as well, of course, because today is Boxing Day, a holiday the UK celebrates, as it's a bank holiday that comes right after Christmas Day. It's so that people who have work can actually enjoy Christmas Day without the stress of having to go to work the next day. I mean, imagine having to spend Christmas sober because you have work on Boxing Day. That would be tragic. Luckily though, that's what we have the bank holiday for. Bank holiday being Boxing Day in and of itself. You guys have got to go. Yeah, get out of here, man. Get out of here. Okay, let's head into the tunnel where Blubberbeard lies in wait.
I'm the captain of this here train, Skylander, and I don't take kindly to stowaways.
But what's this? Did Ignite just make a alcohol reference in a Skylanders video? I mean, this does come after a reference to murder. So these videos are many things, but family friendly is not one of them. I treat my audience with respect and maturity, because let's be honest here, people who still play Skylanders to this day are people who grew up with a franchise, so naturally those of us who played Spar's Adventure when we were 10 years old, we're 20 years old now, and so whilst we still have to take up an interest in Skylanders, other things like jokes and humour, those are evolved, they're more mature. And my
my style reflects that. It's a style I wish to commit to. Those who don't like it can just simply, not watch a video. You don't have gun to head, you're not exactly being forced to watch this. So yes, that is my style. I pride myself on the unique style I have as a SkyTuber, because there are very few SkyTubers who would dare say the word fuck as much as I do. Because there I are, I just said it again! Swearing in a Skylanders video? Oh boy, I suppose I should be home, drawn and quartered for that. Punishment fits for crime. Now let's be guzzling down that food right there, that very nutritious icy pop. As I continue to just fire all around me. I'm burning on all cylinders, folks. Well, so far you've not done a good job of giving them orders. Oh no, it's Grenade Central! Not for grenades. Anything but for grenades! Luckily, this is what I have a secondary attack for. Secondary attack! Away! Oh, I love the secondary attack. I love it a bit too much, actually. Yeah, nice try, grenade fella. Nice try. Well, I say nice try. It wasn't actually. I'm lying to you. Ow! Okay, never mind. That was a nice try because it was a successful try. And now I'm one hit away from death. Luckily, that guy's hitbox is really easy to dodge. I say that, and now I'm definitely gonna get hit. I've jinxed myself by saying such stupid things. Why would I say such stupid things? I don't know, maybe because I'm an idiot. After all, this is the same idiot who managed to put his wallet in a washing machine. So yes, me being an idiot certainly does explain a lot. You ask me why I do the things that I do, the simple explanation is that I'm an idiot. End of story. Boom! Big explosion. There we go, now let's pack him some more. This is what I have my mashing abilities for. Mash, 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 yeah. Watch out for that. Okay, here we go. We're almost there. Just need to not get hit a little bit longer. Woo! Okay, that got a little bit too close, but after 11 episodes of pure overpowerness, last thing we need to do is lose to their Trick Happy in the finale. He has been our MVP, and so as such, he would deserve a lot better going into this final episode, where we only got 3 of the 4 Supercharger tests, but I don't really care, because as we mentioned earlier, 100% is not that of necessary in nature. It's not a necessity for us. What is a necessity, on the other hand, is a stony barrier, because it's more likely for Earth to pop up than air, as Earth has been popping up a lot more frequently throughout the entirety of the series. And speaking of things we do frequently, but yes, press best for the video game, the skip button. We gotta get this unnecessary deep stew out of here, Chaos's internal conflict. Who cares about that sort of interesting character development when instead, we can listen to Buzz's speech about how we're going to kick the darkness's ass.
So the only way to be sure we get the job done is to go inside the belly of the beast.
I mean, the Sky Eater is made of enchanted metal, but it is a machine. As it is a machine, how could it possibly have a belly? Then again, I suppose it can have a belly, in a weird sense. A belly being a part to the machine, a bit like how a belly is a part to a human. An important part, we kind of need what's inside our belly to stay within our belly if we want to live. The moment our belly stuff becomes no longer inside our belly, we die. It's like that scene from Walking Dead where Spencer's guts are spilled all over the place. I actually can't show that scene because it's far too violent for YouTube's guidelines, but it is an epic scene where Negan just turns around and says, "You got no guts." Turns out he did have guts. After he cut them open, all the guts just kind of spilled out. But say, your insides kind of need to stay there. What's inside your belly?
None of that matters.
Gotta stay inside your belly. A human belly, very important for it to remain as belly. But a machine belly, well, we can dismantle that. After all, machines were made to be dismantled and recycled and all that. Like you do in Horizon Forbidden West, where you can hunt down a machine, strip it of all of its parts, and use those parts for usefulness. So, let's be tack on the Sky without further ado, because this is going to be one hell of a finale where we have not only the bandit train that was not
the most successful, mind you. We did kind of lose Gilgrunt along the way. He's now been reset to a Series 1 version. So now the only characters past their Series 1 versions are Trigger Happy and Terrapin. That's great. Just great. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with right now. But boy, do we have a high back score. Back score is all the way up to 14 because we have ushered in the dawn of so many chapters as Double Dare Trick Happy. So without further ado, let's skip the Sky Star and get headed straight into the belly of the beast as we can move on from topics of bellies, because for some reason I felt as though this finale had to have a 90-second rant about bellies and talking about spilling, you know, your intestines, because that's not a violent image whatsoever. What is it with this finale and violence, blood, guts and gore? I mean, so far, because my Skylanders have been absolutely obliterated, you know, realistically, that's what Skylanders would look like. They would just look like a bunch of weird, strange creatures with their outside, with their insides having become their outsides, because the enemies are just so busy tearing them apart. But what we have now is the air element. So it's time for Series 1 Jetpack, who has no upgrades whatsoever. So if we thought Jetpack sucked before, we ain't seen nothing yet. Because Jetpack, when he's level 1 with no upgrades, he really sucks. Like, he doesn't just suck, he really sucks. Luckily, the enemies have friendly fire, so they can kill each other. Oh, that's a convenient time to level up, don't mind if we do. Take them out! Die, 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 die. Thank you. This guy will level me up. Yes, yes it is. Now this fella has really got to go. Get him out of here, man. Get him out of here. That's what we like it. Ooh, that's a good time to level up. Then again, any time is a good time to level up. How does that projectile even work? They threw it like into the wall, and then it just kind of like jumped up and came straight at me, and now these other projectiles just straight up going through the wall. Like, this game will stop at nothing to ensure that its bullshit attacks hit me. It will stop at nothing. Nothing, I tell you! Like that guy! His attack animation hadn't even finished yet! Explain to me how that's fair when his attack animation not only had not even finished yet, the attack animation hadn't even started yet, and the attack hit me. Oh, Skylanders Superchargers, my love-hate relationship with it right now is at an all-time high. So, that being said, I now get to switch out for whatever Skylander I like, because the air element is stronger here, but our only chance at add an air representative currently has been defeated in battle, so we can't use them, and in their place, we can use whoever we want, which in this case, it means we're going to go back to Double Dare Trick Happy, because he's just about the only Skylander at this point who hasn't been reset. Once I can actually find him on my bed beside me, mind you. Him and Stealth Elf are the only characters. Oh yeah, Gilgrunt, who I get have been reset, but Stealth Elf and Gilgrunt are both at Series 1. Obviously, Terrapin is the other Skylander besides Trick Happy, who's past his Series 1 iteration. But he's also been reset, as has every other version of the character, so switching out for him would not be that of a wise decision. Okay, here we go, let's take him out. Why won't you just die already? I'm not asking too much, am I? Who am I kidding? Of course I'm asking too much. There we go, he's out of here, but he, you know, summoned a few of his friends. His friends that shall also be annihilated by me. Who else would annihilate them, right? They're not exactly annihilating each other, so that's where I come in. Yes, take my explosion to the face, you foolish, drowish fool! Obviously, you're not a foolish human fool. Last time I attacked humans do not look anything like that. And you know, given that I'm a human myself, I tend to see humans on a daily basis. That is what happens after all. That is why humans are so difficult to animate. That is why Pixar did not tackle like a human story until The Incredibles. Because we see humans on a day-to-day basis, so we know when they look a little bit off, and in an animation, they are going to look a little bit off. But luckily, The Incredibles is a cartoon, it's stylized, so obviously the animation, given that it's Pixar, still holds up
almost 20 years later. My word, next year The Incredibles turns 20 years old. That's going to make a lot of people feel old, and we thought we waited long enough for the sequel, as the sequel took, what was it, 14 years for the sequel? And even the sequel in of itself next year is going to be 6 years old. And I remember seeing it for the first time in the cinema. In fact, I remember seeing it twice on the same day. The day it came out. Incredibles 2 was great. At least as its own standalone film. As a follow-up to one of the greatest animated films of all time, it was rather lackluster. But as a film, on its own independent merits, The Incredibles 2 is a perfectly fine film. Not, dare I say, incredible, but great. Anyway, we have some epic Motley Meadows music right now. That's pretty cool. But we're not going to bother tackling any of that, purely because we don't have to. And as always, anything we don't have to do, we're just going to skip over it in its entirety. This is not a 100% series, might I remind you. Yes, take them all out! Every last one! Die, 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 die. That's not what death looks like. Okay, there you go. That's more like it. I love the fact that their projectiles can seemingly hit me from literally anywhere. Like, they shot off that projectile, so it was flying towards the right-hand side of the screen, and all of a sudden the projectile just hones in on me. What's the point in even having an animation of projectiles just going to go wherever it pleases?
Almost there, Lord Skylander. Oh, I mean, just Skylander.
Yeah, that I am speechless as to how half these attacks even hit me. This is no finale. What this is this is an episode of the world's worst gaming hitboxes. Yeah, that's great. Let's do that. Let's do that with my Christmasified boom cycle. A rather jolly motorcycle indeed. That burns, hence the name, the burn cycle. Time to burn, baby, burn, where tech is stronger, so we get to remain. As for my little airship happy right now, because clearly the game hasn't had tech for enough of its sections yet, so it has to give us yet another one. But luckily, when we go through the darkness, utilising the burn cycle is dumb and stupid broken. And it has a smaller hitbox than the rest of the vehicles, so we have a better shot at actually getting through it. Not unscathed, there's definitely going to be some death, but hopefully the death will be minimalised. Moving forward, what I need to do right now is get Chaos's hand upon the button, and now that it's there, it's going to remain open for us. I mean, I just did Chaos, so... Ow! That is pain, but luckily that's what we have the shield regen for. Okay, here we go with these thingamabobs. That is going to be for gimmick pretty much for the rest of the level, having these thingamabobs that turn silver when we jump on the correct ones. The false ones instead explode and deal damage to us. So the false ones are inconvenient, for lack of a better way of putting it. Now we have some invincibility, as well as a shield regen. Now that's how you stack up power-ups right there. I say that, and then seconds later, I realise that power-ups in this game do not stack. That is some very inconvenient yet comedic timing. In fact, how inconvenient it is what makes the timing comedic in and of itself.
Bad surprise. It's always a bad surprise.
Okay, let's kill some things. Yeah, let's get him. Now that the hand has that hatch open up for us, let's get out of here. Well, let's not actually get out of here because this is the incorrect pathway. So instead, let's grab ourselves a mod, because that mod looks pretty fantastic indeed, though it's for the jet stream, which isn't particularly useful when we're playing as the burn cycle. Okay. Hand, why didn't you fist? Why didn't you do hand things with your hand, you stupid hand? Stupid hand should do more hand things. Let's make a hashtag out of that and get it trending on Twitter. Hands for hands things. This is for one time where it's okay to be so handsy. So, let's move on from making jokes about being all handsy-like, and instead, we're going to humbly accept that Landstar as we usher on the dawn of yet another brand new chapter. So our back scrolls all the way up to 15!
But what we do need to do right now is switch out for Terrafin, as the current element of the area is of the Earth element. And obviously Terrafin got reset. I did forget about that. I forgot about the moment, the very iconic moment where Knockout Terrafin was thrown out the window. I forgot about that moment. So now we're back to Series 1 Terrafin for the Earth element being stronger here. Where, as always, whenever an element pops up, I must switch out to a Skylander corresponding with that element. Cannot switch out again until the area changes once more. Boom! Let's destroy these things for looking at me stunning. Yes, staying on the white tiles sounds like a good plan, a good idea. I like that plan and idea. Ooh, food, don't mind if we do. Not that we needed it, because we literally had our maximum health already, due to the fact that this is the first time Terrafin has been placed onto the portal in this episode. Anyway, speaking of placing characters onto the portal for the first time in this episode, we have Gilgrunt, who isn't going onto the portal for the first time in this episode, because in the previous area of the bandit train, his Series 3 was defeated in combat, so now we have to go back to his Series 1, which fortunately is fully upgraded, so he does have that going for him. That is convenient. And his harpoon guns, because he's down for better pathway, they reload much quicker and deal much more damage. So that is going to be fantastic for getting through these enemies without dying, or without being defeated in combat, I should say. And it's also going to be great for when we have to go against Chaos, because obviously I want to try my hardest to so-shot Chaos, because that would mean we get to upgrade ourselves to the Series 2 Gilgrunt. Die! Thank you! Ask you shall receive and all that. So let's take out these fools right now. They have got to go, man. They have got to go. Yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. Take him out, take him out, take him out, out, take him out, take him out, take him out, out. And now we get to level up. That's convenient time for leveling up. So it seems as though there is a very common theme in this episode. Not only failure, but also, well, failure in terms of the gameplay, but failure also in terms of me constantly forgetting what it is I'm saying in the moment that I'm saying it. My train of thought is just... It's not even crashing at this point. It is crashing, it's burning, it is self-imploding, it is self-combusting or spontaneously combusting, as Charles Dickens puts it, because that is pretty much his favourite phrase of all time. Like how I have my favourite phrases of all time. You know, you've got to have a favourite phrase. And for the opinion on what my favourite phrase is actually the universal favourite phrase. You know, it isn't even an opinion that it is the best phrase. It just is the best phrase. That is fact. And that is because I told you so. What I say goes. I don't make it rules. I just reinforce them. Obviously, the phrase I'm referring to is the fact that my opinion is of the correct opinion. You disagree with me, you're just wrong. That's how opinions work, I'm afraid. I don't make up rules. I just reinforce them. And I'm saying all these things on loop. I am getting very repetitive in this finale, but that is to put emphasis upon the very thing I am repeating.
Chaos.
Here we go with Chaos. Where we usher in the dawn of a brand new chapter, so it's time for the Might of Series 2 Gilgrunt, who unfortunately doesn't have the better pathway. What a nuisance indeed. But hey ho, I get through this unscathed, and we get to upgrade back to Anchors Away Gilgrunt, only for him to inevitably die to darkness. But hey, at least I have a Fruit Utopia hat. I believe that's what it's called. It's a pun on Corn Utopia, because it's made of fruit instead. Ha ha, funny pun. Obviously, it's acquired all the way back in the Dark Water Cove Water Elemental Gate. Die! Take the might of my inferior path. Take it to my face. Take my explosive sea fish! You know, or not, I suppose. You could not do that. Die, 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 die. Or, you know, not. I suppose you could also not do that. But, you know, you're a kid. You gotta do as I say. You know, you're no adult. At least I'm pretty sure Chaos isn't an adult, so he's not old enough to make his own decisions. Then again, that also means that technically speaking, he's not old enough to have to face up solely to the consequences of his actions because he is completely unaware of the pure evilness of his actions. But we can know Chaos is totally aware of what he's doing, and yet he does it anyway. He's just an evil child. Like, you ever ask for the dictionary definition of an evil child? Well, Chaos by definition is evil, so therefore, by every definition, by every meaning of word, he is an evil child. If you ever have an evil child on your hands, fear not, because you know that they are never as evil as Chaos. You know, they are tame by comparison. To controlling Chaos as a child must have been hell in Skylanders for Chaosander. Not hell on Earth, because we're not on Earth right now, we're in the Skylanders, so it's hell in Skylanders is what raising Chaos looks like. Ooh, big sword! Well, newsflash for you, I have a harpoon gun. And why do you bring a sword to a harpoon gunfight? That's a bit daft, don't you think? Plus, that thing right there, that's barely even a knife. I'll tell you what, I'll show you a knife.
That's a knife.
Now that was a knife. But Crocodile Dundee references out of the way. Chaos, I really want you to die right now, but clearly what I'm asking for is once again asking too much. There we go. You can always tell which Chaos is real because real one will be wearing a crown. Anyway, I took some damage right there. That is inconvenient. I should do that much less in future. If I aim to better myself, then to do that would mean to take less damage. Okay, my nose was a little itchy right there, must admit, one must admit. Die! Let's jump over that shockwave right there. And we're going to jump over that one right there too whilst we're at it. Oh, another shockwave? Oh dear, oh what will I do? I guess I'll have to just jump over it. There we go, let's jump over it. And we'll jump over it. Man, it sure is convenient that I know where the jump button is located right about now. Okay. Crown, we want the crown. Take down the crown. It looks like you're failing miserably, actually, if you were to ask me. That's what it looks like you're doing. Now, time for you to fail some more. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Crown! I'm coming for you, crown! Man, we're already down to the R in Emperor Chaos. That health bar certainly has seen better days for the good old Chaos right there. Good old Chaos, old chum. And we jump over the shockwave. And we jump over the shockwave. And we jump over the shockwave. Name of an awesome Decepticon that, but, you know, Shockwave, when it comes to waves, he is the inferior wave, for Soundwave is far cooler. So, just like every other Transformers character of Michael Bay films, he is absolutely butchered, and it is tragic, because Soundwave is my favourite Transformers character of all time, so he deserves better. He deserves better than Michael Bay, but as did the entire Transformers franchise. And yet, here we are asking for too much, you know, asking for Michael Bay not to ruin Transformers is asking too much. Because obviously, he felt like going ahead and ruining it anyway. We asked him not to. He was like, nah, I will do my own thing. Okay, let's jump over these shockwaves right now.
Go after his hands now.
What does it look like I'm doing, Callie? Here we go. We've gone from one R into the health bar of Emperor Chaos to the other R. Yes, that's it. Keep taking damage. Because now we're past the R, we're making our way to the P. What's pretty much left in that health bar is the Emp part of Emperor Chaos. My favourite part. Everyone knows that my favourite part of the word Emperor is the Emp part. If you didn't know that, then you foolish idiot. How dare you be such a foolish idiot? Why would you not know that? How could you not know that? It's such common knowledge. Okay, here we go. Let's take this out. Get down to the M. My second favourite part of the word Emperor. Right after Emp, my favourite part is M. Okay, come at me here, Chaos. Bring it on! Here I am looking at the camera, being too busy to pay attention to the gameplay to where I almost got hit as a result. But this is fine. This is what being fine looks like. Oh boy, here he goes. Time for us to practice utilising the jump button.
as well as practice the art of failing to push a be good at video game button, because instead of jumping over that attack right there, I instead thought, oh, what would be a bright idea? Let's run directly into the attack. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. What could possibly go wrong with this unparalleled idea? One which is superior to every other conceivable idea. An idea that could not end tragically whatsoever. Okay, here we go. Let's continue to avoid these fellas. Even though one in the middle, I must admit, it was hidden for a while there because Chaos beat in the middle. But it doesn't matter because it didn't hit me anyway. My plan to run directly into attacks is not working out very well. You know, I'm still alive, so obviously the plan to commit Sudoku is not going my way. Ah, man! With the tiniest sliver of health too. But then again, Gilgrunt is also at his tiniest sliver of health, so what goes around comes around. Treat people how you expect to be treated. You know, I'm treating Gilgrunt with a final speck of health, so it's only fair for Chaos to be living on a final speck of health as well. Boom! And he is out of here with 2 final attacks, which is going to bring about level 20 for Gilgrunt. Not that's going to matter because we have the darkness to tackle, where we will be doing so with the next version in Gilgrunt's chamber. We worked our way all the way back up to Anchor's Way Gilgrunt. Anchor's Way Gilgrunt was defeated in this episode, and now he's going to be defeated in the episode for a second time, because it is inevitable that we're going to lose at least one Skylander to the darkness, and given that Deep Dive Gilgrunt is going to be beginning that fight, he's also not going to be ending it.
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
You know, Deep Dive Gilgrunt might start the fight, but I'm hoping that someone else is going to finish it. And preferably along the way, Double Edge Happy isn't defeated in combat. You know, given that we supercharged him and he hasn't been defeated since, it would be epic if he made it all the way to the finale with never having been defeated along the way. Oh yeah! It's come over me. Supercharged with love. Ah, god damn it! You ruined a perfectly peaceful and tender moment. I mean, I really was hoping it was over from over there. That would be great because I would have a bank score of 14 as well as a Series 2, as well as a Series 3 Gilgrunt and a Supercharged Trigger Happy to boot. So now I could use that bank score on then I could use that 14 bank score and at least improve on what my current score is. But clearly that's asking for too much. Okay, the current score is only going to continue to go down from here. Yeah, that's the plan there, Eon, for this sequel bait. For the first time I watched this, I was so convinced this was sequel bait. I thought that after Eon had delivered his, you know, after he delivered his speech to kind of rival us up, to get us hyped up, so to say, I thought this was going to be, I thought Master Eon was going to be the hype man to some sort of future Skylanders sequel. You know, get the adrenaline pumping, only for the credits to roll and for the video game to say, "You want an ending? Well, fuck you, you're not having an ending." It wouldn't have been a very fitting ending, though. It would have been a great cliffhanger ending. It would have done a great job making you want to play the next game to see, obviously, how the cliffhanger would be concluded. That is the point of the cliffhanger, to get you to watch on, to want to watch on, to have the ambition to see how things truly conclude. But they don't make a good conclusion to the story. You know, a story needs a 3-arc structure, a beginning, a middle, and an end. Avengers Infinity War is one of those few films that can have a cliffhanger ending as well as its own, like, isolated story. Okay, but without further ado, enough of talking about great movies. What I need right now, more than great movies, is great gameplay. Concentration shall be initiated. For the greater concentration, the more likely it is that I will be successful, not with Series 2 Gilgrunt, but actually with his Anchors Away iteration, which I can't even find on my desk right now. There it is. Let's say with Anchors Away, with
I was calling him Deep Dive Gilgrunt earlier by accident. That's his supercharged form. That's the form we want to get him to, so that then he can become supercharged. But say, with Angus away Gilgrunt, concentration is really important here. Luckily, this first part of the fight is purely orientated around dodging, so in other words, as long as I don't drive directly into the pillars, we'll be fine. And let's also boost long way because we need our momentum in order to jettison ourselves into the darkness like we just did during that first phase. Once we do that, he will be vulnerable to our attacks. Obviously, we've seen it done once before, now we just need to do it again. Let's say we need great gameplay, we need to concentrate, we need to make sure we don't die, and all of that shall come from a lack of commentary. So perhaps I should stop saying I'm going to do that and actually do it. You know, speak much less. Let's do it. Let's speak less. Let's speak to tell you that I will be speaking less. I feel like Gurglefen right now, talking for the sake of talking. After all, I've said all I needed to say. I should be finished by now, and yet here I am, continuing to talk anyway. I'm talking about the fact that I should stop talking. That is the utmost glorious thing to talk about right now. After all, if I don't commentate, then this is just regular bog standard gameplay, and who wants to see that, right? We've came here for, obviously, death and destruction, because that's what this entire series has been so far. Drop your shield! Please? And thank you? Crystal, don't hit me. Crystal hit me anyway. Doesn't care about my feelings, doesn't care what I want. But yeah, the annoying thing about those enemies is that they are practically impossible to dodge. Luckily, though, that their sigil is a much easier attack to get out of the way of. Okay, he's been hit. Now I have 2 more phases on the outside before heading back to the inside. Well, that attack was rubbish, utter rubbish. Ow, that's a lot of damage. Okay, watch out for the moving crystals of doom. Stop hitting me! My shields are already gone! That was fast. Okay, I really need some shields right now, video game. Instead, what it's going to do is it's not going to give me some shields, it's going to kill me off! Okay, so we've seen this done time and time again. We know the drill by now. My characters die over and over and over again. That's because this boss fight is incredibly repetitive and tedious. But just because the boss fight is repetitive and tedious doesn't mean the video has to be as well. So naturally, I'm going to do you all a favour and I'm going to skip ahead to the best part. You're welcome. Yes! Here we go! Kill him! Okay, that was weird. But it doesn't matter because he has been defeated all of the same. And in the end, we didn't even need to use all of our Series 1 canon fodder. We still have Jetpack and Rollball left over. And because we're about to usher in the dawn of a brand new chapter with Pop Fizz, we get to also switch to his Light Core iteration. I'm all for that. And I'm also all for pressing the best video game to skip button because already this episode is approaching the 1 hour mark. The last thing we need is more unnecessary deep story on top of that, as well as credits. No thank you. This is great here, Chaos, but I'd rather you shut up so we can establish what I'm going to be doing with the bank score. So we have 15 in the bank, at least I hope we do. I'll definitely know in the edit how much we have, and so obviously in the edit I will correct upon any of my mistakes. But I have been keeping a mental count of the bank score throughout these final 2 episodes of the series, and I believe firmly that the bank score is at 15. Which means that we're instantly going to use 3 of that to get Pop Fizz Supercharged. We're going to have Big Roll Pop Fizz, which is going to take 3 from our bank score, leaving us with 12. We're going to use another 2 for Raw Ball, get her up to her legendary iteration. So we now have 10 for our bank score. It feels wrong to have had so much screen time with Terrafin and Gilgrunt and for them to never have made it to their supercharged form. Especially since I was calling Gilgrunt earlier, Deep Dive Gilgrunt by accident. Clearly that was some accidental foreshadowing as to him becoming supercharged at the very end of the series. So that's going to be another 8 from bank score to get Terrafin and Gilgrunt both supercharged. And for our last character, obviously if my math and my calculations were incorrect, obviously in the edit I will correct upon this. But the final character we're going to use, we're going to upgrade through their versions, is going to be Stealth Elf. So she's going to go up to her ninja iteration with the 2 bank score we have left. Obviously, but the bank score that I have calculated in my head can't be any more than +1 or -1. I can't imagine it going anywhere outside of that bracket, which means that pretty much all I'll need to correct in the edit is which version of Stealth Elf I upgrade to utilising what's left of the bank score. So pretty much all those changes I just made, we're going to see them reflected on the layout now. So yes, what we see on screen right now is the final score of the series. It's no longer the current score, it is the final score. And it is good! Or it is bad, I don't know what it is. I didn't quite calculate that far ahead. All what I kept track of in my head was a bank score. And even that could be wrong, it's something that I might have to correct in the edit yet. We'll have to wait and see. But either way, that is my final score. Be sure to share in the comment section for the premiere if you've been playing along. What was your final score? I would love to know, because that's the point of this series. That's what's been so fun about it. Creating a new way in which to play through this game, and a new way, therefore, in which for all of us to interact with one another. A new way for us all to challenge ourselves and see whom can come out on top. Who is it who can score the highest come the end of this challenge? Certainly not me, because I've had a lot of failure along the way. But that didn't stop Pop Fizz from becoming a Supercharge. It is time for Big Wall Pop Fizz to be placed into the portal for the very first and very last time of the series. Now really there isn't much left for me to do, because we have established what it was I wanted to do with a bank score. We have a final score currently displayed on the layout that surrounds me. So I suppose we'll speak with Eon, see what he has to say to us. We have an emblem for redemption apparently. So we will end off the series on a high note by redeeming some of these emblems and obviously Portal Master ranking up. That is the highest of high notes we could possibly ever hope to achieve for the ending of this series. Boy, this has been a spectacular one. So now that we've redeemed those emblems, we are pretty much going to conclude the series here. It feels wrong of me to have finally supercharged Gilgrunt and to never have placed him on the portal, but unfortunately, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. So that being said and done, Skylanders Superchargers, the Skylanders Supercharged series has finally come to an end. So it is time to roll the outro for the very last time in this series. Without further ado, I cannot in good conscience end off this video without first thanking all of my incredible channel members whose continued support help make these videos possible. Without them, these videos would be near impossible to make, so from the bottom of my heart, I truly appreciate every last one of them. If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more, there are plenty of options on screen now to explore, and please consider subscribing to keep up to date with all my content. On that note, this video is coming to an end, so thank you so much as always for watching. Until the next video arises, peace!